Chapter 81. As the imperial territory prepares for new war operations. At the Hai Gong Society, the prayer ceremony has already been arranged, and only the regular procedures need to be completed to call the Poseidon. At this moment, members of the Maritime Communist Party and ordinary people were in a state of nervousness and excitement. If this land of liberation from the Hai Gongshi can be recognized by their Lord Poseidon, it will become their real hope. For the Hai tribe, Poseidon's approval is extremely important. But there are also some guys hiding in the dark who don't care about Poseidon's problems. Have you found anyone who looks like a divine white dragon? I'm asking you, vampires, aren't you very good at infiltration? Can you detect it through counter-reconnaissance? You can counter-detect a ghost. The divine white dragon was personally observed by the resident blood god of Polestar Academy, and he also served as Prince Lagood's space magic teacher for 1 semester. If he could have discovered something related to the blood clan, he would have been there long ago. Found. You can't find it, so how the hell do you do it? Tisk. Even with the 12 titans, we can't forcefully inspect each and every sea dweller. It's really troublesome. These guys in the dark are all long-lived species of the gods. Mainly from the dragon clan, demon clan, and vampire clan. And due to the restriction that the titan god would be called this time, all the saint-level peak powerhouses were sent here, and they did not dare to rashly send gods to anger the titan god. As long as they are not super gods at the level of dragon god king and demon queen, no one dares to confront the titan god in the ocean. There's a good chance he's not here. The strong man of the elves said in the spiritual communication they jointly constructed. Then you have to keep watching and don't miss any opportunity. What does that mean? God chooses the sea tribe, you still don't know. Obviously, not all longevity species of the god clan are aware of the current situation of Poseidon. The current sea tribe. Local forces call upon the titans, and after receiving recognition and expressing willingness to protect the force from foreign aggression, connections can be established. After that, you can contact the titan god without being so obvious, which is the so-called sea tribe chosen by God, and you can directly communicate with the sea god of the sea. And so, there is a high probability that Mr. Avisu is really a divine white dragon, and he will not appear here like a conspicuous bag. Just find an opportunity privately and ask the God-chosen Sea clan from Hai Gong Society to help contact you. In fact, Beilong is indeed not here. So where is he? Atlanta West. Territory capital, Unitasai. Imperial College. What are you looking for? Tiffany looked at Beilong, who was browsing the bookshelf, and asked in confusion. Let's not talk about why he wanted to run to the capital. This place can be said to be under the nose of the entire imperial domain. Just looking for information here is very strange. Due to the level of confusion of the Hai clan itself and its data retention technology, very little useful information is left behind. Even if there is something more important, it probably won't be placed in this academy. Rather, it is in a treasure room at the treasury level. Of course I am looking for records about the Titan god. This thing must be the most detailed record of the sea tribe itself, especially when it comes to how the Titan god protected them. Beilong said while rummaging around. What's the use of that? Tiffany didn't quite understand. Just understand the Titan god's character in advance to avoid getting into embarrassing topics when we meet later. Beilong said casually. I always feel that this is not the reason. Tiffany remained skeptical. There's nothing to do now, right? I don't know how many guys are squatting with me over there in Tongli special area, and the small-scale Heidongshi organizations in other places don't need my help. Beilong waved his hand and continued to read. With information. Then they will keep an eye on the God's chosen Sea clan in the future. How are you going to deal with it? Tiffany asked. The God-chosen Sea clan, as the first Sea clan to communicate with the Titan god, needs to be confirmed after calling. Those guys who are secretly present will naturally lock it. It's very simple. Can't the God-chosen Sea tribe have a maximum of 3? I bought some space scrolls for them. When the time comes, I will find an opportunity to teleport to the designated location multiple times. I will then take any one of them to continue teleporting multiple times. Beilong had already thought of a way to deal with it and was not worried at all. Still such a comprehensive consideration. Is he really not him? By the way, after I met the Titan god, I will leave the Sea clan no matter what the outcome may be. Beilong said suddenly. Where to go? Tiffany asked immediately, with a little vigilance. Kailian, and you said before that my little magic apprentice Yumiha might have been rescued by Kailian. Whether he was really rescued or captured by the Ersha Empire, I have to try to find him. That's all. Bei Long said his destination and reason. Go to Kailian to meet with the senior management. Tiffany became even more vigilant. Are you finally going to find Sister Nalin and Sister Zilalai? If you really go back, then how can I go to meet with the higher UPS? I don't even know who I am. What if I'm not what they want, but they force me to be what they want? Bei Long turned around and responded in confusion. Why do you feel that Tiffany's thinking ability has suddenly declined? There is absolutely no reason to go directly to the top management, right? Strangeness. Oh. Tiffany quickly regained her composure and asked, then the High Communist Party will just ignore it. You have to take care of it. Just establish a stable contact method. As long as there is no problem, they can slowly fight against the imperial territory. If there is a problem, I can return quickly. Anyway, with space magic, it won't take much time. Bai Long has also thought about the follow-up treatment. The follow-up of the High Gong Society and the imperial domain is the High Clan's own business. He has helped High Cow Society build a stable fundamentals, and based on his observations over the past year, Mr. Haisha and the others are not mediocre people. In addition, the outstanding sea tribes that have been absorbed, such as the former Gaonk Jinwen. The other original Red Reform organizations failed and defected directly to the High Communist Society. There are many such capable people. Now that the Haidong Society has occupied the Tongrat Sea area, there will only be more and more such capable people, and under the leadership of Mr. Haisha and others, a new Haidongshi regime structure will be built. And then, even if Bei Long, the Mr. Ivisu, has left, a large number of new Mr. Ivisu will emerge in the High Communist Society. Firewood. Even on the cold seabed, it can still be passed on. Okay, I've almost finished checking the information on this college. Then I'll try to find a way to get into the Imperial Palace Library to take a look. Bei Long put the book back on the bookshelf and prepared to leave. There are spies over there to help too. There are no spies, they are all undersea liberators who endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Chapter 82. February 3291th. Dash of the Walled Calendar. The projection of Poseidon's power came under the call of the god-level powerhouse of High Gong Society, and recognized the liberation force formed by High Gong Society. Determining the god's choice of the High Clan also determines the status of the High Gong Society. Almost at the same time, the United Kingdom held a public press conference and admitted that everything the Haizu Haigong Society has done is in line with the aspirations of the people and the will of the people. The High Communist Party has the right to lead people who are willing to follow them and hope that they can create a better future. Simultaneously, it is hoped that conflicts among the sea tribes can be resolved through peaceful evolution as much as possible to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice. The will of the people should be given priority and the people should be allowed to freely choose the future they want. Regarding Kailian's answer, the Sea Clan Imperial Territory responded with silence. They have no time to pay attention to Kailian now. If they really don't deal with the High Communist Society issue, there is a real possibility of internal collapse of the Imperial Territory. Other empires remained silent for the time being and did not respond. Telecommunications. Have you felt the blessings from the whole world? Mr. Haisha. Bei Long asked while lying leisurely in a piece of beautiful coral, looking up at the moonlight on the sea. I feel it a little bit. Mr. Haisha replied. Haha, if all the forces dare to recognize you, then they don't have to be afraid of Kailian. Bei Long said with a smile. Understandable. At the same time, I have to admit how great the head of state who was able to lead Kailian to rise in the previous troubled times was. I can't imagine how our High Communist Society would have reached this point without your help. Perhaps at some point, we will be wiped out by the Imperial Territory. Mr. Haisha was also very emotional when he said this. It has only been more than a year since the appearance of Mr. Avisu. The small local organization that initially only dared to carry out small-scale protests and did not dare to directly conflict with the Imperial Army has now been recognized by Poseidon. As a national force among the Sea Clan, it can protect the people of one Sea Clan. All these changes come from Mr. Avisu. Always felt. Every step of your guidance is of great significance to the development of Haikyong society, and changes in the overall situation can be easily predicted. In terms of obtaining help from Kailian, it far exceeds our negotiation capabilities. Sometimes I have to wonder, Mr. Avisu, are you really just a simple Mr. Avisu? Mr. Haisha finally asked the question. This question has been lingering in my heart for a long time, but I haven't asked it yet. Mr. Avisu, who is it? Does it matter who I am? Beilong asked rhetorically. Mr. Haisha didn't know how to answer for a while. The sea people in the past really needed a Mr. Avisu, just like Suman Liandal who originated from the Aviso kingdom. He will bring about a new destiny of change and dismantle the old world that is decadent and backward. Even now, the Sea clan still needs the continued guidance of Mr. Avisu to bring its own changes to the Sea clan. But who should decide this, Mr. Avisu? Beilong continued to ask questions. It's up to us, and all of us, the people of the Sea tribe who aspire to a peaceful future together, to decide. Mr. Haisha quickly understood and answered accurately. Mr. Avisu will always be there, but it's really time for me to go. Beilong said while still smiling. Are you really not going to stay for a while longer? Mr. Haisha tried to persuade him to stay. I have basically finished teaching you everything I can teach you. Don't rely too much on foreign races when the internal stability is not yet stable. The future of the Sea clan itself still has a long way to go, and many things are needed. You go and make it happen yourself. At the same time, don't imagine how powerful the imperial realm is. In non-information wars, people's hearts and minds are the most fundamental force in war. Always remember that behind you are tens of millions of people from the Sea tribe who support you. The shackles of power from the decay of the imperial system can no longer restrain our budding thoughts. Tongrat Sea area, in Sni City. Mr. Haisha, and several other senior executives, listened to the voice on the other end of the communication in silence. He is leaving. He will keep Mr. Ivisul here, and the Maritime Communist Society does not need to rely on him all the time. But still, I don't want him to leave so easily. Even though he is a foreigner. Then on behalf of all of us in the Maritime Communist Party, we wish you a safe journey. Mr. Haisha and other senior officials stood up, placing their right hand across their abdomen and the palm of their left hand close to their backs. In the most traditional meeting etiquette of the High people, he bowed slightly to express his wishes. I wish you have a nice trip. The other senior officials of the Haikyong Society said at the same time. 3 of them were god level, and each activated the space magic items they had prepared. Continuously teleport into space, start. I believe we will meet again one day. At the same time, I hope that when forces with common aspirations arrive, you will no longer be afraid of the dazzling sunshine above the ocean. Everyone, take care. After Beilong said his last words, the communication was interrupted. The 3 god-level executives have also activated space magic items and left Sni City. They will go to the predetermined place, and Beilong will also choose one of them to call the Titan God. Outside Sni City. Space magic fluctuates. Who can lock the location? Trouble, it's multidimensional magic. How to lock it? Let the saints distributed in all sea areas search in the largest possible range. The strong men squatting outside Sni City felt weak long-distance space fluctuations coming from Sni City, but they were unable to lock on them immediately. There are 3 initiators, each of whom is activated by multiple space magic. The space magic props they hold will continuously bend the space and bring them to the target area. And the White Dragon. Already at one of the target locations, waiting for one of them to arrive. One of the 12 high-ranking members of the Haidong Society, Mr. Hailong, was the god-chosen sea tribe after Poseidon recognized him. You look like this. As soon as Mr. Hailong arrived, he found that he didn't recognize the person in front of him. If he hadn't been holding a specific small sea fish, he might have suspected that he was wrong on the street. With the transformation of blood magic, the other 2 will encounter different versions of me. Just call the Poseidon. Beilong smiled lightly and explained that this was also a precautionary measure. Even if other forces really tracked Mr. Hailong and the others, they would not be able to rashly attack Mr. Avisul, who is protected by the 3 god-chosen sea tribes, without being able to detect the camouflage of blood magic immediately. That would be regarded as to provoke Poseidon. And it's still in the place of Poseidon's sanctuary. Understood. Mr. Hailong nodded, took out a conch, poured fighting energy into it and blew it. It made a dull sound in the sea water, floating into the distance with strange power, and then received a response from a powerful force. Sea gods. Super god, Titan. The projection condenses and the god appears. A huge shadow appeared in front of Beilong and the others, releasing a powerful pressure that made people worship them. Just the power displayed by the projection was so terrifying. This is one of the 12 titans. Why are you calling us? The titan seemed to be asking questions knowingly. Reporting to Lord Poseidon, who is our best friend in the High Gong Society and our mentor, I request to have a detailed discussion with you. Mr. Hai Long bowed and said. Bei Long also bowed slightly at this time to show respect. Goddess. We will not hold you accountable for your legitimate involvement in the High Clan civil war because of the entrustment of the High Communist Society. If you want to discuss the resurrection of the gods, you are not qualified yet. The gaze of the Titan god's power projection seemed to be locked on the white dragon, and its pressure increased sharply. Ah! Bai Long smiled, and the smile that raised the corner of his mouth was very unfamiliar. It's still the same, Titan god. A strange voice came from behind Bai Long. In Mr. Hai Long's shocked look, 3 power projections emitting a pale golden halo appeared behind Bai Long. This power is Seraph God Freza, the god of wisdom. Baluki, the god of heaven, Snurito. Almost at the same time, the emergence of their power was targeted by all the major clans. It's those 3 guys. In the direction of the Sea clan. The power is not complete. It should be just a projection. It is definitely preparing to discuss something with the Titan god. As expected, Mr. Avisu in the Sea clan is the white dragon of divine descendants. Especially those powerful gods who have only recovered a few years ago are most familiar with the auras of these 3 powerful super-level gods of the gods, allowing them to recall the aura of fear. Signs of the god's revival. Close to the truth. With the body of a god, you can project 3 super-level powers. Are you not afraid that you won't be able to withstand it? The Titan god asked indifferently. His body has the strength of an intermediate god and can withstand our power. Blazing God Freza. Our arrival is not to put pressure, it only shows that we have the possibility of recovery, even if we don't need any external force. Negotiation is not forced. If you refuse, we will leave. Snurito, the god of heaven. The 3 super-level gods spoke in the same tone, extremely calm and unable to hear the slightest emotion. Since he can represent you, give him a chance to negotiate. After the Titan god said that, he opened an undersea vortex in front of the white dragon, which was a kind of space magic. The 3 super-level gods nodded slightly and quickly disappeared. Seem. They can only project so much power. As their projections disappeared, the gods of the major clans immediately lost their lock on these 3 super-level gods of the gods, and could only roughly determine the location of the Titan god's power. Mr. Hai Long, see you soon. Bai Long waved to Mr. Hai Long, obviously not surprised at all that he would bear the projection of 3 super god powers. Everything has already been arranged. As for when it will be arranged, I'm afraid only Bei Long and the others know. White Dragon. Mr. Ivisu, who was called the descendant of the gods by the Titan god, just disappeared into the underwater vortex in front of Mr. Hai Long's eyes. Chapter 83. Sea People. Poseidon Palace. This is the legendary existence of the Sea Clan, a virtual palace space built by the 12 Titan gods with their own power. It is the supreme honor of every Sea Clan to be invited to this space. Foreigners who can be invited to this space must be at the level of powerful gods or have great influence. Here. A foreigner was invited. Poseidon Palace is much darker than I imagined. Bei Long walked slowly and scanned his surroundings. The palace is very huge. The height of the dome alone may reach 1,000 meters, and the maximum diameter is also several thousand meters. And this is just the height and width at a glance, because the size of this space is not fixed. Whenever a god appears, the Poseidon Palace will expand. The Poseidon Palace as a whole is a faint blue, and the faint light is like the color of silence emanating from the deep sea, deep and full of unknown dangers. The coldness and suffocation exudes an inexplicable sense of oppression all the time, forcing outsiders in Poseidon Palace to fear the gods. Stone pillars, carvings, steps. On the semicircular platform directly in front is the Titan throne. Every outsider who appears here needs to look up to it, as if he is being guided to worship. The sun is too dazzling for the deep sea. Accompanied by a strong and dull voice, one of the 2 positions facing the white dragon lit up with a magic halo, and the stalwart figure slowly appeared under the magic cover. Tall, strong, and athletic. That god's throne has a height of 100 meters, but it can sit upright and fit perfectly. Its powerful body is larger than expected. And his face. There is not much difference in appearance from the demons, vampires, and humans. There isn't even a fish tail, but normal legs. What is the difference? Perhaps those are the special lines on the corners of his eyes and cheeks, which are his unique marks. The special lines at the corners of his eyes and cheeks echo each other, like a curved sickle with a short handle and a long blade. At the same time, a phantom of a curved sickle with a short handle and a long blade also appeared behind him, and the powerful power it released showed the divine power it contained. Titan God, Super God. The head of the Titans, Snorlax. Subsequently, the remaining 11 gods appeared one after another, and the other Titan gods projected their divine bodies into the Poseidon Palace under the projection of magic power and fighting energy. The pressure of the gods gradually increases with the emergence of super-level gods. The undisguised divine power seems to be a dissatisfaction with the visitors, and there is no hint of friendliness. Or sit back. Or cross-legged. Or cross one's legs. Or lying on one side. Or hold your head with one hand. Every Titan god everywhere initially shows a different personality from their respective postures. 6 men and 6 women. Sitting in the middle 2 seats with Snorlax is the female Titan Setai. The remaining 10. They are Titan god Snashener. Female Titan, Arte. Titan god, Umriperksu. Female Titan, Nexamonimo. Titan god, Sorik. Female Titan, Burfo. Titan god, Sioko. Female Titan, Yerui. Titan god, Stopoayi. Female Titan, Smit. Among them, Snorlax, the head of the Titan god, can already exude the pressure of a super god, proving that his strength has recovered. The other one still only has the pressure of a high-level god, and has not recovered from the injuries caused by forcibly breaking through the seal and impacting the forbidden god curse. But even so, the pressure of the remaining 11 high-level gods alone is no longer something that any long-lived god clan would dare to provoke lightly, especially in their home field, the special space of Poseidon Palace. Do I need to kneel down and worship? Lord Titans? Beilong asked with a slight smile, and placed his right hand on his chest, bowing slightly to show respect. Since you represent the gods, there is no need to kneel down. The head of the Titans, Snorlax said calmly. Thank you very much. Beilong smiled. Looking up at these tall and majestic gods, even if I don't kneel down to worship them, I still feel inexplicably inferior to them. Then ask, did you appear in our sea tribe out of personal wishes or the wishes of the gods? Snorlax asked proactively. Personally, the god clan has no intention of interfering with the situation of the sea clan. Beilong answered truthfully. Now, can you represent the terrestrial racial forces, the United Kingdom of Komi? Snorlax continued to ask. It can't be represented. Beilong shook his head slightly. This answer made Snorlax frown. The other Titan gods also showed their own dissatisfied looks, but they didn't say anything. What do those 3 people want you to talk to us about when they come forward in person? The future of the Sea Clan, or the possible future of cooperation between the 2 parties? Snorlax changed the question. Before answering the question, may I also ask a few questions? Beilong did not answer directly, but asked. Ask. Snorlax responded calmly. I believe that all the Titan gods have already understood the changes in the world before the seal was broken. As of now, the world structure is still changing rapidly, and powerful gods cannot guarantee their own stability. Moreover, we dare not make any rash measures before we fully recover our strength. Even the super-level gods of several major clans cannot guarantee their own stability. Focus on regaining your strength. So, what do you Titan gods think about it? What is the future that the Sea Clan will face? After Beilong gave a brief description, he asked the first question. The entanglement between the gods' own interests has not yet ended, and the uncertain factors brought about by the changes in the world are even more unpredictable. We are not prepared to get involved in these disputes. We will take conservative measures and protect the High Clan for a long time with the goal of 1,000 years while maintaining basic foreign exchanges until the world is calm. This current situation is not suitable for the High Clan to intervene. The Titan god Snorlax replied. These sea gods will guide the sea people to adopt conservative strategies after regaining their strength. Disputes on land will not easily spread to the ocean. Just like the era of divine rule and the era of troubled times of ancient tribes, there can be a relatively stable environment. Until the new chaos subsides. Very good. Wait for the opportunity and treat it conservatively. But who will believe you? Lords of the Titans. Bei Long asked with clear intention. Why were the Titans sealed away for thousands of years? Was it the one who lived peacefully in the sea during the age of theocracy? Was it the ancient tribe who did not intervene in the wars between the various races on land during the troubled times, and finally suffered from jealousy and jointly took action to seal it? Not. Rather, in the middle and late stages of the ancient race's troubled times, as the gods were killed by the combined efforts of all races, and many irresistible curses, forbidden spells and bans were imposed, making it impossible for the gods to recover on their own. The various races on the land also paid varying degrees of price for their encirclement and suppression of the gods, and the overall losses were heavy. The Titans saw an opportunity to expand. They set off tsunamis, inundating coastal areas and ocean islands, forcing their land to sink, and slowly channeled a huge amount of ocean water elemental power to devour the part of the island land that contained a huge amount of earth elemental power, and carried out the most direct violent expansion. At the same time, in the ocean, they are also expelling other ocean monster gods to further complete their expansion measures. Among them, the Elf Islands were among the places most severely affected by tsunamis. The elves, who suffered mass genocide, launched a counterattack against the Titans. But under the forbidden god curse, these Titan gods can forcibly exert the power of intermediate gods, and they can still mobilize the natural power of the ocean to the level of high-level gods. No one can easily defeat them in the ocean, and the 12 Titans together have unparalleled power. The elves were helpless in the roar of the ocean. And other land races that feel threatened are not willing to see such a situation. With the help of the elves, many gods, headed by the witches and fairies, extended a helping hand to the elves even though there was still some friction at the time. And also due to the tsunami, their coastal areas were hit by ethnic groups. The Dragon Clan, which also has some islands as its residents, also joined in the support after mutual consultation. And very unanimously. The 12 Titans are the biggest threat to all races after the gods. None of them hoped that there would still be gods far stronger than them that could threaten themselves. But the problem is, they cannot kill the Titans. As long as the Titans are still in the ocean, even if the gods are still there, they cannot kill the 12 Titans who can unite at any time in the endless ocean, nor can they completely prevent their resurrection. Therefore, they take the most conventional approach. Endless seal. This is the real reason why the Titan god was sealed by various races in the first place. Many long-lived gods and races are all participants. Well now, who would easily believe that the 12 Titans with such criminal records would really stay on the sidelines? As long as we adopt a defensive strategy, no one will dare to go deep into the ocean to confront us. Titan god Snowlock said firmly. The elves are responsible for the south, the dragons are responsible for the west, the vampires are responsible for the north, and the demons are responsible for the east. Even without the participation of the witch tribe and other races, with the current strength of these 4 tribes, especially after the full recovery of the power of their respective super gods and high-level gods, the ordinary people of the sea tribe who have not had time to grow up have the ability to resist. Or do you, the Titan gods, think that the current people of the Sea clan have as strong a collective strength as the people of Kalien? You can hold on. Among the hundreds of millions of people from the High Clan, will there be even 1% left in the end? Bei Long asked further. The Titan god will protect the Sea clan, but to what extent can it protect them? If there is not 1 out of 100, only the fire remains. Such an ending. Does it count as asylum? This is only the worst case scenario. The Titan god Snowlock still remained calm. The worst. That 18 years ago, head of state Kalien, who only had the strength of a mid-level god, was surrounded by more than 200 low-level gods. Is this the worst situation? Bei Long asked further. Chapter 84. The gods pride themselves on being rational, keen, and possessing far-sightedness that far exceeds that of ordinary people. That's actually true. When they think there is a threat, even races that are in conflict with each other can temporarily put aside their grudges and join forces. As long as the price is paid within what they think is affordable. The gods were destroyed like this, you were sealed like this, and the head of state Kalien was surrounded and killed like this. What's more, the direction of interest itself is constantly changing. Bei Long paced back and forth on the spot, speaking in a calm tone. We acknowledge that our choice is risky, but overall it is still the safest choice. The female Titan god Satai took the initiative to speak at this time. Yes. The threat that each race prioritizes must be the Protoss, and then Kalien. Secondly, it could be all the Titan gods. Beilong did not deny this, but admitted it frankly. This is indeed the attitude of all ethnic groups now. The signs of the revival of the gods are not yet clear, and Kalian's overall development is not enough to shake the entire era of the revival of the gods. Even so, all ethnic groups have not taken any obvious action and are still waiting to see the situation. By the way, each of them secretly accumulates strength, accelerates the recovery of the power of their respective super-level and high-level gods, and strives to gain an advantage in the future battles between gods. Anyone who attacks Kalian at this time is giving other races a chance. So they will let it go and continue to ignore Kalian's behavior. The previous siege of Head of State Kalian. That's because Head of State Kalian holds the key to resurrecting the gods, and he is the absolute leader of the United Kingdom of Kami, with unparalleled cohesion. It is a target that must be dealt with, and must be dealt with forcefully. So, my second question. Lords of the Titan Gods, how long will you be prepared to protect the Sea Tribe like raising little pets? In the wars of the gods over and over again, each time only the small fire of the Sea clan was retained, reproduced and reborn after experiencing the destruction of the war. It maintained the survival of the Sea clan over and over again, and it was hard to watch that the Sea clan is still fragile, but is vaguely proud of the results of its protection. We are still prepared to find ways to cultivate the Sea clan's own intermediate, high-level, and even new super-level gods, so that they can still have enough ability to protect themselves without your protection. Beilong continued to ask the second question. We naturally hope that the High Clan will have the ability to protect themselves. The originally unified High Clan will also be prepared in this regard. Your existence has broken the current unity of the Sea Clan. If it weren't for the internal changes that are essentially the Sea Clan itself, you who disrupted all this would not be able to stand here. When the Sea Clan is stabilized again, the original plan can still continue. The number of Sea Clan people today is far greater than before. The three Titan gods, Snashinu, Onripashu, and Smit, also said one after another. The attitude they expressed was enough to show how much they valued the Sea clan. Is it? Beilong asked with a slight smile. What do you want to say? Asked the Titan Snowloke, although he probably already knew what he wanted to say. The racial base of the Sea clan has increased more than 10 times compared to the era of divine rule and the era of ancient clan chaos. But similarly, the number of ethnic groups on land has increased more than 10 times, or even nearly 20 times. Is the increase in the Sea clan really enough? Beilong simply asked with data. Before the Titan god could say anything, he continued. You should also have seen the current civil war in the Sea clan. Just a simple intervention by foreign tribes in the form of cooperation will cause the entire Sea clan to fall into endless civil strife, and the low-level weapons and equipment that will be freed up to help develop will be enough to drive the Sea clan army crazy and hope for more funding. In the future, this gap will only grow wider. Especially when you choose shelter and choose to keep only the most basic contacts. The Sea clan will lose the opportunity to develop magic technology. Hakuryuo made his assertion without mercy. Do you still want to say it? As long as you stand from the perspective of a god and extend the time span to hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years. Is the gap in magic technology of only a few decades not worth mentioning at all? If you are still here, the Sea clan will have a future that can be developed at any time. Then I can only say. Your ideas are more pedantic than those dragons. Beilong's words gradually became colder, and he no longer showed a trace of awe towards the gods in front of him. The Titan's Nuruk was silent. The other Titan gods were lost in thought and did not rush to refute. Obviously. They actually understand. They just believe that the development of magic technology is replicable and is more likely to be divided again in future wars. Based on the future development of magic technology, the land race is not necessarily more cohesive and long-term than the sea race with Poseidon belief. Stability. Beilong also understands. What he has to do is to break the Titan god's stubbornness towards the Sea tribe and his deep-seated arrogance towards his own ancient power. The power of ordinary people has the potential to threaten low-level gods when the magic core is born. When the rise of the Arsha Empire and the establishment of the United Kingdom of Komi bring about new changes in magic technology, the power derived from the weak ordinary people will also stubbornly breed the power to destroy the gods in their weakness. End of World War. Kalian's aerospace aircraft carrier and 10th level divine machine are already an intermediate level divine power that surpasses all other countries. Now Kalian, what kind of power do you think he has? Or do you still arrogantly believe that the fall of head of state Kalian 18 years ago was just because he had the authority to revive the gods? Bei Long pressed further, wanting a definite answer from the Titan god. We don't think that ordinary people can really rely on magic technology to have the power to fight against high-level gods alone in just 100 years. As far as we know, Kalian 20 years ago, whether it was an aerospace aircraft carrier or a 10th level divine machine, its magical cores were based on the intermediate level divine and demonic cores left over from the ancient tribes' troubled times. The 10th level magic core produced is not pure magic technology power. Even now, Kalian's magic technology can only reach the 9th level of a low-level god without the help of a god-level magic core, right? This is only the most ideal possibility. Several titans admitted frankly, but with rebuttal answers. What if they have already done it? Bei Long asked back. If you do, then it proves that a 9th level low-level god-demon core can be created simply by relying on raw materials that can be synthesized by ordinary people's alchemy. You can create gods. The next step in manufacturing is to try mass production. 1, 2, or even hundreds of low-level gods using core weapons are not enough to threaten the status of super-level gods. So, mass production of gods. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Now that you cannot represent Kalian, why do you make such a prediction? And what guarantee can you give? Asked the Titan Snowlock. Bei Long admitted that he could not represent Kalian. The gods themselves have not yet recovered. Even if you can represent them, why do you believe that Kalian can use the power of ordinary people to create a future against the gods in a short period of time? The you now. We can't give us a convincing reason. Titan god Snowlock asked rhetorically, and further exerted the pressure of the super god. However, Bei Long still maintained his straight posture amidst the pressure that even the mid-level gods could not bear. He looked calm and had a slight smile. If so, what can I do? Bei Long asked back. You cannot. At least now, you are not qualified to talk to us about this matter. What you represent is just the attitude of the gods that has not yet recovered. You cannot represent the ordinary people of Kalian. Titan god Snowlock looked down, stared at the white dragon and said calmly. Humph. At this moment, Bei Long raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Inexplicable. An aura that made the titans feel faintly uneasy was rapidly changing from the white dragon. That breath. It is not a terrifying power, nor does it possess extreme negative emotions such as extreme killing and bloodshed. But an unparalleled, unique charm. Sure enough, this little trick can't be hidden from the oldest super-level god. Bei Long smiled slightly and raised his head, looking at the 12 Titan gods. His eyes were no longer light golden, and his white hair was also faintly changing. Gradually evolved into blue eyes with a light golden halo, and pure silver white hair. That was once a unique combination of appearance for one person. Star prophecy. Omen of holy fire. Stamen foresight. The devil's eyes look into the distance. Blood sense. That is. Has disappeared for nearly 20 years. The breath of the 9th prophecy king. Amid the shocked expressions of the monitors of all races, the man who once shone brightly in the world appeared. White dragon. Under the halo of holy magic and fighting spirit. The body began to change extremely quickly. In addition to developing bright red eyes, the originally regular human figure quickly became much taller at this moment. The height of nearly 2 meters showed that he was burly, and his handsome appearance was not like that of ordinary races. Wearing a white cloth robe transformed by magic power, and wearing a magic transformation crown on his head. In front of him, a phantom of a holy scepter appeared, and it was being released while gazing rapidly. It was stronger than any current Titan god who had not fully recovered. The power of ice and snow suddenly surged. Under his body, a large amount of ice suddenly condensed, supporting his body to break through the heavy pressure of the Titan gods. Keep going up, keep going higher. Finally, eye level with the Titans. Even in this Poseidon palace, there is no need to look up to the Titans. Kakeka. The ice solidified, and a large seat slowly formed behind him. He leisurely stretched out his right hand and grasped the scepter, gently leaned back on the ice-covered seat behind him, and propped up his head with his left hand to lean on it. Eye level, Titans. The one who speaks for the gods. Head of the United Kingdom Komi. The only and existing leader of unified forces in the Holy Continent from ancient times to the present. The name of Komi Nistik Bulti. Whether. Do you have the qualifications to discuss it with your little guardian of the Sea clan? Titans. He asked back, looking at her with level eyes, but whispering in a condescending tone. Chapter 85. Head of State Kalian. Kermit Nistik Bulti. Today, the founder of the most powerful country in the world is still recognized by that country and is expected to return as the absolute leader. Sure enough, Titan Snowlock was not surprised. It's strange that you don't seem to be recovering. It's not as simple as not being revived. It should be said that you now are a concrete projection of power. Different from being able to project only a meager power, you can fully project your own power onto this body through the authority of the supreme artifact. Are you still in the gate of heaven? The other Titans were keenly aware of this. The current head of state, Kalian, is not entirely the real him. But even so, such a real projection of power, whether it is the authenticity of the body or the power, even those close to it cannot be completely discerned. He said yes, that was it. Unfortunately, his existence is inseparable from the scepter in his hand. One of the artifacts that represents the ultimate power of the magic and fighting spirit training system, it is known as the Supreme Artifact and can represent the entire powerful race of the gods, the God Scepter. One of my witch talents is called Second Life. It is a mutant special talent derived from the fusion of immortal blood. After my death, even if it is a natural death, I can still choose the right conditions to create a second life body that can inherit the first life. In order to inherit without conflict and maintain the normal existence of the second life form, the second life form possesses the basic knowledge and common sense of the first life form and some relevant memory common sense to ensure conflict-free fusion and recovery, which is the me you see now. Head of State Kalian had no intention of hiding this secret. In fact, as long as they are seen by the super titans in front of them, they can make a guess. But because you encountered many restrictions such as soul curses, bans, and occult restrictions 18 years ago, even if you could have successfully recovered long ago, you could only rely on the power of God's authority to forcibly merge with this second life form temporarily. Titan God Snowlock further analyzed. Yes. And because the authority of the gods needs to maintain my recovery, I cannot activate its power to open the door to the heaven of the gods. Because once I use it, I will be forced to return to the gate of heaven without the support of my strength. Head of State Kalian further explained the reason. So you need extra power to help you maintain recovery or open the door to heaven. And to ensure that the power of one-time recovery is enough to support the siege of the gods, you need the help of more than one super god. Therefore, you did not return to Kilian directly and tried to find the help of the demon queen Heather because she did not have enough power as a super god alone. Then if our guess is correct, you should be prepared for the resurrection related to the Skyfire god, Phoenix. When necessary, ask for the Skyfire god to be revived, and let him help the gods behind you to revive after his resurrection. Right. Titan god Snowlock still maintains absolute calm, as calm as the deep sea. We tried to communicate with the ice goddess of ice, Esseli Belshot, but she refused. Head of State Kalian smiled lightly, and as an answer, he didn't care about being rejected. The dragon god's earth revives, and the blood god's earth stays. The purpose of guiding you, the second life form, to the elves is to communicate with the ice god Esther. If it fails, you will continue to guide us, the Sea Clan, right? Titan god Snowlock asked confirmingly. It's a pity that the elves won't take sides easily, otherwise I wouldn't have to waste time to guide the white dragon here. Head of State Kalian admitted frankly. Just as Tiffany had guessed before. He didn't come to the Sea Clan simply because of her, and he led changes within the Sea Clan. But even without her, after secretly failing to negotiate with the elf tribe's super god, the Ju-Yuan ice god ESL, he will also forcibly leave the elf tribe under the projection of the power of the Protoss super god, and will eventually appear among the Sea tribe, with Kalian as the head of state. The desired way. All this has been planned for a long time. In that case, can you tell me the reason why Dragon God and Blood God are staying in this land? Titan God Snowlock asked. It's very simple. The second life is very fragile at first, and the strongest limit cannot reach the king level of ordinary people. During this period, the second life that does not have the conditions for recovery needs a certain amount of time to grow. It will take at least a year to slowly enter the ultimate king level, and then further enter the saint level in the initial extraordinary stage. Can withstand my resuscitation. It just so happens that I need to understand the status of the gods on earth, and I don't want to know nothing about the present world after reviving. Head of State Kalian gave a simple explanation. Second life, White Dragon. The reason why his strength was initially at the 6th level was simply because he could not reach the ordinary limit, which was often called the 7th level king level that qualified him to be king. Too weak, but want to understand. So he chose to revive in the dragon god's territory where the power of the gods was relatively chaotic, but had not yet interfered with the lives of ordinary people, and the lower level was relatively stable. Coupled with the guidance of basic information such as fuzzy memory and physical condition, Beilong will definitely go to the Ersha Empire, the territory of the blood god. And Beilong, who has no conditions for recovery at all. Its own bloodline aura cannot be truly perfected at all, and therefore cannot be sensed. Why did you choose the appearance of a god? This is extremely dangerous for you. Titan god Snowlock asked further. The weak second life cannot sense danger, so it is better to choose the most dangerous appearance. Once discovered, it spells failure. If it fails, I will just recreate my second life. Head of State Kalian does not care about the danger of White Dragon because it can be reshaped. And as long as everything is safe and sound, all the plans can be carried out safely without any interruption. I believe they will never be able to bear the temptation of the appearance of a god. Head of State Kalian smiled lightly. Deity. It is an extremely rare special existence that not all the gods can know for sure. All that can be recognized are dangers that White Dragon cannot handle, so that the key information that he was discovered can be obtained very directly, which can then allow the head of State Kalian and Gate to Heaven to make timely adjustments. In short, the appearance of the god itself is a very efficient danger alarm. I somewhat understand why they are so afraid of you. Titan god Snowlock looked at head of State Kalian, seeming to be thinking about something in his calm eyes. I don't need your answer urgently. My appearance this time should have been captured by the prophecies of various tribes. Coupled with the power projections released by the 3 seniors, the major tribes at this moment should be extremely anxious. It is almost crazy to want to find us. Just the suspicion and various temptations will continue to waste a lot of their time. It should be very interesting. Head of State Kalian smiled, with a bit of bad taste. I can already imagine that when he takes back the authority and power of the gods, his head of Kalian disappears again and only the White Dragon is left. Those racial gods have no clues and look anxious and agitated. Aren't you worried that we will tell them in exchange for trust? Titan god Snowlock. Then you have to bet on whether the heavenly fire god is willing to assist us, otherwise the recovery of the gods is still doomed. And those who can stand on the side of the gods this time are the already extremely powerful Witch clan, as well as the Ghost clan and Fairy clan who have joined it. Phoenix, Unicorn. As the supreme super gods, I don't think you are that stupid. Furthermore, Senior Ice God Esther has given a very clear response. Head of State Kalian still kept smiling, without any panic. Elf tribe. Their super-level gods have long known about the problem of the divine White Dragon, and even know that the divine gods can already project their power. But now, don't say that other races don't know. Even the higher UPS of the elves themselves still don't know the details. Not to intervene. Non-interference. Does not participate. These are the elves who will not take sides easily, and the Juewen Ice God who always remains cold and arrogant. Correct. Senior Esther, I actually care about your attitude. Not long after I arrived here, she secretly came to the Sea Tribe to see if you were willing to cooperate with us. She seemed to have met the senior demon queen who noticed something and specially sent a power projection to investigate. She remembers it very clearly. The past wind tsunamis flooded the Elf Islands, killing and injuring tens of thousands of elves. Head of State Kalian kindly reminded. He actually knew about the fact that the Ice God Esther and the Demon Queen Heather used their own means to come to the Sea Tribe. It's just that the reasons for each are different. The Elf Islands were not called this name before. The female Titan Satai said coldly. Elf Islands. Like today's Gallia continent, it was a brand new habitat opened by the longevity races outside the chaotic Holy Continent in the chaotic era of ancient tribes. It was used as an alternative method to avoid disasters and became their main habitat in the future. The rich Elf Islands were actually the land that the Titan god intended to reserve for the Sea Clan. However, the Sea Clan had no actual ability to occupy them, so they did not take the oath. When the elves occupied it, they were indeed occupying a no-owner's land. However, the Titan gods were resistant to this, so when preparing for external expansion, the first thing they wanted to acquire was the Elf Islands. This is one of the reasons why the tsunami flooded the Elf Islands. I believe you can handle the grievances and disputes on your own. I have no intention of taking over Kilian again before the conditions for recovery are clear. I am also very pleased with their development now. But me. And us. Hopefully, by then, you will have made a clear decision. Head of State Kalian slowly stood up from the frozen seat, held the scepter and flew forward, arriving in front of the Titan gods. Let's work out a time. Titan god Snowlock said proactively. Then, when Kalian proves to the whole world that ordinary people can overthrow high-level gods with their power. How? Head of State Kalian said with a confident smile. Yes, we will give you a definite answer then. Titan god Snowlock nodded. Then just wait for the good news. Head of State Kalian. Chapter 86. When the silvery white fades away. When the blue of the eyes disappears. When only pure white hair and light golden eyes are left. Head of State Kalian disappeared. He became a ghost again, the ghost that had been watching the creatures under the red flag and never wavered. Komi United Kingdom. South. On the coastal islands, a young man wearing a knitted hat and sunglasses appeared, looking to the north at the coastline with a red flag. Is this your regular disguise? Secretly, Tiffany's voice expressed confusion. It's okay. Kalian is so old, he shouldn't meet anyone who can know the appearance and characteristics of the god. Bei Long adjusted his sunglasses and said. These are special magic props, sunglasses, which are generally used to prevent sneak attacks by spiritual magic or illusions created by light magic. They are one of the magic props that adventurers always have. He is now. He is an adventurer from the Asilio continent, the Dragon God's territory of the West Sea Empire, and the Suxia region. However, the identity needs to be re-registered and acquired. With Tiffany's ability, it is difficult to forge identities like Kalian's who access virtual network data, but it is no problem to obtain identities from other countries. If you have a formal identity from another country, you can enter Kalian normally. It's up to you. Anyway, as long as we go deep into Kalian, I won't care if I find out that I've been caught. Tiffany Lee didn't expect to change Bai Long's mind. Don't worry, Kalian will never do anything to me now. Bai Long said confidently. It seems that something did happen when you met the Titan God, and you are still deliberately hiding it. Tiffany said with a little dissatisfaction. It's a little complicated. You can understand that the Titan God does not want the content of certain exchanges to be leaked. As a contract with the gods, I dare not violate it at will. After all, they are 12 super-level gods. Bai Long smiled. Yes, I believe it. Tiffany. Bai Long just smiled and didn't force Tiffany to believe it. In fact, he didn't even believe it himself. Regarding the second half of the conversation with the Titan God, his memory was extremely vague, but he already knew that he was not the White Dragon. But he also understands that he must still maintain his identity as White Dragon. Kalian, we don't need that person yet. This world doesn't need that person yet. It's not the time yet. Kalian's entry procedures are very simple and can be done at any port or border city. There is no need to limit detailed registration of transportation methods, because a powerful magician can probably fly by himself. Especially in the Suxia region, which is the territory of the Dragon God, some Yelongs are used as means of transportation and are often used by adventurers on their way. Therefore, it is impossible to manage the entry methods of outsiders in detail. Kalian's only request is that people coming from other countries, after arriving at Kalian in their own way, must go to the border area and go through the relevant entry procedures. If you fail to go through the immigration formalities and try to reapply after entering Kalian, there is a high probability that you will be arrested by the regional guard. Don't doubt Kalian's detection methods, and don't try to challenge Kalian's laws. Do outsiders have to wear this bracelet all the time? Bei Long asked curiously, and tried to penetrate it with his mental power, and found that the bracelet had its own communication chip similar to that of a mobile phone. According to the weights and measures of Kalian and Arsha Empire, it seems to be below the micron level. It is about 0.1 micron, which can be described in nanometers. The most basic chip unit, the magic transistor. You must wear it, otherwise it will be detected as an abnormal intrusion by the regional block array, and you will be arrested by the regional guard. Although it is enough to reissue it as long as it is judged to be no threat, but in order to avoid trouble, please be careful. Also, this is a backup bracelet for use in case it is lost or damaged. At the same time, if there is any damage, you need to compensate for the original price. The new generation bracelet is very expensive, so please be careful. The staff member is a beast, fox, but the common language of the human race is very fluent, which makes Bei Long a little surprised. Kalian has already selected the easiest language to learn from among many languages and the major mainstream languages through voting as the lingua franca. That is the official language that every Kalian citizen needs to learn from the time they receive free education. Additional elective secondary language aspects. There is also the Beast God language commonly used by the Beast tribe. Languages common to humans, common to dwarves, and common to Earth Masters are used as local basic languages in Kalian and will also be included in the textbooks for students from different regions and races to choose to learn. This Fox clan staff member spoke the common language of the human clan because he received Bei Long, an outsider from the human clan. The official language is actually the human language. It is similar to the lingua franca of the subhuman race, but not exactly the same, and they are roughly understandable to each other. I haven't paid attention to it for more than a year. Kalian's magic technology products have been upgraded again. This magic chip should be at the nanometer level, right? Bei Long was still curiously using his mental power to infiltrate the bracelet. The chip inside was more sophisticated than the mobile phone communication chips sold to the Ersha Empire and the Elf tribe, and it was also more difficult to penetrate with his mental power. Fortunately, he is now at the peak of the holy level, and his mental power is also the strength of a low-level god. He can still barely achieve it when analyzing it to the nanometer level. The latest generation of civilian magic chips is already 90 nanometers. According to various spy reports, the ones used by Kalian's military have probably exceeded 50 nanometers or less. It is said that there has been a major breakthrough in the magic chip manufacturing machine. It can use different magic elements to inscribe specific materials in different wavebands under the infusion of magic power, thereby inscribing the smallest magic transistors and magic corridors on specific alchemical materials. They call it the magic carving machine. The place where it was built is in the Witch's Forest, and is guarded by a super powerful barrier from the super-level god Devil Queen. The outside world cannot obtain accurate information. Tiffany explained roughly, but in fact, she didn't understand the core principle at all. Only know. Even if the magic chip in this bracelet is placed in the Magic Technology Research Center of the demons, vampires, or other goblins or dwarves, the mechanics and alchemists will really shave off all their hair and they will not know how to quantify. The only thing that can be done. It is to let an alchemist at least a low-level god level use similar magical alchemy materials and use the powerful spiritual power of a god level to rub out the nano-level materials bit by bit. Then let the mechanics of the same level cooperate with the inscription master to inscribe and make the most basic magic transistors, magic corridors, and other things on it. Counterfeiting is barely possible. Let's not talk about whether the imitation in this way can be used. Most mechanics and inscriptionists only know the basic principles of computers. Such forcibly imitated products basically do not have complete computing capabilities and are almost all defective. Taste. Just the speed alone is really not flattering. You must know that the bracelets Kalian provides to outsiders are produced in tens of thousands every year. It is simply a fantasy to catch up with just relying on handmade counterfeiting. The gap between magic technology and overall industrial capabilities has become wider and wider. Kalian was only founded in the early 30s, right? This kind of leap in magical technology is really terrifying. The more Bei Long studied the bracelet, the more he felt the helplessness of other races and national forces. In terms of cutting-edge magic technology, it seems it is no longer as simple as a 30-year gap. According to what Sister Nalin, Marshal Kalian said, the overall development route plan was arranged before the death of head of state Kalian. It seems to be the best development route. Facts have proven that it does save a lot of detours and a lot of trial and error processes. The Witch clan has accumulated various knowledge for tens of thousands of years, and then passed on their knowledge to the smartest group of Kalian technicians, and worked hard in the most accurate development direction. The resulting leap in magic technology is extremely intuitive, which has made it related to the entire world. Faults appear. Especially the magic engraving machine. According to the Witch Xi Lily, without the direction provided by head of state Kalian, and with the development of natural research, it may take 100 years to evolve from the most basic principles to the finished product of the nanoscale magic engraving machine. Tiffany explained roughly what she knew. Indeed, it may take a long time from the discovery of basic principles to the actual application. When some principles are discovered, you may not know what they can be used for, and you can only look for them and use them when needed. Bei Long nodded. There are many such situations in traditional potions, alchemy, and mechanics. For example, some magic potions have strange effects when mixed together. The magician who originally created them had no idea what the effects were and simply recorded them. After decades or hundreds of years, when a new magic potion is developed and the real effect of that potion is discovered, you will think of searching for it. There may be a magic potion accidentally discovered in a corner of a book. Medication records. Then let's start traveling around Kilian. Do you have any recommendations? Bei Long stretched and looked ready. School. Tiffany. What type of school? Bei Long. Are you going to teach in a college again? Although being a teacher and teasing students is fun, I feel that there is no need to stay in the academy for another year and a half. Nature is Kalian's strong foundation now. The school with the brand new primary school, middle school, university education system is much more complete than the Arsha Empire where you were originally. Tiffany Lee. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that Kilian schools all have a May-June system, right? Bei Long recalled and asked. 16 months a year. The education system reform led by the Arsha Empire is based on the original Spring-April, Autumn-April as the school time, and Winter-April, Summer-April as the holiday time. That is an improvement based on the previous magic and warrior academies, because magicians and warriors need actual combat experience, and it does not make much sense to force students to study in the academies. The Arsha Empire continues this teaching system. Kalian has carried out further optimization and reform. Yes. Taking the north as an example, the winter is long and cold, so the winter vacation lasts 3 months and the summer vacation lasts 2 months. When there is summer vacation in the first half of the year, a 6-month semester is adopted and a 5-month semester system is adopted in the second half of the year. The summer heat in the south is longer, so it's the other way around. The first half of the year has a holiday 1 month in advance, and a 5-month semester is adopted, and a 6-month semester system is adopted in the second half of the year. Commonly known as the May-June system. So the study time for basic education alone is 3 months longer than other countries every year. Tiffany explained in detail. We go to school in May and June and have a long vacation in February and March. A total of 16 months, exactly 1 year. Chapter 87. March 3291, Dash of the Walled Calendar. Into spring. Whether it is summer, May or June or winter, May or June, Kilian North and South schools will start school around March-ST in the first half of the year. The second half of the school year is also around November-ST. In the South, where the summer is hot and long, the first half of summer is off around August- in May and June, and the summer vacation lasts for 3 months. The semester in the second half of the year will be extended by 1 month, and the holiday will be around January- of the following year. Usually a few days in advance to prepare for the New Year's Eve holiday. In the north, where the winter is severe and cold, people have a holiday around June- in the second half of the year in May and June, and the winter holiday lasts for 3 months. The first half of the semester is extended by 1 month, and the holiday will be around September-St. Komi, United Kingdom. South. Aradan City, a primary school in a certain town in a certain district. It's just a small town, and the roads are already made of alchemical gravel, which is hard enough to withstand the occasional march of mecha divisions. All new buildings are made of alchemical sandstone and reinforced steel, and some important node buildings are equipped with the conditions for magic array inscriptions. Magic cables can be seen everywhere, shuttling between roads and houses in a planned manner, continuously providing magic to the town. Many infrastructures are still magic machines, such as the most common street lamps, which are even equipped with anti-collision and impact magic arrays at the bottom. The connected magic cables can provide magic activation at any time to ensure that even a full-speed impact of a car can be safely stopped. Down. Magical technology is everywhere, and new architectural styles are everywhere. And this? Just a small town in Kilian. It was the first day of school, and many vehicles could be seen on the road, heading in the direction of the elementary school. Most of them are parents driving their children to primary schools. Of course, there are also many parents who take their children to school on foot. Some are from nearby villages and want to be sent to small town schools to study, but without vehicles they have to walk long distances. Some are small town residents, but they do not live in the town, but live somewhere in the suburbs. And some are small town residents who just don't choose to drive. Obviously this is the main residence of the human race. But it can be seen that there are at least about 20% of the orcs, and about 5% of the dwarves or goblins. You have to study hard for me this semester, otherwise there will be no scholarships or recommended places, and I will have to pay you basic tuition and fees. When can I save some worry, even if I am a classmate who has passed half of the exam? Be obedient in class, don't fall asleep in class again, and especially don't lift girls' skirts. Just take it easy this semester and get into the top 10 of your grade. Don't embarrass yourself. You can hear all kinds of chats among parents with their children, especially the various instructions to their children. In Kailian, especially when the older generation has never had the opportunity to study, the free education provided by Kailian is often regarded by them as a very valuable opportunity. Even if the basic tuition and miscellaneous fees are subsequently increased, it must be ensured that every child can go to school. Because only with enough academic qualifications can one enter a good factory and get a good job. Otherwise, you can only work as an apprentice for others, and you have no additional learning ability, and you are not sure when it will be optimized. Kailian's development speed is extremely fast. Bai Long and Tiffany Lee were sitting by the warehouse window on the second floor of a stationery store not far from the elementary school. Why are there so many orcs here, as well as a small number of goblins and dwarves? Bai Long asked curiously. About 20 years ago, when Kailian was rapidly integrating all the ethnic groups in the Holy Continent, in order to ensure that there would never be any future troubles, he would eliminate racial and ethnic conflicts. Within a defined range, he would provide them with basic weapon assistance and let them fight each other until there were only the final victor emerges as the termination. That was a huge war event that was later called the War of the Deadly Enemies and was defined as a civil war. And among the people who were unwilling or afraid to participate in the deadly clan war due to various reasons, they were completely disrupted by Kailian. At most, they only had one person and one child. Even in the case of mutual language, the parents and children were completely dispersed. Sent to various places in Kailian. Provide basic living security and provide basic language education. And from that time on, they were not allowed to call themselves by their original names or ethnic groups. Their identity information was randomly assigned by Kailian, completely eliminating any relationship with their original ethnic groups. Only one identity remains, the people of Kailian. Tiffany roughly explained the tyranny that the head of state, Kailian, once acknowledged. Do not accept the feud between the races and nationalities reconciled by Kailian. Within the designated area, all ethnic groups are allowed to fight here until the end, with Kailian supervising them to forcibly end their blood feud for generations. Among them, most of the old, weak, women and children, as well as children who were unlikely to be able to participate in the war, betrayed their own nation and race in the deathly war, gave up their original identities and accepted the protection of Kailian, and would never have the slightest identity with their former identities. Association. These are the scattered orcs, goblins, and dwarves, right? Including those humans with different hair and skin colors. Bai Long also quickly understood that a large part of the people here were probably not aborigines. Yes, there are also liberated slaves among them, often trafficked from all over the world. Those people who were dispersed before have basically endured the pain of war during the World War. Although Kailian forced the combatants of their former race and ethnicity to enter a complete deadly war between clans, and after the war, they will be completely dispersed and will almost never meet again. But if you think about it from another angle, it can also be understood as a transaction in troubled times. Kailian protects the elderly, women, and children in every family to live in an environment of absolute stability, no worries about food and drink, education, and a future, but its men who are capable of fighting need to die in the war. And the opponent happens to be a nation and race that they have had blood feud with for generations. Cost. After everything is over, I am forced to forget my original identity and live as a new citizen of Kailian. Tiffany looked at the young parents with their children outside the window and sighed slightly. The young parents here are in their early 20s, or at most around 30 years old, and their children may have been only a few years old or in their teens at the time. They luckily survived the World War and gained a new life. Cost. It's just that they can never be sure whether their father and brother were still alive during the deadly clan war at that time. Is there anyone who can kill the hateful enemy who has been a blood feud for generations? Do you want to live as a citizen of Kailian again like you did? They have no way of knowing, and they don't need to know. Because they are now. They are the people of Kailian. By the way, if you try to ask a young parent in his early 20s, what is his ethnicity and what is his name, you will be immediately called to the police and arrested, because even if they discuss it among themselves, it will be treated as treason. And as an outsider, you will be charged with disrupting the social order of the Qilian. Tiffany reminded. Yes, I can understand. Bai Long nodded, I didn't participate in the war at that time. I betrayed my own race and nation by running away. I didn't face the endless war of hatred. Now that you have accepted Kalian's life and lived a stable and peaceful life, discussing things that may shake the stability of Kalian is a new round of betrayal to a new country. The old and new accounts can be settled together and treated as double treason. And the victors of that war. In the end, all the feuds were ended by my own hands. There is no reason for me to have anyone to hate anymore. I integrate into Kalian with a new identity and get the chance of post-war asylum and a new future. Naturally, I am not allowed to cause trouble to Kalian anymore. Violent, cruel, but efficient. Bai Long quickly sorted out his thoughts and understood the original intention of head of state Kalian. Yes, it was during the chaotic period of the World War. After the unification was completed, especially when the gods would soon revive, it was the most efficient solution when there was not enough time. Tiffany also appreciated this choice very much. And judging from the results, Bai Long looked out the window. Most of the parents with their children were just discussing things related to the new semester. Just understand. At least the younger and newer generations no longer care about what happened in the past. This is what many gods want to do. Tiffany said suddenly. Yes. With the lifespan of a god, it can easily start at 1,000 years. They have enough power to kill all their people who want to resist for a generation, and then only need to go through a change of 1 or 200 years. The people of the Chongshao species, regular lifespan race, will soon forget everything in the past. At last, become God's people completely, and be slaves and servants, all according to God's will. Bai Long lay beside the window, looking at the parents and children in front of him and sighing. Without the power of new magical technology, ordinary people would have no ability to resist the gods, and they could only be forced to return to the era of divine rule. The will of the gods is their life. It would be better if they were all gods like the Titans. They have indeed been protecting the Sea Clan since ancient times. They will not force the Sea Clan to do anything. On the contrary, when the civil strife reaches an uncontrollable level, they will personally come forward to stabilize it. Not to mention foreign invaders, their punishment methods are never lenient. But how many gods can achieve the benchmark of the Titan god? Not to mention, it is recognized that the most noble and peaceful elven gods are even more difficult to match. Tiffany also knew this very well, and she knew even more clearly that their own demon gods couldn't do it. If God is well, the sky will be sunny. If God suffers, there will be an end. God is indeed like this all the time. Bai Long also smiled, knowing very well the situation in the era of divine rule. The quality of ordinary people's lives depends almost entirely on the gods. You don't have the power to choose yourself. Chapter 88. Bai Long and Tiffany stayed in the town for 2 days. And after submitting the relevant application, you will get the opportunity to audit primary school courses for 1 day. During this period, special personnel will follow them to prohibit Bai Long and the others from asking unauthorized questions, and to ensure that they will not do anything inappropriate to the students. At the same time, it will be reported. After all, Bai Long and Tiffany Lee were registered as saint-level magicians in the Suxia area. This was not something that the town could accurately allocate commissioners to follow. We can only invite an orc with the strength of a 6th-level solar warrior to ensure that he will follow and make relevant reports in advance. If there is any problem, the space magic teleportation array in the nearby city of Eriton will immediately send over at least one king-level expert, and there will be more than one. And there will probably be military police following them, carrying magic guns and weapons, which are very deadly to magicians. High-strength magic firearm, fully automatic rifle model. With a single burst of magic bullets, the magic protection of a saint-level magician can be directly shattered. It can be covered from multiple angles at the same time, and can be directly broken into sieves. And the user's own strength is not low, at least it can ensure that the speed can keep up, and the overall combat capability is extremely strong. Okay, the procedures are all fine. I'll take you to visit the elementary school tomorrow. The commissioner responsible for following looked at Bai Long's documents and said. Adventurers from the West Sea Empire, Dragon God Territory, and Suxia region have applied, and have already reported to nearby city-level experts and the military to support any unexpected situations at any time. At this level, anyone who really wants to cause trouble has to consider whether he can get out alive. To know. This place is no longer a border city. Even low-level gods have to fly for a long time to leave Kalien's territory. Are there many people like us? Beilong asked curiously. Occasionally, they do, but they usually go to big cities to visit. There are not many small town schools like you too. The follow-up commissioner replied. I understand, but we are just friends, not partners. Beilong explained normally. Following the commissioner, Tiffany looked at Tiffany, who had no reaction, and did not pursue the topic. See you tomorrow then. Well, it's troublesome. The procedure is fine, waiting for the next day. The next day. The primary school named after the town welcomed 2 visitors. Dear students, we will have 2 foreign visitors in class today, but they will not easily ask questions or influence you, and the fees they pay for the visit will be used for part of your book fees and today's fruit snacks. The teacher in class will explain the situation in advance. It is true that you need to pay for the visit, but the funds are extremely transparent, and most of them are directly given to the affected students. If it is a completely free school, then just replace it with fruits and snacks, which is very practical. Soundproof magic device, activated. Follow the commissioner and immediately activate a specially made magic device that can isolate their small-scale conversation in one direction, ensuring that it will not affect other students. At the same time, you can also hear classroom lectures and communications normally, which is also very convenient. This is the 3rd grade of elementary school. The courses are relatively easy. There are 2 classes in the morning and 3 classes in the afternoon every day. The follow-up specialist explained briefly. Basic language, basic mathematics, what other courses are there? Beilong asked curiously. Sports, art, basic machinery, basic alchemy, basic potions, as well as modern history and ideological morality. Among them, basic literature and mathematics are compulsory in 1 class every day, and physical education and art are compulsory in 1 class every day. These are compulsory courses every day, and the last class in mechanics, alchemy, potions, history, and thought is rotated according to the schedule to ensure weekly learning. 1 class is all it takes. Especially in the last rotation of courses, before the 6th grade of elementary school, we only do understanding without taking exams. Follow the specialist's introduction. The curricula are almost all fixed and have relatively uniform standards across the country. The primary school curriculum is extremely relaxed. Can this level of teaching produce outstanding scholars? Beilong couldn't help but asked curiously. As a teacher at Polestar Academy, he knew about the elite education in the Ersha Empire. Although the public education of the people of the Ersha Empire is relatively loose, the honorary noble class is still very strict. Kalien's words, shouldn't such a powerful country be like this across the board? How can you expect children under 10 years old to learn anything? Is it possible that everyone is like head of state Kalien, who is rumored to start studying comprehensive knowledge seriously at the age of 5 or 6? Establish correct values, cultivate clear interests and hobbies, and discover their respective talents are the most important. Studying is mainly left to 6 years of middle school and 4 years of university. The main macro role of primary school is screening and differentiation. The commissioner explained roughly that this is Kalien's basic education model. For example, Beilong couldn't help but ask. Generally, when you enter primary school at the age of 5 or 6, your magic and fighting spirit talents will be tested at the beginning of each semester until you graduate from primary school. And as long as any cultivation-related talent is detected at any time, the child will have more choices in the future. Especially in terms of magic talent, even if his limit can only use a little magic to generate a small flame, but he has magic control with his abilities, he can go into the fields of R&D, production, and manufacturing related to magic. The lack of magic power can be made up for by magical technology devices, and today's civilian magic core technology is also extremely developed. Follow the commissioner as he explains. Tests are conducted every year, in both terms, so that no gifted child is missed. This alone is very scary to know. In the past kingdom and empire period, more than 90.00% of children did not even have the opportunity to study. There were often only 1 or 2 opportunities to be tested for magic and fighting spirit talents, and it was most likely that church organizations provided free help. If it is not detected, or if the talent is too low, there is no chance of learning magic fighting spirit. Kalien is completely different. 100% child talent test, a total of opportunities in 6 years. The screening ability of children with magic and fighting spirit talents is infinitely close to 100%, combined with open training methods and systematic training. The number of cultivators born from ordinary people in Kilian alone is often several times or even 10 times that of other traditional imperial forces. To put it bluntly, during the Empire's rule in the past, there might only be one magician or warrior in a village. But now, a village has at least 20 or 30 magicians and warriors. There may be more than a dozen of them with low talents, but they have the opportunity to be exposed to more magic technology. They can go deep into every magic technology-related industry and engage in the research and development iteration of magic technology, thereby creating Kalian's magic technology progress. Even the Arsha Empire, which is currently the best among foreign powers, is completely unable to match us in this aspect. Because they are afraid that civilians will gain power and be beyond the control of their honorable nobles. The following commissioner introduced it very proudly, and at the same time he was full of contempt for the Arsha Empire. They also know about the honorary aristocracy system. Even the people at the bottom of the Baisha Empire know better. Because they have the power and channels to understand the truth that they should know. The current common understanding is that there are only a few hundred people in a small village, right? There are almost 1/10 of the cultivators. Bai Long was also slightly surprised. There will only be more in the future, because the older generation has completely missed the opportunity to practice, and even if they redetect some talents, there is no possibility of practice. The new generation of children will no longer miss the opportunity. Follow the commissioner and nod. The Witch clan has already made data conclusions in this regard. Tiffany said at this time. What is the data? Bai Long asked curiously. Take magic talent as an example. Among the 2 witches in the witch tribe, no more than 5 have no magic talent at all. The proportion of completely zero magic talent is about %, which is the lowest among all non-Warcraft races. Similarly, for vampires with low pure blood reproduction ability, and only vampires are included as an example, the proportion of zero magic talent is about 11%. Vampires with magic talent must have blood magic talent. Taking the elves with a slightly stronger reproductive ability as an example, the proportion of zero magic talents will quickly increase to 53%. The overall longevity of the orcs, goblins, and dwarves is about 92%. The situation of the human race is slightly better, about 87%. Tiffany explained roughly. According to the proportion. Among 100 witches, there are only about 2 who have no magic talent, otherwise the worst ones can make small fireballs. Very scary. The vampires are not bad either, only 1 out of 10 has no magical talent. But when it came to the elves, they began to shrink severely, but they still retained nearly half. And among this half, there will definitely be many elves with high-quality magic talents. This is the longevity species. In contrast, the human race, beast race, goblin race, dwarf race represented by the longevity race, including the sea race in the sea, basically fluctuate around 90%. Among 10 people, only 1 has magical talent, and it is hard to say whether it is of high quality. Even if Kalian is calculated based on a population of 1 billion, it is ideally estimated that he can have a base of -million magicians. Even if the high-quality magic talent is only 1/10, can it reach the tens of millions level? The universalization of basic education is really scary. Bai Long made a rough calculation. Tens of millions of powerful magicians could create a small fireball, which was not something that the gods could easily bear. This is just basic screening in primary school. During this period, through the study courses of mechanics, alchemy, and potions, we can learn more about their talent tendencies. Once magic-related talents are discovered, they will immediately recommend admission to related industries and apply the corresponding magic talents to the best suitable place. For example, in the field of mechanical alchemy, which is the most coveted field in other countries, in fact, many of the research, development, and manufacturing of magical technologies were completed by our younger generation of scholars as the backbone. Following the commissioner's introduction, Bai Long also learned more about the current Kalian. Compared to the Arsha Empire, the gap is really huge. Although the Arsha Empire is already the best performing imperial force, you can still see busy traffic and some pretty good magic technology when you go to the metropolis. But compared to Kalian, not to mention the current situation, just the future development potential, there is already a huge gap. The overall development of Kalian. Starting from the most basic primary school education, it is universal level. Chapter 89. The courses in literature and mathematics are very ordinary. In the 3rd grade primary school curriculum, under the unified language environment, basically every child can master spoken English. The only thing that needs to be strengthened is recognition and writing. In terms of literature, poems, and songs, from the huge library of the Witch Clan, you can just select outstanding literary works from all races and countries in the past dynasties and translate them for teaching. However, most of them just let children understand that unless they are true literary geniuses, they cannot be expected to understand the core of those works at this age. On the contrary, the guiding role is more important. Mathematics. Simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division calculation problems, basic mathematical formulas and number classification understanding, etc. In this process, once a child with natural mathematical calculation ability and strong understanding ability is found, they will try to train them individually for a period of time. After confirming the talent, new options will be given to such children. That is the unique education model of Kilian, specialized education. Specialized education. It was the first time Bei Long heard this word. Discover your talents and strengthen them. Children who are found to be talented in mathematics, even if they do not have any talent for cultivation, will be emphatically cultivated. Especially in the research and development of cutting-edge magic technology, a large number of young mathematics scholars today have been discovered and trained under this education model. The following commissioner explained, with a hint of pride. Wouldn't it lead to outstanding individual abilities, but once they are not good enough, they will become incompetent after leaving the corresponding position. Bei Long questioned this. Kalian has about 15 billion people. Especially after the end of the World War, there are many new generations of children. Even if they are not good enough and are eliminated, those who can be evaluated as talented and have been systematically trained will at least have the ability to serve as teachers, arrange papers, and assist in optimizing corresponding teaching materials. Currently, Kalian still lacks talents in this area. There is no need to worry about the eliminated candidates having no way out. Besides, today's Kalian, as long as you have basic reading, writing and numeracy skills, it is not difficult to find an ordinary job to support yourself. It is no longer the time when the kingdom and empire ruled, and we worried about whether we would starve to death during the winter. The follow-up specialist explained confidently that this is what Kalian is currently doing. The best advance. The eliminated ones use what they have learned to cultivate or assist in cultivating the new generation. Very strong overall education planning capabilities. Bei Long also had to sigh at this. This is a multiracial country with a billion levels. This is all thanks to the basic education plan left by the head of state and the unified integration of the entire Kilian to ensure that they can cooperate and progress more harmoniously. Coupled with the joint efforts of the following prime ministers and others to continuously maintain and optimize and guide based on various subsequent issues, we are making continuous progress. This is a brand new country we are creating together. It is fundamentally different from your godly territory. The following commissioners have an unparalleled sense of pride when they say we. Indeed. Bei Long nodded, and quickly continued to ask, what is the general process of further education and training? The overall process was simple. Discover, and after soliciting the parents' wishes and the child's own wishes, send a loan to the mathematics college in the nearest city for further training. In our Kilian education model, each important subject has a separate college, and the college and the basic school are used as the basic distinction, just like your regular magic and warrior academies. The training process adopts a last-place elimination system. Those eliminated in the first and second batches will be judged to have low talent or low learning ability, and will be sent back to the school of the basic education system. Those who will be eliminated in the future will continue their studies to prepare for returning to the education system or for industries that require corresponding disciplines. For example, finance, data analysis, magic computer industry corresponding to mathematics, etc. The specialist explained in detail this unique education system of Kilian. What a terrible education system! How terrible is the annual investment in education! Bei Long once worked as a teacher and even guided the High Communist Society, which also involved basic literacy and arithmetic for the members of the High Communist Society. He knows very well how much energy and financial resources are required for just simple education. In a country as big as Kalian, it is simply unimaginable that there are so many children in the new generation. The key is, in terms of basic education, Kilian is free of education fees and only covers basic tuition and miscellaneous fees. That's because we, the people of Kalian, will have a unique heavy tax on education. As long as there are children and parents who send them to schools for education, their taxes will increase the proportion of education tax collection. Correspondingly, if the child has excellent academic performance, the tax rate will be further increased, because we Kilian will focus on further cultivating such children with strong learning ability. Such parents need to pay additional taxes as long as they are willing. And this tax is only increased proportionally, so there is no need for poor families to force their children to give up their studies because of tuition fees of tens of thousands of dollars. On the contrary, the poorer you are, the more advantageous you are. For example, if there is only a 5% increase, a person with an annual income of dash will need to pay an additional dash, and someone with an annual income of dash will only need to pay an additional dash dot. Of course, there is an upper limit to this, and there will be additional solutions for serious illness, disability, orphans, and other situations. The following commissioner further explained that this is a unique heavy education tax that belongs to Kalian. Because of the unique education system, there will be a corresponding increase in educational resources, further requiring more fiscal revenue. The better the study, the higher the tax parents pay for education. The worse your studies are, the less qualified your parents will be to pay taxes. Because children with poor learning will have no chance to waste Kilian education resources after basic education. Therefore, in Kilian, a unique phenomenon will occur. If the propaganda and guidance are reasonable enough, there won't be heavy tax comparisons in education. Bai Long suddenly thought of this question. He also knew that Kalian's newspaper media was extremely developed. Isn't that natural? You two. I'm sorry, I forgot that you two are not a couple, but let's assume that you two are. Are you willing to tell the outside world that you are very lucky and that your child is a waste of learning, so as to reduce the tax pressure? Follow the commissioner and ask with an example. Because of the hypothesis, Bai Long was inconvenient to answer. He just nodded slightly to express his approval of the hypothetical situation. If you have children and you are chatting with other parents. The other parents sighed, but actually said proudly, if their child is admitted to the best middle school in the city, the education tax will be increased accordingly next year, which is really a headache. Then ask back. Hey, are you going to increase the education tax next year? Yes, I want to add it. Add some money and buy some feather dusters and clothes drying racks for your children. Then correspondingly, does it mean that children from wealthy families will find extra ways to educate themselves if their studies are too poor? Bai Long asked further. Yes, private college. Because of the heavy tax on education, our Kilian pays extremely high salaries to outstanding teachers. The higher the public school, the more so. And many teachers are more willing to devote themselves to public schools, which leads to the fact that private colleges often do not have very good teachers. Resources, so it is often a forced and helpless choice. But at least we won't be in the dilemma of ending free primary and secondary education without university education. For other countries though. After completing our Kilian secondary school studies, you are already a literate talent, but it is far from enough in this land. The following commissioner also explained about Kilian's additional education system private college. That is an additional option for those who have money but whose children are not very good at learning. It can also be regarded as an educational supplement. At the same time, Bai Long also probably guessed it. If it is private, it will probably be considered a Chamber of Commerce institution, so it is also called a college. I'm afraid that business tax revenue is not low, and will eventually feed back into the public education system. Only, with education being heavily taxed in equal proportions, the middle-class people see that poor people have to pay more even though their children have the same learning ability. There will always be a slight imbalance, right? Although the upper limit is set, it will not lead to unlimited harvest of the upper-class people. But it is always a kind of forced class feedback. Regarding this point, Bai Long still maintains a basic skeptical attitude. After that, there are the more special, compulsory physical education and art courses every day. Among them, art courses are mainly divided into art and music, with 2 classes each week as rotation. The last art class is a dance that is difficult to achieve unity. No way. Art can also be divided according to major genres. Although music has a wide variety of instruments, at least there are still many things in common in terms of beats and tones. Dance is really difficult to unify. In particular, there are obviously different physical differences between various races. For example, many of the dances of the orcs involve the interaction of tails and ears. How can humans learn this? For example, human dance involves bending and changing long limbs, so how can small goblins and dwarves learn it? In addition, different regions have different cultural inheritances. Some dances develop with music, some develop with sacrifices, and some are unique customs and cultures. This classification is entirely based on interest and regional cultural customs, and there is no unified teaching standard. Therefore there is only one class per week. Physical education. It's very simple. In addition to basic running exercises and physical exercises, there are also compulsory fighting skills exercises. Reason. In a magic disaster, low-level monsters may breed indiscriminately. If people have no firearms and only simple weapons, they can only rely on themselves until rescue arrives. Fighting skills were likely to save lives at that time. In addition, the natural environment may also lead to the occasional breeding of natural monsters due to the enrichment of magic elements. If there is an encounter, having fighting ability and not having fighting ability are two different things. Basic physical fitness and fighting skills are also beneficial. That is, our Central Committee's 13th Congress, Parliament, Legislature, and other institutions of the Kaelian clearly retain the people's right to resist. A better combat foundation can ensure that we have the ability to arm ourselves at any time and can master any combat weapon more quickly. To resist any oppressor who seeks to enslave and oppress us. Including gods. The people of Kaelian will never be slaves. Following the commissioner in this physical education class, after explaining to Beilong and the others, he looked up at the red flag of Kaelian on the playground. In the still chilly spring breeze, the red flags with silver warmers and black sickles buzzed. Under the flag fluttering in the wind are children full of hope and future. 2. The successor who will never be a slave. Chapter 90. Beilong looked at the children on the playground, regardless of race and gender. They were all still smiling and did not understand the meaning of learning fighting. They simply completed basic fighting skills exercises under the protection of their teachers. You will cry when you fall down, and you will laugh when your clothes get dirty. But as a bystander, I can already understand. This is compulsory physical education every day. What these children are taught and cultivated is not only the basic ability to protect themselves, but also the ideas used to resist oppression and exploitation. Whether it is the royal nobles of the past or the gods in the future. The people of Kaelian will never be slaves. For the last class, do you want to read about history or thought? Follow the specialist and ask, directly skipping machinery, alchemy, and potions. He is very experienced. Because more outsiders who are willing to visit Kaelian school will be interested in these two aspects. They will be curious about how Kaelian will teach children about the past history, how they will guide their current thinking, and whether what they imagined will happen. Despicable? Such as history. Completely glorifying what head of state Kaelian did, launching a foreign war against him, causing tens of millions of military and civilian casualties. Such as thoughts. Highly praise everything in Kaelian's theory of CO progress, deny any critical remarks, and forcefully instill what Kaelian considers to be the correct theory. Kaelian's history textbook uses the revised version of elves and witches, right? Beilong has a general understanding of this. This is natural. We also know that the history of us longevity species is extremely confusing, with many falsehoods and interruptions. On the contrary, the history of witches and elves, who are extremely strict in knowledge and have relatively neutral thinking, are compared with each other as teaching materials. Reasonable. Following the commissioner's nod, he frankly admitted the reason for enabling the two races to revise the history textbooks. Then let's take a look at the ideological class. Beilong said after making a choice. Okay, then let's change to another class. After this class there will be a history class. Follow the commissioner and nod. When leaving the playground, Beilong looked up at the flag, a bright red flag. Thought lessons. Since school had just started, and the class that happened to be scheduled was the first ideological class of the semester. The content is a little bit special. Simple opening. Briefly introduce the general course content, and the teaching begins. Students should have learned the simple history of the establishment of Kaelian. We also know that Kaelian initially rose as the Wolf King when the head of state came to the Wolf tribe area. You should know that at that time, he actually used very violent and bad proactive aggression, and also used undeclared war to attack the neighboring Sheep Kingdom to complete the initial territory expansion and national construction. Then do any of you know what kind of ideas the head of state, who claimed to be the Wolf King, used to arm the soldiers and the people in the first place? The teacher starts the lesson with a familiar question and answer method. I know this. One of the wolf children raised his hand, looking a little excited. This classmate, please speak. The teacher gestured with a slight smile. Obviously, it is difficult for a teacher who has one class per week to remember every student's name. I heard my grandfather say that when the head of state regarded himself as a king, he would make the people kneel down and worship him. But he told them that they should not be slaves of any oppressor. He was the one who told the orcs at that time, my grandfather and the others. Orcs will never be slaves. The child of the wolf clan spoke in common tongue, which was a little awkward but not difficult to understand. Orcs will never be slaves. This is the core idea used by the United Kingdom of Komi to lead the military and civilians during the initial Komi Kingdom period when most of them were orc citizens. That's a good answer. The head of state, who originally called himself King Kermit, did not use the never-slave mentality that now encompasses all races. But it applies to the orcs alone under the circumstances at that time. The orcs will never be slaves. Especially for the orcs at that time, the ratio of people to slaves in the kingdom was about 5 to 1. That is to say, among the 6 classmates you sit next to each other, there will be one who has no rights of his own and can be driven and sold at will. And even slaughter slaves. And the head of state alone at that time liberated a full 27 slaves in an ordinary city like Blacktooth City at one time. The declaration that the beasts will never be slaves was also made in front of those slaves at that time. That was also the first time the idea of never being a slave was officially made public. This is our first course of this semester, Orcs, Never Be Slaves. The teacher opened the first page of the textbook and presented it in front of the students. Then it was also signaled to open and the teaching of subsequent courses began. Beilong, who listened quietly throughout the whole process, did not ask any questions about the course content this time, and even listened very seriously. There was a faint blue halo emerging in his golden eyes. Tiffany Lee on the side saw it and didn't bother. Course content. It mainly focuses on the founding period of the Komi Kingdom and the basic development of the entire initial kingdom area. The whole of it is how to operate with the idea of never being a slave, how to liberate the slaves controlled by the major farmers at that time, and to overthrow the oppressors. Throughout the whole process, there is no obvious beautification of the violent and powerful methods used by King Kermit at that time. He even helped to sort out the history at that time and clearly told how many nobles and farmers who were still resisting during the process of liberating the slaves were massacred by King Komi, and how the last oppressors were killed and paraded in the streets to show the public. No doubt. The King Kermit at that time was a real wolf king who would use explicit violent means to solve all problems. But he was also a special king, because the core ideology he guided was an alternative ruler who opposed oppression and exploitation, held high the banner of freedom and common progress, and used this to complete the initial foundation of the country. In the original era and environmental background, Wang. Perhaps for children in the 3rd grade of primary school, they still cannot understand these things. For example, in this environment where Kalien no longer has slaves, he may not be able to imagine the miserable status of slaves, let alone understand what liberation means to them. But none of that matters. The important thing is to leave the seeds of resistance in their hearts. Kalien's attitude towards ideological indoctrination is very clear. There is no need to focus on educating children, and Kalien takes the lead in everything. Kalien is absolutely correct, and Kalien is the greatest country. But the children must know. Any thought of never being a slave must be kept in mind. Whether it was the original orcs who would never be slaves or the current Kalien philosophy of never being slaves that encompasses all races, they must be firmly remembered. Because they will one day fully understand. The head of state of Kalien, the first citizen of Kalien. That's the pioneer who will never be a slave. And he is the successor who will never be a slave. This is the Kalien education system. The ideological courses for the 3rd grade of primary school. Even if there is only one such class per week, the ideological teaching in this area will not be left behind. This is the core of the entire Kalien. Compare to the Ersha Empire. Compare this to the Hai tribe, which does not even have universal basic education. We can further understand that one of Kalien's strong cornerstones is the top-down never-slave mentality. If we make an overall summary based on the predictions of longevity species, it is the ideas brought about by the destiny of change of the 9th king of prophecy that continue smoothly under the development and guidance of his wife, the king of 6th prophecy. It is also being optimized and improved in various aspects to further adapt to the complex overall racial environment of Kalien. The course is over. It happened to be the end of school, and the children in the classroom left the classroom one after another after looking curiously at the two observers, Bai Long and Tiffany Lee. They didn't know what the white dragon wearing a knitted hat and sunglasses represented. "How do you feel? You too?" the follow-up commissioner also asked, and Bai Long and the others were a little surprised that they didn't ask any questions during the entire class. Because of the previous courses, Bai Longdu asked a lot of questions. This ideological class was surprisingly quiet. In the Suxia region where the dragon god belongs, the resurrected dragon is revered as a god. The regional dignitaries are responsible for giving the giant dragon a large amount of food, and the giant dragon with a body of -meters tall eats a huge amount every time. "How many cows do you think should be needed if calculated in terms of cows?" Bai Long didn't answer, but asked instead. "Assuming that a young dragon species with a height of only 1 meter needs 1 kilogram of meat for each meal, then the height increases by 100 times, and the corresponding overall length, width, and height also increase by 100 times, which means the overall volume expands by 1,000,000 times. The amount of food eaten can be estimated based on 100 million kilograms of meat. Based on the calculation of 1 cow per ton, it would require 1,000 cows, which would be the entire pasture. The following specialist has not understood it and can only make simple rough calculations. Then how do you think such a large amount of meat should be provided? How much manpower, material and financial resources will be consumed overall? Who will ultimately be required to bear it?" Bai Long asked continuously. Following the commissioner's silence, he could probably guess it. It is impossible for the responsible dignitaries to pay for such a huge amount of food every time, and it is mainly meat. The Suxia region also does not have a developed industrial system. It is an agricultural region with insufficient overall production capacity, making it even more difficult to provide stable supply. 1 million kilograms, that's 1,000 tons of food. Even if it is coarse grains, if the supply continues like this, the regional dignitaries will be deprived. Then only a portion to each local civilian. One meal is enough to meet the food needs of nearly 2,000 people for a year, 480 days, based on grain alone. If the so-called four-legged lizard dragon god appears in our area, it just lies there without any actual output. Then the first thing we have to do is slay the dragon. The follow-up specialist said with conviction, his eyes extremely firm. Then what do you think, as a citizen of the dragon god's territory of Suxia, you should feel after listening to this elementary school lesson? Bai Long asked with a smile. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the following commissioner couldn't see Bai Long's eyes, but he could feel it from his tone. The people of Suxia need the idea of never being a slave. Chapter 91. Leave primary school. However, Bai Long did not go directly to the capital like the Ersha Empire did at the beginning, but planned to detour to the eastern part of Qilian, which is also the dwarf area in the eastern part of the Holy Continent. However, with the current racial distribution of Qilian and the deliberate guidance of people's mobility, the dwarf area may be like this town, with a large proportion of humans, orcs, and goblins, who will not appear easily. Completely homogeneous condition. According to Tiffany's explanation, that was the result of deliberate guidance while head of state Qilian was still there. Because many people were displaced during the World War, Qilian would quickly teach the common language that was mainstream in the nearby area after being accepted. For example, human refugees near the dwarf area were temporarily accepted and taught the common language of the dwarf area. Then, after the dwarf areas are included in the territory, they are sent to the dwarf areas with corresponding languages to jointly build a new home after the war. Helping each other is the fastest way to integrate. If conflicts break out during this period, then send them directly to another region, but be sure to ensure that each region has at least 20% people from non-same ethnic groups. At worst, they have to be of different nationalities. For example, some dwarves have brown hair and pointed ears, while others have red hair and round ears. Just ensure enough difference. In an area, the same race must not live alone for a long time. If there is any conflict, they will change races. If there is no conflict, they will help each other and build a new home. And then with the assistance of corresponding laws and regulations to ensure the peaceful and stable development of each other, whether it is infrastructure construction or industrial construction, etc., they all need mutual participation and coordination. And actually, from the beginning of the implementation of this so-called racial integration plan to the death of head of state Qilian, it took a total of 9 years to be completed one after another. This is only possible when many people have a high degree of recognition for Qilian, a new country that is dominated by the people. Want to see how the fusion works? Tiffany also understood quickly. Definitely. If there is no way to smoothly integrate and ensure that different races can communicate peacefully and understand each other, then even if they have the same identity as the oppressed people and the same identity as the people of Killian today, the accumulated conflicts will eventually explosive. Only by stabilizing the current generation and cooperating with education to continue stabilizing the next generation can we truly achieve long-term development. This process is extremely difficult. Bai Long could already predict that even Kalian would still have many such problems. With the guidance of Yashai, the king of the sixth prophecy, do you still feel that it is not enough? Tiffany asked. If there is no external intervention, there will be no problem based on Kalian's foundation. But it is a pity that, except for the first prophecy king Dansu, when the world war ends, the other prophecy kings still exist, and they all have their own gods behind them. Kalian is not the country they want to exist. Bai Long knew this very well and was worried about it. It's not so much hope, but more fear, right? Tiffany added. The word fear is not something that those gods are willing to admit. Bai Long said with a smile. You know, Kalian has now integrated into all mainstream longevity races except the High Tribe. In theory, he can integrate into any longevity race country in the world except the High Tribe. The Orc Empire in the north, dominated by the Lion and Tiger tribes, is the Agu Empire. To the east of the Gallia continent, there are the Mokanar Empire dominated by the Dwarves, the West Yori Empire dominated by the Goblins, and the areas controlled by the demons that have annexed some Goblins and Dwarves. To the southwest is the continent of Asilio, a human-dominated West Sea Empire. These countries can be penetrated by Kalian's ideas and can be successfully annexed through war. In fact, if the gods had not revived, let alone the gods besieging the head of state Kalian, today's world might have been completely conquered long ago. All continents would have planted the red flag of Kalian, and the head of state Kalian would have completed the integration of the whole world. This alone is worthy of vigilance. The gods are resurrected, especially the existence of high-level gods. They basically maintain a contemptuous attitude towards ordinary people. It's easy to understand. In the age of theocracy, a city was a country. Powerful high-level gods could destroy a national city with just a few seconds. The ordinary people there had no power to resist at all, except to kneel down and beg for mercy. There is nothing you can do. Even after experiencing the troubled times of the ancient tribe, the strength of the gods was greatly reduced due to the forbidden god curse. Mortal people still suffered massive casualties in their god-level wars. Many longevity species were directly exterminated as a result, and they were also unable to resist. Bai Long is very clear about the past events and understands the attitude of gods towards ordinary people. There are very few gods who truly pity mortals. There are many gods who have an arrogant attitude towards ordinary people. So they have just recovered, and most of them don't care about Kalian, a country of ordinary people, even though it has nearly 15 billion people. This number is only more than 10 times more than in the era of divine rule. At best, it only allows them to release a few more attacks. If they run more places, they can still be easily destroyed. As long as they fully recover from the damage caused by the resurrection and curse, the world will still be theirs. But unfortunately, the gods attached to the revival of the empire that existed in the previous world have more information channels, and are more aware of the possibilities that Kalian has, as well as the dangers of continued development, making it possible for mortals to kill gods. In this situation, on the contrary, we should admire Yashai for being able to continue to guide Kalian to further develop while maintaining stability. Bai Long finally sighed with admiration. On the bright side, there really doesn't appear to be much outside intervention. But it is extremely difficult to deal with the factors that secretly cause division and rebellion, especially when there may be vampires involved among the opponents. The blood magic of the vampire clan is very efficient for penetration and control. Even if the witches have means to prevent it, the number of witches is limited after all, and there are almost no hybrids of the witch clan. The next day, east of Kalian, a certain dwarf area. Still choose a small town. The smallest villages are too independent, may have less contact with the outside world, and have little reference value. The city itself is complex and diverse. Even in the Kingdom Age when it was not under the leadership of Kalian, there may be foreign travelers living in the city for a long time and living in peace. Moreover, the overall planning of the city and the mandatory adjustment of interests are relatively high, so the reference value is low. Small town, small town. This is the best observation area. How does it feel? Tiffany asked proactively. I'm a little surprised that I didn't feel any strange eyes. Bei Long was really surprised because they chose a small town with few human beings at this moment, and their costumes were obviously that of outsiders rather than local human beings. But even so, the dwarves who passed by, or the orcs and humans who were once again mixed together, did not look at them strangely. It seemed that the arrival of humans from other areas was normal, and there was nothing special at all. It seems that in your memory, there is no basic information about the modern dwarves, otherwise you would choose the goblins. Tiffany seemed to have expected the result. It seems to be some kind of surname system, right? Bei Long only had a rough understanding. When he looked at the modern history of the elves, he mainly focused on the overall war events, and did not pay much attention to a certain race itself. Moreover, the elves will not always mark this kind of long-standing system in history. Most of them will only mention it when there is an obvious change in the system. When Kalian transformed into the dwarf tribe, he mentioned the system related to surnames. That's right, the system that still exists in the Mokener Empire is the surname system, Teska. Tiffany nodded. Teska. Bei Long was only slightly impressed. It can be understood in terms of the aristocratic system. The highest level nobles are called Saman in the surname system, which is similar to the Prince and Grand Duke levels. The corresponding high-level positions are collectively called Saman, such as generals, finance ministers, etc. These positions of minister are Samar. Surnames are inherited, and only those with the Saman level surname can hold high-level positions. This system is divided into 5 levels, which also correspond to relevant strata. Tiffany explained roughly, and used magic power to simply form a pyramid-like pattern and put the corresponding levels on top. Those who can become Samaner can only have first and second class surnames. That is, the top social class of the Mokener Empire. To be able to become a manager under them, you can basically only have a third-level surname. That is, the middle class of society in the Mokener Empire. Those who can engage in basic work in all walks of life can only have fourth-class surnames. They are the bottom class of society in the Mokener Empire. As for the fifth-level surnames, they are equivalent to untouchables and can only engage in the lowest-end basic labor. Even part of it can be directly equivalent to slaves. Tiffany's detailed explanation, coupled with the magic composition, gave Bei Long a clear understanding of the situation in the Dwarf Empire. This system should be controlled by religion, right? Bei Long thought quickly. That's right, and there are many religions in the Mokener Empire. Except for the mainstream religions, even the empire officials cannot make detailed statistics. Under the influence of these religions, people without basic education are more likely to obey this surname system. Tiffany nodded. In other words, after the war between Kalian and his rival clans ended, it was not just the racial people who were scattered throughout Kalian who had their surnames reset. And all the dwarf surnames, directly cooperate with the religious eradication, and completely crush the dwarf surname system in the Holy Continent. On the contrary, it made the new generation of dwarves support Kalian even more. Bei Long quickly figured out why this was the case now. The dwarves are more receptive to Kalian, and their response to racial integration is clearer, so they are more receptive to the arrival of other races. Especially for the vast majority of people with fourth and fifth surnames, being able to get along with other people on an equal footing is what they long for most after their self-awareness is awakened. It's here. The dwarves will treat every foreigner more equally. Chapter 92. East of Kilian. Overseas, island areas. The most special island in the east, Turobvan Island. Turobvan Island. The former Turobvan Kingdom was one of the few multiracial, small island countries. Located in an important waterway, it was one of the islands with the most prosperous maritime trade in the world. It was also a battleground during the World War. World War period. The Kingdom of Kilian and Abi once joined forces to defeat the then powerful Oran's Empire in nearby waters, thereby seizing control of the island kingdom and providing extremely important support for subsequent maritime supply lines and naval outposts. After the World War, Kilian incorporated it into its territory and called it Turobvan Island, continuing its original name. At the same time, it is also under the deliberate control of Kalian to ensure that this island has the most even racial distribution. Outsiders can see all the orcs owned by Kalian on this island. Even the originally small rabbit and rat tribes have a considerable number of branches here, and the overall proportion of orcs also dominates the island. A quarter of the population. The rest are humans, goblins, dwarves, etc. with various hair colors and skin colors. They are all mixed in at a ratio of about 1/4. The method is very simple. Originally, Tarabuan Island had about %% human race, %% beast race, and %% dwarf race. Since the farmland environment is often affected by magical disasters, they mainly make a living by fishing. Moreover, because the maritime trade was basically controlled by the royal family and powerful people at that time, there was no good economic environment, resulting in a small number of people overall. Kalian's approach was to directly send additional war refugees based on the original population, and arrange corresponding basic education and industrial construction personnel to assist them to help them jointly build new port cities and infrastructure, and create a new trade island area. Due to a large amount of economic, technical, food and other assistance. When everyone is in the process of common development and has sufficient benefits to earn, getting along with each other is actually more friendly than in other regions. Finally, this has also become a model area for Kalian's great integration, and it is also the place that other imperial forces most want to secretly disrupt, proving that Kalian's great integration has no future. But it is a pity that the place is still stable today, and the new generation of people of all ethnic groups can communicate with each other and have no hatred for each other. They get along more harmoniously than the same ethnic groups in the kingdom era. This island environment is quite special. Beilong looked around. At this moment, they still chose a small town. Tarabuan Island, a small town on the northwest side. Because there is a small mountain range in the middle of Tarabuan Island, which isolates most of the wind and water elements from the East Ocean, so it is a little drier here. The island is also generally located in the north, so it will be a little dry and cold now. Tiffany explained roughly that she had learned a lot of knowledge over the years. The best place is the southeast side of the island, right? Not only do you have impact plains formed by streams and small mountains, but you can also enjoy the rich rainwater brought by the ocean. Whether it is agricultural planting or industrial construction, it is very good, as long as it can cope with magic disasters well. The water magic pumping station and wind magic pumping station on the east side of the mountain range can also provide very abundant magic power to the entire island. Beilong also sighed after a brief understanding of the overall environment here. The island itself is on an important ocean route and is an important relay station for many trades. The environment itself is excellent, and it is also very suitable for development. Overall, the standard of living here is extremely high. Under excellent material conditions, coupled with Kalian's ideological leadership of advancing together, the degree of integration here is extremely perfect. If outside forces want to interfere, they won't get involved at all. And there is a witch permanently stationed here, which ensures that guys like vampires who are good at infiltration will not be able to infiltrate easily under the surveillance of the witch. But there must be other reasons why you recommended coming here, right? Beilong asked quickly. This place was recommended by Tiffany Lee, there must be her reasons. When I was checking information on the elves, I accidentally discovered that this place used to be the territory of an ancient god, and he was a high-level god who had no fight with the world. At that time, there was a unique long-lived race in this territory, with red skin, brown hair, and thick hair. They were called the Nila tribe. They were also mortals protected by the god, so they were also called Nila tribe. Lai Shen. But there's something unique about the way he rules. Tiffany explained briefly, and roughly used magic power to construct an image illustration of the Nila tribe of the elves. He is the god of warcraft, and he also claims to be the absolute ruler of this island, the one who controls everything. So he will bring down violent storms, landslides and ground cracks and other magical disasters to this place from time to time based on his mood, unique calculations, and other factors, in order to show his majesty as the supreme god and let the Nila tribe he remains in absolute awe and adoration. But when a real large-scale magical disaster strikes, we will provide appropriate shelter to those Nila tribe. Tiffany's introduction gave Beilong a general understanding. This is an arrogant, evil-minded god who despises everything and only enjoys the sense of accomplishment brought by his rule over everything. Indifferent to the real desires of ordinary people. The bad thing is, at the end of the era of divine rule, the forbidden god curse broke out. This god lost the powerful power he was proud of. He could only maintain the peak strength of a low-level god, and was far less powerful than the Warcraft gods like Dragon Clan, Phoenix, and Chimera. Physique. So the brave man who appeared among the Nila tribe, the so-called god of mortals, led his teammates to kill him. About 2,000 years old at the time of death. For a high-level god of Warcraft, age is not considered old. When Tiffany said this, Bei Long understood what the situation was. Bei Long roughly guessed and said, "In the early days of the ancient races' troubled times, the weak mortal races did not have the protection of powerful gods, and their own mortal gods had limited power. So this Nile tribe is also an ancient tribe in a troubled era of extinction and chaos. After thousands of years, there is no trace left. Only the elves, ancient races with excellent historical recording habits, can there are relevant records. The god who was weakened by the forbidden god curse and was surrounded and killed was not prevented from being resurrected by the inexperienced mortal gods. And, he is still young. In this era when the curse on the forbidden gods is broken and the gods are resurrected, as a high-level god, he has a high probability of resurrection." Bei Long tried, using the power of the blood clan, to feel the unusual atmosphere of blood that permeated the Tarabuan island. Powerful monster gods will have unique and powerful blood. Faintly, he could already feel it. "How long do you think it will take?" Tiffany asked. "The resurrection of high-level gods requires a huge gathering of elements. The magic power condensed and released by the magic pump station will cause more magic power to escape in some areas. Those magic powers will be quickly absorbed by the revival of the Warcraft gods, which will most likely accelerate the process. If nothing else happens. At the earliest, it will be this time next year, and at the latest, it will not be until this time the year after tomorrow." Bei Long gave a rough estimate, which is 1 to 2 years. "Do you think Kalian can handle such high-level gods without using the longevity gods?" Tiffany asked. "It's hard to say, but if Kalian can do it and the loss is within an acceptable range, then the revived gods of the entire world will feel a clear threat, and the entire world structure will undergo drastic changes. This so-called era of resurgence of gods will soon enter the era of war of gods." Bei Long made a rough guess. "What are the odds?" Tiffany continued to ask. "How do you ask me to judge this? Until now, I don't know how far Kalian's magic technology has developed. The most advanced magic technology creations I have seen so far are only those that once appeared in the Suxia area. The Firebird divine machine that killed the Earth Dragon god." Bei Long was also a little helpless. He didn't know the strength of Kalian's core magic technology. That level of divine machine is the standard model of Kalian's aerospace aircraft carrier. Each main aircraft carrier has 3, and the 2 secondary aerospace aircraft carriers in the same formation each have 1. And that level of aerospace aircraft carrier fleet group, Kalian Ming currently has 3 on his list. As far as I know, there are 2 fleets that have completed basic training and are ready for actual combat at any time. The aerospace aircraft carrier alone has 25 of these magical machines of that level. The number of armies and navies will only increase. And with Kalian's habit of developing, using, and iterating weapons, the preparations will only be stronger." Tiffany briefly explained what she knew about the overall power of Kalian's magic technology. "What level of high-level god is that Nile god?" Bei Long asked. "High-level god, mid-term. After a successful recovery, I can barely maintain the initial power of a high-level god, and it will definitely be accompanied by a magic disaster of level dash or above. The true meaning of a high-level god." Tiffany described it briefly. "It's really of great reference value. I'm afraid Kalian will not take the initiative to use the power of the longevity gods, but is prepared to use the power of ordinary people in conjunction with magic and technological creations to annihilate them. Such gods must be clearly in the records of the Witch clan and cannot be negotiated." "Bad gods?" Bei Long nodded, almost clear. "Kalian will challenge this true high-level god with the power of ordinary people. Aerospace aircraft carrier. Army stationed on the island. Naval fleet. Various magical machines. God-killing squad, God-killing martial arts. As long as he is adequately prepared, Kalian may be able to kill gods in the true sense of the word. And once it is possible to kill high-level gods, all forces in the world that do not have super gods will fall into panic. Even super gods can no longer maintain absolute composure. Because Kalian was established only 30 years ago." Chapter 93. Questions about Tarabvan Island. It's not just Tiffany Lee who knows, but also the corresponding record-keeping elves. Dragons, vampires, and demons are races that have existed in this world for a long time. Even vampires who are not good at recording history still remember how many powerful high-level gods there were, why they died in the end, and whether they were able to recover in the end. Possible. Except for long-lived gods, they will basically be resurrected in designated areas as much as possible under the guidance of their descendants and other gods who resurrected first. Most of the World of Warcraft gods will not receive follow-up guidance, and will generally be resurrected in the place where they fell. There used to be many such monsters and gods in Kalien's vast territory. Especially the southern part of Killian used to have the best geographical location, and many gods once wanted to compete for it. But Kalien has stronger defenses for important areas on the mainland. Some of them have been locked by the Witch Clan as the approximate resurrection area. After the Witch Clan broke the curse of the Forbidden God, the middle-level gods and witches who quickly broke through personally arranged corresponding magic circles to ensure that any gods who could not communicate with each other would be revived. Will be directly suppressed by the Witch Clan. If it doesn't work, it can be forcibly sealed. Coupled with the assistance of the ghosts and fairies, unless there is external intervention, it is impossible for any Warcraft god to escape Kalien's lock. Only places like Turobvan Island are very important, but after all, they are far away from the core area of Killian. The deployment of military power is indeed slightly insufficient. There is only a complete naval fleet stationed on Turobvan Island. And the gods of Warcraft in these remote and border areas are resurrecting. The Nile god that Turobwan arrived at is undoubtedly the strongest one. The blood god belongs to the earth. Ersha Empire, the imperial capital is Wakakam. Royal Palace. According to the latest blood test news, the god Nila of Turobwan Island will be resurrected in August or September next year. Although the witch tribe has begun to send witches there to arrange corresponding magic arrays based on the entire island, and based on the magic pump station on the island, with the help of regional magic arrays, the entire island can be protected against the impact of high-level gods. But it is estimated that it can only be sustained for a period of time, so there is a high probability that it will still need to be solved through combat. A second-generation vampire intelligence member is reporting the situation to Emperor Ersha and Queen Philomena. Then it must be dealt with by military means. Emperor Ersha immediately made a judgment. Do you think Kalien now has the ability to kill gods in the army? Or is he a high-level god? Queen Philomena also had some doubts. It may still be closed now, but Kalien's commercial magic brain chip has broken through the nanometer level. With their research and development habits, the magic machines used by the military will only be further improved, and the power of the corresponding magic technology weapons will also be further enhanced. Give them another year and they will iterate further. The price may be heavy, but as long as it can be proven that high-level gods can be killed through the power of ordinary people, it will be enough. Emperor Ersha knows the country of Kalien very well. It is no exaggeration to say that he knows the country best among all the emperors in the contemporary era. The premise is that the magic brain can cooperate with the magic core to release the written or inscribed magic. At least so far, this idea can only realize low-level magic, level 1 to 3. Even if that kind of magic is quantified, when the attack distance and power are limited, it is not even as effective as focusing the magic on the magic cannon. If you want to fight high-level gods, you need to be able to at least quantify high-level magic, level 7 to 8. Queen Philomena was not optimistic about this. Magic. It is not possible to complete the release by having the corresponding magic power and chanting a few words while looking at the spell. A spell is just a guiding condition or command. Just like commanding an army to attack, the specific soldiers are the mobilization of magic power, how to mobilize it, etc. are all complex processes, and all require the magician to personally control. The control of this process is often during the process of chanting spells. Completed in. A magician who cannot master this complex process cannot shorten the magic chanting process. The shorter the chanting process is, or even the release without chanting, the more proficient you are in this magic. Magic computer. Combined with other basic magic mechanical hardware, the magic brain is currently Kalien's top magic technology integrated device. There are two main schools of theory on how to directly release magic based on this. Theory 1. Magic computer programs can be used to replace the guidance and commands of spells. In the future, you only need to accurately calculate and control magic power like a magician, and you will be able to release the corresponding magic. The full name is Intelligent Program Magic, or Intelligent Program Magic for short. Theory 2. If the magic computer cannot achieve precise operation and control of complex magic, then write a large amount of magic array data to the computer. The computer only needs to use basic magic power, calculation, and control to successfully construct the corresponding magic array out of thin air, and then guide the huge magic power that the computer itself cannot calculate into the magic array. Use the most traditional magic circle to naturally activate magic, thereby achieving the purpose of magic release. The full name is Magic Array Weaving Program Magic, or array magic for short. Currently, since magic computers are not yet capable of large-scale, fast, and high-precision calculations, they mainly adopt the less difficult array magic route. Using the programmed magic array data, the computer constructs the magic array out of thin air, and then cooperates with the supply of magic power to achieve the purpose of magic release. The power and effectiveness depend on the level of the magic circle, and the strength and total amount of magic power supply. The downside is that, unlike intellectual sequence magic, you can control the release of magic more freely and accurately. Because it will be arranged like an ordinary magician setting up a magic circle. After it is formed, it cannot be changed at all during the battle. It can only be rearranged and released. These theories and development directions are already roughly known to the Ersha Empire and the vampires behind it. What the Witch Clan and Kalian military industry are mainly trying is array magic that is also limited by the computing power of magic computers. This is also the current stage. The only possible way to quickly use a magic computer to achieve the quantitative release of advanced magic. With this, an ordinary citizen, even without any magical talent, can directly release the most powerful 8th level magic by controlling magical technology creations equipped with magic element power core and magic computer. Going one step further, there is 9th level magic, a low-level god level. If completed, Kalian's magic technology will reach the god-making level in a new field. Moreover, like the divine machine, it does not require the operator to have at least a certain foundation of cultivation strength. The magic computers intellectual sequence magic and arrayment magic create gods, and the operators can be the most ordinary people, even children. These are just our own speculations. The iterative upgrade of the military magic brain itself, as well as the development of the two corresponding program magics, have not been successfully penetrated so far. We have no idea about the major military industries of Kilian, as well as the Ghost Clan and Goblins. The secrets in the clan's military base. Not to mention the most important thing, the Witch's Forest, to what extent it has been developed by the top technical members of the Witch and Kalian. If it really reaches the point where high-level magic can be quantified with the magic brain, it will probably be too late. Emperor Ersha sighed, he was very worried about this. But the blood gods behind him, as well as other long-lived forces, such as dragon gods, demon gods, and elf gods, did not expect such rapid development. The research and innovation of magic and magic circles is a very difficult matter in itself. How could it be so easy to implant it into new magical technology creations? What's more, the magic technology creation itself is still in the process of iterative upgrades, which will delay the progress. I am very willing to believe in your judgment, but other high-level officials in the clan and the resurrected old gods are unwilling to take the initiative to provoke the witch whose strength is unknown at this stage of incomplete recovery because of this unverifiable judgment, but it is clear that there is a witch. Kalian of the clan. Queen Philomena understood Emperor Ersha very well, but there was nothing she could do about it. She is indeed one of the elders of the vampire werewolf clan, and even the elder of the Lycaon clan, the head of the 13 clans of the vampire clan werewolf. However, her prestige has gradually declined with the resurrection of the old gods. There are also 13 vampire clans in the vampire clan, and each has 2 corresponding clan leaders. Nowadays, she really has no power to influence the vampire clan. The gods still firmly believe that the common people only have a little resistance, and when they fully recover their strength, they can redivide the entire world. The longevity forces, dominated by the Witch clan, can no longer protect the vast Kalian. The gods are suspicious of each other and are on guard against each other. The main object of worry is only the powerful Protoss that may revive at any time. It's impossible to collaborate, it's difficult to communicate, and it's not easy to listen to the opinions of ordinary people like us. It really is. Emperor Ersha shook his head helplessly. He was gradually able to understand why head of state Kalian insisted on resisting the gods and resisting the oppression of the gods that had not yet arrived at that time. To awaken the gods as a collaborator, in the end, it is just to become the dependence of the gods. Behind the glamour, there is obedience. The gods of the old days were superior to ordinary people for thousands of years. Even the most peaceful super god of the elves, the Ju-Yuan ice god Isel, still maintains the unique arrogance of a god. Others. Are you regretting it? Philomena seemed to see something. What do you regret? Regret that you can't cooperate with the vampires? Then I might not even have the empire I have today. Even if we become a vassal of the vampire clan and use it to facilitate the vampire clan to control the royal family of future generations of mortals, my descendants and I will be the biggest beneficiaries among the mortals of the empire. I just don't hope. All that I have gained, in the arrogance of the gods, was finally disintegrated by Kalian. And there is nothing to stop it. Emperor Arsha looked at the documents about Kalian on the table and saw more and more helplessness. Chapter 94. Arsha could already tell. Kalian, regardless of the degree of iterative development of the magic brain itself and the corresponding program magic, next year's Nile God War will be fought with pure military force. Kalian himself needs this kind of success in killing gods to further stimulate Kalian's overall fighting spirit. We must also prove it to the whole world. Ordinary people already have the basic qualifications to be equal to the gods and have the power to fight for everything. The age of resurrection of the gods. If the gods still intend to dominate the common people, they will resist with their own power and forcibly change the so-called resurrection of the gods era into a new era of war of the gods. Even God-killing era. Unfortunately, Arsha is only the emperor of the Arsha Empire and the blood god's collaborator and agent among the mortals. Even if they are aware of it, they are unable to stop it, let alone unite other forces to do anything further to Kalian. At most, they can only continue to exert divisive factors on Kalian in secret as usual and hinder the further development of Kalian. If we still divide the forces according to the King of Prophecy during the previous World War, and make an analysis. The first prophesied king, the former emperor of the Oran's Empire. He was defeated by the leader of Kalian, the king of the ninth prophecy, and died in the former imperial capital, Ding Junshi. The former hero of the second prophecy king and the representative of the Western Sea Empire. Completely adhering to a wait-and-see attitude independent of the Asilio continent, continue to maintain the cooperation of the gods, mainly the dragon god, and try their best to promote the recovery and restoration of the gods. Resurrecting as many as possible and restoring the power of the gods as quickly as possible is their main strategy. The Elf King of the Third Prophecy King. It will completely continue the will of the elves as a whole, and will not actively interfere with anything externally. It will only take precautions as much as possible in chaotic situations. Actively interfere with Kalian? Totally impossible. The fourth prophesied king, the emperor of the dwarf Mokanar Empire. The king of the fifth prophecy, the emperor of the Goblin Sieri Empire. The main focus of them and the gods of the Dayuan clan behind them will not be on Kalian in the Holy Continent, but on the demons who want to compete with them for the sovereignty of the Gallia continent. As the developer of the Gallia continent in the ancient times of troubled times, the demon clan. In the subsequent historical evolution, the dwarves and goblins almost completely owned the entire continent of Gallia, as well as the god clan of these two clans, the Dayuan clan. They are still wary of each other for the distribution of benefits across the continent. Only demons. Because he had a lot of secret cooperation with the head of state Kalian, he became even more aware of the threat that Kalian possessed. It is also clear that the head of state Kalian has close ties with the Protoss, and will pay too much attention to Kalian's situation and maintain basic vigilance. The king of the seventh prophecy, the emperor of the Orc Empire of Egypt. Because the Behemoth clan, the gods who had protected the orcs in the era of divine rule and the chaotic times of ancient tribes, were not willing to leave the continent of Lafiga, which was completely controlled by the empire, before they fully recovered. And because the distance is closer, it is also closer to the core northern area of Kilian. Once a war breaks out with Kalian, they will be one of the first forces to bear the brunt. They are even less willing to do this. The eighth prophesied king, Atlanta, the empress of the western region of the Sea tribe. Let's not talk about the issue that the Sea race will not take the initiative to get involved in the power struggle between the land races. The High Communist Society is about to overthrow the imperial territory. The Titan god behind it. What kind of attitude is it? We need to stay vigilant. Where is the king of the sixth prophecy? That is one of the current top leaders of Kalian, the only legal wife of the head of state. The overall world situation. The gods and imperial forces were completely unwilling to take the initiative or take the lead in annihilating Kalian. The Arsha Empire has intentions, but is powerless. I just hope that when Kalian fights against Nilegod next year, he doesn't have powerful enough magical technology, so he can only rely on more god-killing teams and troops to fill it, and win with a lot of sacrifices. That way, at least we still have enough time. And when Arsha said this, he looked worried. And what? Philomena wondered. It is almost certain that Bailong, the descendant of the god, is in the Sea Clan. I always feel that he has a purpose in appearing in the Sea Clan, and it is not just as simple as being related to the Titan God. Of course, that's what I'm most worried about. It's better that he, the Titan God, can negotiate the outcome, or, that he can personally negotiate the outcome. Arsha frowned, extremely worried about this matter. They were already aware of the projection of super-level divine power from the God clan in the Sea Clan. Although it was quickly concluded later that it was just some super-level power of the gods, and it was still far from their complete recovery from the gate of heaven. Including the reaction about the ninth prophecy king that appeared soon after that. Appear suddenly and disappear quickly. There has been no follow-up movement for quite some time. It is probably just a brief projection of power, or just some signs of recovery. So you're worried about other intentions. In fact, it includes that he, head of Kalian, deliberately let the super gods of the gods release projections, and that he deliberately released some breath to be captured by various prophecy methods. Therefore, it is speculated whether he personally had any detailed discussions with the Titan gods. To completely focus our attention on the Sea Clan and thus ignore Kalian's subsequent development to a greater extent. Philomena thought quickly. I think, it's much more than that. You should know a lot about our only grandson. He never does things with a single purpose. Only he knows how many plans there are behind this move and what the ultimate purpose is. Arsha sighed helplessly. From their perspective, it was impossible to accurately guess the intentions of Head of State Kalian. No doubt. Head of State Kalian has fallen and has not yet recovered. But he is really like a ghost, still affecting everything in today's world, and there is no way to accurately judge what he is doing. What is the purpose of the super gods of the God clan deliberately projecting their power on the Sea Clan? What was the purpose of him personally leaking a hint of revival? Is the purpose of going to the Sea Clan the Sea Clan? Is it a Titan? Or something else? The Divine White Dragon had also visited the elf tribe before. Initially, I also visited Dragon God's territory. He even stayed in the Arsha Empire for a year. What is the purpose and plan of these? Your Majesty, I'm sorry for my presumption. I can understand the matter about the gods, but about the matter about Kalian, are they really such a big threat? The second-generation vampire intelligence members who came to report have been listening, but even if they were in charge of Kalian, they couldn't understand it. Kalian already has the technology to artificially synthesize magical core raw materials with the help of the Witch Clan, and it is very likely to reach the 9th level. To quantify those corresponding basic materials, you should know what kind of underlying technicians are needed, right? What kind of technicians are needed for assembly and engraving? Take the 8th level magic core as an example. What is the minimum level of magician, alchemist, mechanic, and inscriptionist required to complete it? Arsha asked continuously. Basic material quantification only requires magic talent, even if it is a low-level engineer who cannot practice successfully. The 8th level magic core, if you don't take into account the size of the finished product, may be relatively bloated. Probably, it only requires a 5th level technician at least. It may be completed by technicians who are not even 5th level. This second-generation vampire intelligence officer is responsible for reporting. Although his analytical skills are insufficient, he still knows a lot about it. Isn't that clear? When the technology continues to be optimized, at least a 3rd-level magician will be needed, coupled with relevant rich knowledge and technology. With the cooperation of a large number of basic magic technicians, the research and development and manufacturing of the 8th-level magical core can be completed. And they can quantify the basic materials needed for the magic core and the various hardware materials needed for the magic brain. The magic engraving machine is provided with magic power by the magic pump station, so it can mass-produce the most core chips. Programmers who program magic can even be ordinary people who have no magic talent but possess a vast amount of magic knowledge. Do you know what that means? Arsha asked rhetorically, his own expression becoming serious. This. The second-generation vampire intelligence agents have gradually realized after hearing their Majesty's analysis. Yes. If Kalian and those witches complete the iteration and development of the magic brain and program magic. So with Kalian's terrifying education penetration rate and the forced return of high-income and middle-class people to the education system to further strengthen the overall training capabilities. Kalian will have a large number of 3rd-level magicians and below, as well as all levels of related industries. Academics and technical members. Only the magic pump station provides magic power, supplies raw materials, and operates the factory. Kalian. You can create batches of 8th level holy magicians who are proficient in all types of magic in a very short period of time. If the magic core can be completely synthesized from alchemical materials to the 9th level, and the magic brain and program magic can be further upgraded, then batch creation of gods can be completed faster than the creation of a god machine. Ersha's further analysis and explanation show that Kalien's future development is terrible. It's terrible indeed. The second-generation vampire intelligence agent swallowed his saliva subconsciously, but he was not as frightened as he imagined. Because he was not as far-sighted as the Emperor Ersha, and he did not expect extreme bad situations. Same as the gods. In terms of Kalian magic technology, computers were invented 20 years ago and have only just been iterated to the nanometer level. Even quantitative magic is only at the 3rd level. The imagined future is indeed scary. But at this speed? Go down, maybe I'm just worrying too much. Ersha waved his hand and didn't want to say anything else. The gods wouldn't react in any way. Yes, Your Majesty. The second-generation vampire intelligence agent retreated. Philomena looked at Ersha and felt helpless for him. No way. This is the only achievement achieved in 20 years of development. From the perspective of the gods, they would have almost recovered in less than the next 20 years. What's there to worry about? Brand new things often require a lot of trial and error time. The more advanced and complex something is, the longer it will take to figure it out. If you want to upgrade from the 3rd level to the 8th level, the theoretical time will definitely take more than 20 years. But Ersha knows. The premise of this idea is, Kalien's research and development direction requires continuous trial and error. What if you don't need it? So, fully research and development without fumbling at all. From the time the chip entered the nanometer stage, to the point where the computing power quickly exploded to the point where it could support 7th level, 8th level, and even higher level magic. How much time will it take? Chapter 95. This is a problem that Emperor Ersha or other leaders of Empire-level forces are worried about. Only Kalien himself can give the answer. What is the current computing power of their magic computer? What level of iteration has it reached to the magic brain that can be used to build program magic? The corresponding program magic is opened. How is the overall progress? All the answers are in Kalien. And it's not just the Witch's Forest that has the magic engraving machine that they are most concerned about. Kalien. The capital, Beimu City. In Beimu City, where there are many tall buildings, you can see various machines and buildings suspended in mid-air. They are magical technological creations evolved and developed using various floating technologies. They can construct multiple magic arrays in mid-air while expanding the entire city. Three-dimensional space. The connection between them is achieved by using various floating vehicles. Even in some areas, under the continuous supply of magic, there will be a gravity-free area, which can be used for free movement in mid-air to facilitate daily maintenance and so on. All of this is inseparable from the precise control of the magic computer. And this? Just the surface. Underground in Beimu City, except for the subway lines and sewer systems that are as dense as a spider web. Further down, there are more multifunctional secret bases hidden and protected by multiple powerful magic circles. Among them, there is a secret underground research and development base involving magic computers. At the same time, it was also an important project that was secretly launched at the end of the World War and during the leadership of Head of State Kalien. Top Secret, Super God-Making Project Plan. Magic Computer Class. Integrated Project. Supercomputer. Construction Location, Secret R&D Base underground in Beimu City. Mainly composed of a small number of which R&D personnel, the rest are a large number of relevant scholars and technicians from the World War period, as well as a small number of young generation-related geniuses who are qualified to participate. They are all working on this super God-making project. Important project. That is the core of their R&D base, which covers an area of more than 500 square meters and weighs more than 100 tons, a supercomputer. Supercomputer, codename Red Ghost 5. If Emperor Ersha and the others saw this big machine in the secret base, they would immediately understand what an outrageous mistake there was in all the previous speculations. That is the direction of computer development, and there is not just one. The magic computer can continuously optimize the smallest unit of the chip to the nanometer level. While continuously compressing a small piece of alchemical raw material to the extreme, it can also continuously further improve the computing performance, thereby further making the magic computer even more excellent. So much so that it has become possible for ordinary people to become artificial magicians by carrying miniature magic cores and magic brain portable terminals. This is the direction of the monomer, and it is also the direction that Kalian is constantly developing, conquering, and iterating on the surface. Another direction is integration. The original god-level mecha, the 9th level Dalita of the Goblin tribe. In fact, it is a big thing composed of multiple large magic cores and a large amount of alchemical metals. The height alone reaches the 130-meter level. It is also the first time that a race of mortals has created a truly god-level power that can control magic machines. Just now, it's time for the magic computer. According to the guidance plan left by the former head of state Kalian, the supercomputer needs to complete the initial iteration process to ensure perfect insight into each structure. It is necessary to go through vector machines, symmetric multiprocessors, large-scale parallel processors and finally the architectural changes of computer clusters as much as possible. Only by understanding every step can we better build a real supercomputer. That is, it is a super collection of numerous processor technologies, high-speed and large-capacity data caching hardware, low latency and high transmission efficiency technology that can handle a large number of concurrent requests, and cooling and heat dissipation technology without hardware loss. This supercomputer Red Ghost 5 in Shiraki City. It is the 5th generation of Shiraki City supercomputer. From the initial single-time breakthrough of 1.5 million to million calculations per second, to the 2nd generation of 10 billion operations per second. By the 3rd generation, 130 billion operations per second. The 4th generation has exceeded billion level computing, and at the same time, part of the hardware was damaged during a peak overload, which was also the only supercomputer accident. Now, the 5th generation supercomputer Red Ghost 5. Not only has it exceeded the trillion level, but with the help of the latest nanoscale processors, it has exceeded 10 trillion operations per second. And the research and development of the new generation is almost completed. If nothing unexpected happens, with the help of further nanoscale processors, the new generation of Red Ghost supercomputer will break through the petascale computing speed mark. Besides, Witches Forest, Nimue Technology R&D Center, Temis Aviation and Military Industry, etc. also have their own supercomputer projects. 7 supercomputers will enter simultaneous research and development status and will be studied by designated research and development centers and military industries. Among them, Spiritual God 6 of Witch Forest, Sage 5 by Nimue Black Technology, Empress 3 by Temism. It is the only supercomputer that can catch up with the Red Ghost model. The remaining problems involving R&D costs and technical personnel allocation have made it impossible to catch up. In the future, technical members and funds from other places will gradually be concentrated in the 3 secret R&D centers of Beimu City, Nimue Technology and Temis Aviation Military Industry under relevant arrangements. Witch Forest's own Spirit God series supercomputer will only second some relevant technical personnel, and Kalian will not be directly responsible for research and development costs, etc. As for today's latest advanced Red Ghost 5, how useful is the trillion-level computing speed? Array magic of procedural magic based solely on magic circles. Red Ghost 5 can construct magic arrays from 1 to 9 levels out of thin air according to the preset program when the supply of magic power is sufficient, including magic arrays of unconventional magic such as space system, metal system, blood magic, and summoning magic. Able to complete layout quickly. Take the 9th level magic array as an example. The supercomputer Red Ghost 5 can calculate 9-level magic arrays with 9 different attributes in 1 second, and complete the arrangement as quickly as possible. Arrangement and activation of the fastest 9th level wind magic array can be completed within 3 seconds. The slowest 9th level space magic array only takes 9 seconds. Moreover, the 9 9th level magic arrays are carried out simultaneously. The most intuitive effect. As long as the supercomputer Red Ghost 5 is connected to the Beimu City defense system, when the magic power is sufficient, it can be activated by constructing a magic array out of thin air in the form of formation magic at an average speed of 1/9 order magic per second. This is difficult for even high-level gods who are good at magic to do continuously. Perhaps in a short period of time, a high-level god equivalent to the 12th level could continuously release 9th level magic. But they can't release it stably, for a long time, and without mistakes. The only things that can limit a super-order computer are its magic power supply and its own overload. The only pity is, it's a pity that Red Ghost 5 can only construct 9th level formation magic, and can only release 9th level magic. The engineer in the control room looked at the supercomputer Red Phantom 5 on the main screen and sighed helplessly. Is there any way? The magic circle is something that has been carefully studied by magicians of all ages. It is the hard work of embodying the ethereal magic into the magic circle that can be seen and touched intuitively. It is a long process of evolution and study. There has been no magician of intermediate god or above in the world for nearly 10,000 years, and there will be no subsequent research on top-level magic arrays. In the older era of divine rule and the troubled times of the ancient tribes, research on magic arrays was also limited. There were very few methods of arranging magic arrays beyond the 9th level, and even fewer that could successfully incorporate them into programmed magic. The witch next to her also spread her hands. There is really nothing she can do about this thing. It's not that the supercomputer's performance is not enough, but that the input of knowledge related to the magic circle is approaching its limit. In fact, there are 10th level, 11th level, and even stronger magic arrays, but most of them cannot be constructed out of thin air. They must rely on relevant alchemical materials, magic props, and even unique auxiliary magic to complete them. The most powerful magic that can be constructed out of thin air and released normally is basically at the 9th level. That is, low-level god level. Can we only watch the development of intellectual sequence magic? Then I don't know how long we have to wait. The engineer said with some regret. It's okay. What actually limits the development of intelligent sequence magic is that most programmers' own magic knowledge and talents are not very good, and it is difficult for them to understand stronger magic, so they are unable to complete further programming. We have already asked some intermediate and 3 high-level witches to try computer programming. I believe those seniors will make progress soon. The intellectual sequence magic based on spell guidance will definitely be implemented soon. This witch is also very open-minded and not worried at all. Senior, do you think that this 5 trillion level red ghost dash can already release 9th level magic almost once per second through array magic? Then if the expected dash trillion level 6th type level, can you perform 9th level magic more than 10 times per second from multiple angles? Engineers started envisioning this again. This involves the issue of magic knowledge, because the activation of magic may interfere with each other, and the stronger the magic, the greater the scope of mutual influence. So don't imagine that a supercomputer can break through quadrillion or trillions of calculations per second and release hundreds or even thousands of 9th level magic per second. At least it can't be done in a single place. But if there is a breakthrough in remote transmission technology, the calculation and construction results of the formation magic can be transmitted over long distances. If there is a strong enough hardware terminal reception and corresponding software program analysis, it should be possible to achieve a supercomputer that radiates the whole area. The witch's answer was implicit. As long as the hardware, software, and transmission efficiency are sufficient, and connected to a particularly powerful supercomputer, Killian can release a large amount of 9th level magic at any time in a large area and with a sufficient supply of magic power. Best case scenario. The supercomputer is deployed enough, and any intruder entering Killian's range will be subject to a large number of 9th order magic attacks from all directions. Chapter 96. In Beimu City at this time. The highest administrative body, the Wolf's Den Building. Chief's Office. Report. Come in. Accompanied by the usual exchanges, the beautiful secretary of the rabbit tribe pushed the door open and entered. This is a confidential message sent back from the High Communist Society. It has been confirmed that he left the High Clan. Mr. Avisu, who is now in the High Communist Society, is already a symbolic existence. Only the 12 senior officials of the High Communist Society know about it. The rest just thought that Mr. Avisu was just hiding again. The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit tribe, gave the document and gave a rough explanation. What about the entry information at the corresponding time that I asked you to check? Yashai is still busy reviewing and approving documents. In such a huge country, daily work is very cumbersome. Based on the screening of a single male of suitable age, a pair of male and female of suitable age, and the secondary screening based on the strength of king level or above, the goal of entering Killian within a week of the corresponding time period has been proposed. But it's hard to tell from the name. At present, our border image collection system has not been fully implemented and can only input basic document information from other countries. In the more backward countries and regions, since the ID information does not have a profile picture, detailed verification cannot be carried out. The beautiful secretary of the rabbit clan took out another document with a helpless tone. This is impossible. In many countries and regions with relatively backward industries, education has not even been popularized, and there is no census at all. A lot of identity information, even only a civilian certification issued by the local territory, which is a piece of paper stamped with an alchemy seal. It's okay. Is there a single male holy mage or holy warrior of the right age among them? And is there a man and a woman with such strength? Yashai asked. Yes, and I have asked the spies in the corresponding area to check whether there is any possibility of document forgery. If there is any forgery of the identity of the adventurer or the forgery of the basic identity, the results should be available soon. The beautiful female secretary of the rabbit tribe, he nodded and said. As long as you know that he has entered the country and is not running around, Yashai said. Understood. The beautiful female secretary of the rabbit tribe. Yashai knew that the guy he was looking for had space magic and his transfer ability was very strong. At present, Kilian has not yet reached the point where identity verification is required for all means of transportation. Therefore, you can completely ignore transportation and appear anywhere in Kalian, and it is still an act that cannot be carefully managed within Kalian. If Tiffany really follows, the space mobility will only be stronger. Can't it be locked by the magic of the area array? Miss Tiffany has always been a god-level powerhouse of the demon clan, so she shouldn't be able to escape the magic of the area array, right? The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit tribe, was a little puzzled by this. It's useless. She actually has exclusive magic items that can block our area magic. That was given to her by our Grand Marshal. Although I don't quite understand the reason why she still gave her those items even though she knew her good sister was a love rival. That's it. Yashai said. Isn't it because the Generalissimo refuses to admit her love for the head of state? The beautiful secretary of the rabbit clan complained. If you don't like it, you are not a love rival. What's wrong with giving convenience to a good sister? If she would admit it, the chief would not be me. Yashai also smiled. Although I know a little bit about it, does the head of state really like Generalissimo Jaika the most? The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit clan, couldn't help but curiously asked. Absolutely. As his legal wife, I don't really want to admit it. But according to my observation, there is a high probability that he likes her the most, followed by Xi Lily. It's just that she doesn't have any confidence in it. Yashai did not forget to add one last sentence. Hard to imagine. In the military, the marshals who have conquered all over the world in many world eras are all respectfully called the Empress's Grand Marshal. In this regard, she is an innocent girl who has no confidence at all. It can be considered a very sharp contrast. How is the development progress of supercomputers and intellectual order magic? There has been no news from the Witch Forest for a while. Yashai thought for a while and suddenly thought of this question. I just learned about it a few days ago. The Red Ghost series already has a new generation architecture solution that can complete further upgrades and is expected to break through the quadrillion level computing power. In terms of intelligent sequence magic, according to the news a month ago, it has been developed to 7 the level of magic. It could have been faster, but the demon goddess does not want to pursue accuracy, which will lead to a bloated load on the underlying intelligent sequence magic code. Therefore, during the development process, we will continue to try to optimize the previous old code. And they still want to ensure that the entire series of magic is incorporated and that magic can be transformed and combined at any time without obvious loopholes. The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit clan, explained her latest understanding of the situation, and that the next step would be to go to the witch's forest. That's fine. The formation magic of the two procedural magics is enough, and the intellectual sequence magic can be used stably. Yashai nodded and did not insist on speed. Also, they plan to optimize the operating system to complete subsequent program magic programming more smoothly, and at the same time facilitate the use of military, industrial, and commercial computers, so they plan to apply for some corresponding programmers, but I don't know why they arrived. The application has not been submitted yet. The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit clan, also thought about it. When I got to know each other before, the witches had mentioned it, but now they have not officially applied. In theory, the overall number of witches is limited, and the development of such new things will definitely require the help of additional technical personnel. So once there is a need, these witches will definitely submit an application immediately. According to the beautiful secretary of the rabbit tribe, a month has passed, right? Haven't applied yet? That's a bit strange. Could it be that they have simplified the process and have enough technicians? Yashai was also confused. This doesn't fit the character of those witches. Do you want me to send someone to ask? The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit clan, asked. Forget it, it's meaningless. If they want to hide something, the witches' forest is full of illusions and space magic. Even if they send people in to investigate, they won't find anything. Even if it's 2 people from the ghost tribe and the fairy tribe, seniors go in, and they have to go around and get confused even though the demon queen is personally guarding them. Yashai shook her head and did not force this. She also understands. The reason why the witch clan cooperates with Kalien is not just because of Kalien himself, but also because of that person. Today, Kalien's cooperation is still maintained. But if she wants to get the witch tribe to show higher sincerity and trust, Yashai thinks she can't do it unless that person returns now. Chapter 97. Elf Tribe. Elf Islands, the main northern island. The Forest of Fire Elves, Fail, the elven capital. According to the news from Kalien, that person has left the Sea Clan, so we don't need to keep an eye on him anymore. Even if it is true, we still have to pay attention. If the Sea Clan develops too fast and the Titan God has another attempt at that time, the more powerful Sea Clan will be difficult for us to handle. Technology develops so fast, let alone the ocean. Even if Kalien's technology is copied from the past, many machines and alchemy will have to be redesigned, and most alchemical reactions will be greatly restricted because of the existence of seawater. You mean, have you completely given up targeting the gods? Do you have a solution? When the elf clan leaders talked about the gods through the same magic meeting held by the elf ancient tree, they still felt a little helpless. The focus of their exchanges can be said to have completely given up on the gods. Targeting has no obvious meaning. So why didn't Lord Ice God try to pay attention to it before? The other party dares to take the initiative to contact us, so how could there be no way to escape? As our super god, she also represents our wishes. How could she not be sure to directly do something equivalent to a declaration of war? Then at least remind us, we are like headless chickens, looking around with those guys. There are also some small complaints from the elf clan leaders, but most of them are still helpless. The super god of the elves, the Ju-Yuan Ice God. As early as when the divine white dragon came to the elves, they had already secretly contacted each other and intended to unite. It's a pity that it didn't work out. Jueyuan Ice God did not inform the outside world, or even other high-level elves, and maintained the appearance that he had never been there. However, not long after Bai Long went to the Sea Clan, she went to the Sea Clan to check it out in person and put on the disguise of a Sea Clan appearance. At the same time, he was also noticed by the projection of the power of the Demon Queen, who also went to the Sea Clan and noticed the abnormality at the time. The two briefly chatted about some gods' topics and then broke up unhappily. The 3 gods have been able to release power projections from the Gate of Heaven, which is enough to prove that they have the conditions for recovery. They only need the final strength to open the Gate of Heaven. Yes, and that person has already made it clear that his witch talent is related to recovery. There is no way to stop them. It's just a matter of time at most. The king of the 9th prophecy, Kalien. I never imagined that the prophesied king who was once considered our chess piece would become the world's biggest hidden danger. No one can easily bear the changes he brings except us and the demons. The elven clan leaders sighed, but they had to admit it. The king of prophecy. Indeed, for the Changshao species, he is the absolute king born among them, the one who can guide the world pattern. But in fact, in front of longevity species with more historical data, information, and abilities have higher control. Even if there is a slight loss of control, their lifespan is enough to consume any generation. The king of prophecy. Before the curse of forbidden gods is broken, the lifespan of low-level gods is only more than 200 in normal state. Even if some methods are found to extend life, it will only be more than 300 years old. The longevity species still have absolute initiative. The madmen of the witch tribe, if it weren't for their power experiment, which resulted in the experimental subjects completely escaping their control, not only perfectly possessing the power and lifespan of the longevity bloodline, but also being targeted by the gods who reside in their power, they would not be able to as for this situation. The head of state Kalien and Kalien can no longer handle it. The gods, it depends on the situation. The elves now really plan to give up the pursuit of the gods. Or, from the time Jueyuan Ice God knew that head of state Kalien had a chance to recover, there was no such chance. There should be one last chance. Elf King Elf said. The other elven chiefs looked at her with some confusion. Since he has left the Sea Clan, it proves that the negotiations with the Sea Clan have not been completely successful. Otherwise, there is no need for him to leave on his own. He only needs to wait for the opportunity under the protection of the Titan God. From the perspective of the Titans, even if they want to cooperate with the Protoss, they still need to know whether the Protoss is worthy of cooperation. He personally went to the Sea Tribe and set off changes so that the Titan gods could feel everything he could bring. This can be regarded as an opportunity to build cooperation. What can truly achieve the outcome of cooperation is at least not that simple. Elf King Elov analyzed calmly. The Elf King, who was born from the ancient elf tree that was enshrined and nourished by the Elf clan, gave a clearer analysis at this time. As you wish. The Titan God cares most about the Sea Clan. What needs to be shown to the Titan gods most is the ability that can change the future of the Sea Clan, which is Kalien's own ability. That's more reasonable. So, there is only one high-level god who may have resurrected in the Kalian realm recently, and it is difficult to effectively prevent it. As long as the elf clan leaders knew the information about the former high-level gods, they all thought of the same answer. Tarabvan Island. The former owner, the high-ranking god, God Nilet. If Kalien really has the ability to kill high-level gods on his own, how should we choose? The leader of the Fire Elf clan asked this question. Get closer to Kalien. The sudden words shocked the Elven clan leaders. These are the words of their super god, Ju Yuan Ice God. She is actually listening to the meeting? Has the strength returned to a new level? My thoughts are the same as Lord Ice God. If Kalien is really capable, then we need to move closer to Kalien. In the possible war of the gods in the future, our race, which has experienced the era of divine rule, the era of ancient tribes' troubled times, and continues to this day, does not have any substantive conflicts with Kalien, and even cooperates a lot with each other. The only gap was that head of state Kalien did not lend a helping hand when he was being surrounded and killed. It's something that can be made up for. The biggest guarantee of working with Kalien is that at least there will be no situation where the demons want to kill us or the vampires want to support us. Elf King Elov said clearly and clearly. In the past, there were many conflicts between various ethnic groups, which were even too complicated to sort out. Simplest. A high-level god from the Ghost tribe once made a comment, he hates every race equally. You can know how complicated the conflicts between various races used to be. If Kalien has the ability to kill high-level gods, then cooperate with them. With an equal attitude, we will try our best to help. If they fail in the end, and the gods fail again, we need to steal all the magic technology that Kalien has as quickly as possible. At least we can't let the Witch Clan have it all to ourselves. Whether it's for ourselves or for checks and balances. Juewen Ice God's last calm words also represented the elves' decision. Chapter 98. Kalien, Southeast. The Bora Peninsula area, the former Goblin Kingdom of the Holy Continent, is now one of the main gathering areas of the Kilian Goblins. A Babylonian region. What? Bei Long stretched and woke up from a hotel in a city in this area. Previously in the dwarf tribe, he did not see the expected conflict between the alien races. Because of the common surname system problem among the dwarves, his name was completely reset, and he was given corresponding basic education and basic equality. After that, he had some problems with Kalien. A greater sense of belonging. The degree of integration is among the highest among all races. Therefore, after he went to Tarabwan Island, he took a boat all the way south and came here. At the same time, this is also the last area under Kalien's actual control from the Bora Peninsula to the south. Further south. That is to say, the main area of the Bora Peninsula that was once dominated by the Old Empire, and was also named the Afa region by Kalien, has been occupied by many powerful warcraft gods, and due to their large number and strength. In addition, there were still many people living in it, and Kalien did not rush to launch military force to deal with it. I just ask those warcraft gods not to enslave or even hunt ordinary people, otherwise Kalien will launch an attack even if he pays the price. At present, the overall situation is relatively stable. The weather is nice, very suitable for traveling. Bei Long looked at the weather outside the window and quickly turned around to wash up. After having breakfast, we started walking around this small city with Tiffany. Like other areas, many refugees from the World War period were arranged here, and they were of all races. In addition, due to the scattered parts of the deadly enemy clan war, there are many races here besides goblins, and many of the infrastructures are built by their joint efforts. For example, there are dwarf craftsmen who are good at construction, goblins who are good at machine making, orcs with abundant labor force, and humans who are relatively versatile in all aspects, etc. This small town was originally just a small town. The fact that it has been able to develop to its current scale and is not yet a port area is enough to prove the results of its peaceful development. Compared with the Soxia region and the Ersha Empire that I have been to before, Kalien's development speed is indeed terrifying. Bai Long also praised. It's better than the ESA Empire. The Soxia region is completely agricultural according to national standards, and there is no decent heavy industry. Even if there is a coastline, it cannot build decent foreign trade. Even the few railways are still affiliated with the West Sea Empire at that time. They built it. Tiffany is still clear about this and shows that there is no need to compare with them. The gap between Kalien and those regions and countries is completely incomparable. Industrial reform, basic education, agricultural planning, and a lot of other things are really not comparable at all. Bai Long said while looking at the other party. Over there is the agricultural planning area outside the city, and it is spring. It was a flat land under the operation of unified crop machinery. Some are stirring the ground, others have already started sowing seeds, and others have begun to pour fertilizer on the seedlings. Even the Ersha Empire cannot do this unified crop planning that frees up a large number of labor forces. Speaking of which, this Abilene region is not as developed as imagined. Wasn't it a goblin kingdom before? Logically speaking, the overall industrial foundation should be better. Kalien should develop faster after taking over, right? Bai Long asked very puzzledly. Not to mention anything else, the number and height of the buildings in the small town are not as good as those in the previous areas dominated by humans and dwarves, and the thickness and width of the alchemical gravel roads are slightly worse. There are very few cars on the road, and many of them are relatively cheap fuel vehicles, and there are very few magic vehicles. You have to ask the former kingdom of Abilene during the World War, which was worried about disturbing the peace of the elemental gods and did not open railways to places like mountainous mining areas. And because they were afraid of popular rebellion, they failed to popularize education, build new factories, and introduce industrial technology. In addition, there is a small amount of steel smelting, which is mainly used for the construction of manors of royal nobles, and flashy armors are used to decorate these. And the most excessive, a lot of money is spent on luxury and enjoyment, and a birthday party can eat up an army's equipment. Such a powerful idiot. Tiffany explained coldly. Why is there such a stupid country? Bai Long said he was unable to complain. It was a time of world war, and when the flames of war could reach your country at any time, you didn't want to think of ways to increase your national power? But if you think about it carefully, it may be that the former Abilonian kingdom was in a good location and had not been beaten much. If beaten once, twice, 3 times or more. If it can still be like this, then it is the ultimate waste country that is truly stupid, useless, cowardly, and aggrieved. After staying here for a few days, do you want to continue south to the Offa region? Li Fair Academy is still there, and the monsters and gods who live there have not disturbed the order of the region. Tiffany suddenly said this. The academy you and he studied in before, right? If you want to see it, then go and see it together. Bai Long didn't refuse. Okay. Tiffany nodded slightly. Bai Long didn't turn to look at her, but he could understand. After traveling so far in Kilian, I am afraid that what I want to visit most with him is the former college. Even now, he is not him yet. Let's go take a look at the farmland today. I haven't taken a good look at Kalien's agricultural machinery yet. Bai Long quickly changed the subject. I would also recommend visiting the northern region in the future, especially the volcanic plain area of Kiltu. Not only is farming unified, but computer control is also used. Many operations can be completed with only magic program instructions, including weather magic, local manipulation, etc., Tiffany said. Here I go, so outrageous? Local weather control. Bai Long was very surprised. It's not yet at the level of a magic disaster. The kind of tornado or thunder and lightning you think of is far from possible. Tiffany quickly interrupted his fantasy. Okay, then, local control of rain and sunshine is already very beneficial to agriculture. Will this disrupt the flow of overall climate elements? Bai Long suddenly thought again. Except for agriculture, there is almost no power to apply for the power to change local weather. It is only a small area and will not affect the climate conditions of the entire world. It will be naturally optimized soon. Tiffany explained. This is indeed not bad. To what extent can it be achieved? For example, how many people can grow food to feed how many people? Bei Long asked quickly. At the current extreme standard, 10 farmers responsible for intelligent mechanized farms can feed 200 people. Kai Lian hopes that the entire country will reach this standard, and is fully popularizing it in the plain areas. The goal is to feed million farmers. It connects 1 billion people and can reserve food rations for at least million people every year. Tiffany gave a general introduction. This is not ordinary. Bei Long was also a little shocked by this agricultural plan. 1 to 750. Equivalent to 1 person, can grow food for 750 people? What a terrible mechanization and agricultural plan, and it is planned to be like this as a whole. Chapter 99. There is no charge to visit the mechanized farming of farmland. Unlike school visits, students have to ensure their safety, class arrangements, etc., and they have to pay protection fees and harassment fees. Just say it and go over and take a look. As for whether you are worried that a powerful magician like Bei Long will use his spiritual power to infiltrate farming machinery and steal mechanical technology, don't worry at all. Because it had been stolen by other forces long ago, as soon as this thing was put into public use. As for whether they can be imitated and mass-produced, that is a matter for those forces themselves. Anyway, there is no complete industrial chain, and the performance that can be produced is only that. If you need to use it, you will most likely have to buy Kilian external sales. The product. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the roar of fuel engines, cultivators were turning over the land. This is in preparation for planting spring wheat. And these latest cultivators are not only as simple as turning, but also spread fertilizer in advance. It is prepared through alchemy and potion, and is specially used for crops. It can promote growth and ensure the growth of seedlings. Why are they all driven by fuel? Isn't there a quantifiable magic core? Bei Long asked curiously. In layman's terms, the special fuel engine specially matched to the cultivator is very powerful and can continue to operate as long as it is refueled. If it is replaced with a magic core drive, there will need to be a rest period to recharge the magic power, which will delay the cultivation of the land, sowing, and even harvest time. Furthermore, our Kilian has a lot of fuel, and fuel engines have not been popularized for many years. In addition, with the presence of magic vehicles, the consumption is not very high. Even if part of the alchemy requires fuel, it will not cause a shortage, so the cost of fuel is lower than the cost of mana. Otherwise, based on the consumption of the cultivator, the mana fee alone will cost more. The goblin farmer uncle who followed explained. Due to the different basic structures of the world, everything is composed of elements. Only a small part of the various types of fuels that are highly complex element aggregates with the fire element as the main element and other elements as the supplement are needed for magic alchemy, and most of them are used directly as fuel. Therefore, when the entire world is not using it properly and the reserves are still huge, the cost is mainly due to mining and transportation. Various magic pumping stations are still under construction, and magic resources are allocated with different priorities. If other substitutes can be used, they must be used first. After the supply of magic power is absolutely sufficient, you may think of temporarily retaining fuel, a resource with low regeneration capacity. In addition, Kilian's fuel subsidies for agriculture are very high, so we can't spend much money. Tiffany also added. This lady also knows very well. We do have very high subsidies, so we prefer to use the fuel engine version of the cultivator. Similarly, for our own cars, we will also give priority to the fuel version because we can use the power to cultivate the land. Get a pilot's license and get discounts on gas prices. The goblin farmer uncle also said with a smile. Is the protective performance of fuel vehicles poor? Bei Long asked curiously. It depends on the model. Some fuel vehicles also have micro-magic cores, which can provide necessary emergency protection. The better the magic power, the stronger the protection. The magic cores installed in the best-selling fuel vehicles at present can also force people to the car is flying. The goblin farmer explained. The most basic version of a fuel vehicle is generally understood to be a fuel engine plus iron wheels, and one can only be used for transportation. Equipped with a micromagic core, it means that as long as you pay enough, the automaker can provide various auxiliary functions. Not to mention flying into the sky, you can even go into the water. The micromagic core can do this. Couldn't a car driven by the main magic core be used as a tank? Bei Long was even more curious. He had noticed before that the magic core of some magic cars was very strong. The most outrageous car he had noticed before was a car equipped with a 7th level magic core, which could create a mecha with the capabilities of a 7th level king level magician. At the beginning of the World War, it was the top knight mecha configuration of a small country. It is outrageous to use it to build cars now. There really is a magic car that can function as a sea, land, and air vehicle. It's no problem to use it as a tank, but the price can only be afforded by the boss of the Chamber of Commerce. There are few chambers of commerce that can manufacture that kind of magic car. At present, only the Automobile Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the military factory can do this. For example, the Ilba Automobile Chamber of Commerce belongs to the Ilba Machinery Factory, and the Temism Automobile Chamber of Commerce belongs to the Temism Military Aviation Factory. They possess the miniaturized mass-produced magical core technology decentralized by the military. They can compress the highest 8-level magical core into the hood of the car. While providing huge magical power to the entire car, it can also provide sea, land, and air all-round mobility, and super protective capabilities. When the goblin farmer uncle talked about these things, he also looked very interested. Sure enough, for these goblins, the car as a means of transportation for mechanical devices is still very attractive to them. You know, until the early days of the world, the goblins were still the race with the most advanced mechanical skills in the entire world. That's it. Beilong nodded, and then asked, by the way, can I try out this cultivator? You can try it, but it will delay the time of plowing, so you have to pay a fee to test drive. The goblin farmer uncle said quickly. No problem, uncle, will you teach me, or will the current driver come? Beilong looked eager to give it a try. Don't worry, I have to find you a human driver first. The goblin farmer uncle. Okay, that's troublesome. Beilong nodded. He also just remembered that he had better not use transformation magic. He just subconsciously felt that he could transform into the appearance of a goblin to drive, and he could directly ignore the appearance factors. Whether it's Kalien's car or this kind of special cultivator, they all come in different driving models. Let's not talk about the various orcs themselves, which have great physical differences. Just the physical differences between humans, dwarves, and goblins require that the conditions of drivers of different races be taken into consideration during manufacturing. The average adult height of the rhino tribe, which is larger in basic body size, is 2.5 meters tall. Goblin dwarves, who have a smaller base body, have an average adult height of only about 1.2 meters. If this is designed uniformly according to the human race, either the car door can't be entered, or the driver can't step on the accelerator, which is very embarrassing. Chapter 100. It's quite fun to drive the cultivator, and the overall farming efficiency has indeed improved a lot. If we consider it as an earth magician, we will look at the intensity of the magic they need to cast and the recovery time. Probably a cultivator can match the efficiency of a 3rd-level soil magician. After Beilong experienced it, he also gave evaluation. Kalien can easily mass-produce this kind of machine. Tiffany Lee also said. Yes, metal ore that can be smelted in large quantities, plus other related raw materials for parts and components. With only fuel as the driving force, Kalien can mass-produce as much as he wants, far more than he once had to hire low-level earth magicians. The slave farming era was much better. Beilong also nodded. All the raw materials are available in the vast Kilian itself. There is more than one complete industrial chain, and these advanced machines can be mass-produced at any time, and other races and countries can only covet them. Kalien can easily complete basic driver training and other tasks. As long as the plain areas specially managed by the state are well planned, highly mechanized planting can be completed, ensuring that Kilian's food can be absolutely self-sufficient and have surplus storage. Just relying on this alone has opened a huge gap with other racial countries. Only the elves, who rely on lush forests to inhabit, can rival Kalien in terms of food issues. Are you going to visit the Offa region next? Beilong asked proactively. It's up to you. Tiffany said without forcing anything. But she could faintly feel that she wanted Beilong to go. Is teacher Lena still at Lee Firebuneor Academy? Beilong asked. Tiffany was slightly startled. Since Beilong knows this, then he. Don't get excited, I just know a little bit about it, but I don't know the details at all. It mainly involves witches, and I don't want to meet them for the time being. Beilong said immediately. Oh. Tiffany. So are you still here or not? Beilong. She was transferred away a long time ago. Her original purpose was to monitor the royal family of the Alpha Empire. The benefit promised to the Empire was to use the magic knowledge of the witch tribe to help the Empire cultivate many outstanding magicians. Tiffany explained. If the Empire ceases to exist, there will be no need for the witch Lena to continue to stay there. Moreover, the Academy itself also has a dean who is a powerful god, and does not require additional protection to avoid the chaos of the warcraft and gods in the Alpha region to a certain extent. Then go, I'm just going to see what the traditional training academy is like under Kalien's rule. Bai Long was also very interested. One of his main purposes for coming to Kilian is to see the current development status of Kilian in all aspects. The most basic knowledge education has been observed, and the education in cultivation cannot be left behind. Aims. Afar region, Rifire City, Banal College. Set off. After half a day. It's a little different from what I imagined. Bai Long arrived here in a car. After getting off the car outside the city, he looked at the city and was a little surprised. This Li Fei, which was once the capital of the Alpha Empire, now does not have the high-rise buildings as imagined. On the contrary, the new buildings are of average height. The main buildings still retain their original simple style, and you can't feel the steel alchemy at all. The technological sense of sandstone architecture. But once the spiritual power is covered, all the infrastructure in the city will be available, and the magic pump station in the nearby area will also continuously provide magic power. Even the airport is still operating normally. Basically, except for the architectural style, everything is pretty much the same. The new building complex is mainly developed outside the city walls of the old imperial capital. Most of them are a mixture of low-rise residential buildings and factories. Kalien took precautions very early and did not regard the Alpha region, which has a good climate and environment, as the main development area. This should be the result of the Witch Clan's early warning against the resurgence of the world of Warcraft gods. Therefore, in terms of overall development, they are relatively conservative. The attitude is just to ensure that the infrastructure is normal. Tiffany explained. I can understand it. If we really go all out to develop, it would be really heartbreaking to have a fight with the gods of Warcraft and destroy everything. It would be a waste of people and money. Bai Long nodded. Go directly to the academy? Tiffany asked proactively. Can I visit the training academy directly? No need to make more complicated reservations. Bai Long was confused. Previously, elementary schools required reservations and had to wait until the next day to make arrangements. Can the training academy go in directly? What? You still dare to mess around in a training academy with a bunch of saint level, king level, and all kinds of magic arrays for protection? Tiffany asked in return. I understand. Bai Long nodded. Just visit as a regular adventurer, let's go. Tiffany. It is true that a training academy is different from an elementary school with little defense capabilities. In this academy, not to mention the teachers, even the gatekeepers must be cultivators. The primary reason for the visit to the elementary school was that practitioners like Bai Long and others could suddenly launch dangerous attacks. But in the training academy, as long as they are not god level, it doesn't matter who attacks anyone. Go through the formalities and apply for it. However, due to the late time, the visit was still scheduled for the next day. Hotel, night, restaurant. Just asking, who are the main Warcraft gods in the Alpha region? Are there high-level ones? Bai Long asked while tasting the local delicacies. 2 high-level Warcraft gods, 7 mid-level Warcraft gods, plus 23 low-level Warcraft gods. As well as 5 low-level Warcraft gods from the Alpha region, 2 originally from the Alpha Empire. It is temporarily composed of alliance. Tiffany gave a general introduction. Reason? Bai Long was confused. Unless the Warcraft are of the same kind, it is difficult to unite together. Such a large number of alliances are rare even in the more chaotic ancient times, let alone the era of divine rule. It seems to be an issue related to the troubled times of the ancient tribe when they fell. Some kind of covenant was concluded before their death, and they planned a place where they might be revived. In order to ensure that we stay away from the core competitive areas of the Holy Continent, but do not want to leave this continent and recover on other continents, we selected the southeastern region that was relatively remote at that time, which is now the Bara Peninsula. A far region. After they recovered, although they did not look after each other, they did not attack and kill each other. They remained quiet and each recovered his strength with peace of mind. Tiffany explained the situation roughly. These Warcraft gods did not all die in this area, but they were already prepared and scheduled to revive in this area. As long as the Forbidden God curse disappears and their respective conditions for recovery are met, they will come back to life after thousands of years of death. I see. It can be roughly understood that even if there is hatred between each other, we should at least wait until each of them has fully recovered their strength. And during this period, we will jointly maintain the stability of the recovering region and reduce the occurrence of various unexpected situations. Bei Long quickly understood the current situation, which is why the Alpha region is currently temporarily stable. Chapter 101. The next day. A far region, Li Fei'er. Banal College. As a top academy that became world-famous decades ago, the configuration of this training academy can be said to be top-notch. The area of the college alone is equivalent to the size of some small towns. Even the Pole Star College, which has been expanded by the Ersha Empire, has a slight gap compared to the area of Banal College. Everything here is prepared for practicing students. A larger martial arts arena, a larger magic alchemy and potion laboratory, and a corresponding huge library, etc. Banal College, which has only just opened its doors, already has students from all over the world studying here, including traditions that are still preserved. It is obviously a college in an area dominated by humans, but there are long-lived races such as orcs, goblins, and dwarves. There are also exchange students from elves, demons, and vampires who come here to exchange and study. This was before the World War, led by Alpha, the exchange student tradition preserved by the Empire's attempts. They all wore the uniforms of Banal College. In this new college where there was no longer any distinction between royal and aristocratic classes, they studied and practiced together in an equal and harmonious manner. As expected, the atmosphere in the academy is the most comfortable. Bei Long sat on the bench next to the flower stage in the martial arts arena, and Tiffany sat on the other end. The current costumes are still from more than 30 years ago. Only the costumes for aristocratic status have been deleted. Tiffany explained, meaning, "It does feel familiar, as if I have lived here for a long time. If I feel right, it should be the dormitory complex over there, right?" Bei Long raised his hand and pointed in one direction. Well, that was a dormitory group that belonged exclusively to nobles and distinguished exchange students. Every student has a luxurious single room. Whether it is the location or the infrastructure, it is the best among all students. Tiffany nodded. The accommodation complex where they once lived. What about now? Bei Long asked curiously. Ranking based on comprehensive scores such as cultivation strength and academic performance, the top-ranked ones can live there. Tiffany replied. It's good, keep the basic competitiveness. Bei Long nodded. In this world, there will definitely be various differences in basic talents and abilities due to different races. It is unrealistic to ensure even relative equal treatment for everyone. Even Kalien can only achieve basic equality. We will ensure that every citizen has enough food and clothing, goes to school, has a normal job, etc. And we will make every effort to further optimize the most basic equality that belongs to everyone on this basis. But at the same time, it retains its competitive nature. Have you remembered anything? Still don't want to remember? Tiffany suddenly asked, but did not turn to look at Bei Long. This is not something I can decide. Bei Long smiled helplessly. Really? Tiffany's expression dimmed. She actually already understands. Probably for reasons she doesn't know yet, Bei Long may be the condition and introduction for his recovery. The reason why he can't be revived now is because it's not suitable or for other reasons. As a result, he is now unable to revive and come to see her. There are exchange students from elves, vampires, and demons here. Even if he can really recover, he won't choose to be here. Bei Long said at this time. Then where do you think it should be? Tiffany asked immediately. Let's go to the Spul Mountains. After wandering around Kilian for so long, it seems that we haven't taken a good look at the scenery. Bei Long suggested. Yet. Tiffany nodded. Coming here was actually what Tiffany hoped for. Bei Long's scheduled itinerary did not include Banal College. But including the Spul Mountains. Spul Mountains. The Bara Peninsula region was the largest mountain range in the former Alpha Empire. The vast attached forest is the habitat of a large number of monsters, and there were 2 god-level monsters before the World War. Nowadays, as a member of the Warcraft gods, he still lives here peacefully. At the same time, it is also a place that many adventurers seek. Even though it is now controlled by the god of warcraft, without explicit prohibition, adventurers who need rare ores, medicinal herbs, warcraft materials, etc. will still choose to set foot here when they think it is the right time. Set foot in this area. A place already controlled by the gods of warcraft. There used to be farmland near here, right? Beilong and the others had arrived at the edge of the mountains and could already see some old buildings and abandoned farmland. The road is still an ordinary road surface of dirt and gravel, and there is no alchemical gravel road surface that is the most common in Kailien. It can be understood that there was no intention to develop in this direction from the beginning. Well, I have eaten the fruits and vegetables grown here before. Tiffany nodded and looked at Beilong. Here. When she was studying in this academy, she and the current Grand Marshal Jaika of Kailien were from the blood clan who used the pseudonym Yi Si Tet. The places we visited together with the former leader of the Kailien clan, who also went by the pseudonym Xiu Lekaon at that time. Nowadays, due to the revival of the Warcraft god, even the villagers who originally lived nearby have been forced to relocate. Fortunately, Kailien has made good arrangements, and the life of those villagers is not bad now. It's a pity that the farmland here is no longer what it used to be. It has long been overgrown with weeds. Then we should be in the right place, let's go. Beilong nodded. Who do you want to see? Tiffany asked. Of course they are the two high-level gods, Cyclops and Auronides. Beilong answered directly. Is that really the case? Tiffany seemed to have guessed something. But don't worry, you can still have a nice stroll in the mountains. Beilong said with a smile. Shall I lead the way? It's all right. Continue deeper into the forest. They met cute and docile little monsters. A tree that 3 people could hardly hug. Small snakes in the stream and carnivorous plant monsters. The inexplicably familiar scenes are constantly touching Beilong's heart. The originally golden eyes will occasionally reveal a light blue halo, which is the color of another person's eyes. Finally, we came to a cliff. Looking down, you can see part of the mountain scenery. Birds fly across the sky, beasts roar, and insects chirp, flowers and plants are fragrant, and fruits are sweet. We have seen the scenery here before, with Sister Nalin. Tiffany stood behind Beilong and said as if to remind her. At that time, you still called her Sister Yi instead of Sister Nalin now. Beilong corrected her. You really know a lot. Tiffany. I also know that the moss-covered warning stone tablet says, there are 7th-level magical beasts such as griffins and pterosaurs on the cliffs. Watch the scenery with caution. But what's the use then? Beilong pointed to the warning stone tablet in front of him and asked as he looked at the scenery in front of him. If he knows this, what's the use? He is just a divine white dragon. Chapter 102. Night. According to Tiffany's request, they need to spend the night in this mountain range. The forest at night, especially the forest where such monsters are infested, is extremely dangerous. Only strong people like them can rest peacefully in this forest. When night fell, Tiffany naturally found a relatively dry tree hole to rest, while Beilong found a thick and comfortable tree branch to rest on a nearby big tree, but there was no anxious to fall asleep. He raised his head and looked at the 2 moonlights through the gaps between the branches. Under the moonlight, the originally pale golden eyes once again had a light blue halo, and then a bloody halo quickly appeared. But these weak changes disappeared quickly, as if I didn't even notice it. At the same time, deep in the Spul Mountains, the figure of the white dragon appeared here simultaneously. The only difference is that his standard appearance with white hair and golden eyes has changed slightly. In the originally pure white hair color, under the reflection of the moonlight, you can feel a little bleak. It is caused by part of the pure white hair turning into silver. Among the golden pupils, the left eye turned into a blue pupil, with a hint of blood. The disguise of the illusion is good, and it actually made her, whose strength is close to that of an intermediate god, unaware of my departure. At this time, White Dragon smiled and praised. The open space in front of him was rapidly distorting and changing, and even the space was moving. When everything returned to normal, he was already in a fluorescent cave. The entire space was more than 200 meters in diameter. The tall rock walls were covered with various complex totems, the most conspicuous of which were 2 unique ones. The giant totem. If Tiffany was here, she would definitely know her. Those are the totems of the 2 high-level gods. Cyclops, the 100-armed giant Olenides. Although they are giants, they are fundamentally different from the giants because they are life forms with demon cores. Based on the broad definition of Warcraft, they belong to the same class of Warcraft as the Dragon Clan and Phoenix. Since you represent the gods, why do you want to cooperate with the daughter of the Demon Clan to come? A strong, majestic, and powerful voice echoed in the cave. Immediately, 2 huge magical shadows appeared in front of Beilong. One after another, other different magical shadows emerged on both sides behind them. They are all the magical beasts and gods that have been resurrected in the Burla Peninsula, as well as the 5 Warcraft gods who originally lived here and later joined them. I have my own plans, no need to ask. Beilong smiled lightly. He gathered earth magic at will and solidified the rock on the spot to form a large seat. He sat on it calmly without any fear of these gods. We have already felt the auras of the 3 people before. You can indeed represent the gods, and as the true master of the country where this land currently belongs, we can also fulfill the contract we made and guarantee to provide you with the necessary assistance. But the premise is that we must prove that we have the value to continue to assist you. We will not join in a losing situation. The magical shadow of the Cyclops directly shows that there are no twists and turns. This topic is not urgent. This is not a special space like the Poseidon Palace. It is inconvenient to use the god's scepter. I cannot fully project into this body, and some related memories are incomplete. The purpose of my coming here is just to confirm the speculation about my divine origin. Beilong also said frankly that now he cannot appear directly like before. Regarding the situation here, he only came here because of speculation. The gods of Warcraft were able to cooperate with each other and stay stably in the Bara Peninsula, with Kalien's tacit approval. The fact that the witches, ghosts, and fairies behind it didn't respond at all showed some problems. In addition, Beilong actually learned before that the high-level gods of Warcraft here are 2 giants of Warcraft. In the age of theocracy, the relationship between these 2 people with the gods was not bad. It was only at the end of the theocratic era that the relationship gradually faded away, and at the beginning of the ancient tribes' troubled era, when the Protoss was jointly destroyed by various races, it did not do any help to the Protoss but maintained a wait-and-see attitude like ordinary Warcraft gods. Almost the same as the Nile god on Tarabwan Island. But later, like other Warcraft gods, they also fell in the chaotic wars of ancient tribes. Result: it is now that they all seem to be resurrected here in a form that has been prepared for a long time. He maintained a relatively stable relationship with Kalien and no conflicts broke out. Therefore, Beilong made his guess based on his previous historical inquiries in the Forest of Memory of the Elves and his partial knowledge about the gods. The Warcraft god here may also be one of the backup tools prepared by the gods. You were able to respond to me when I arrived, and he also projected part of his power and memory, which proves his guess. Beilong said with a smile, with an expression of complete control. It is certain that these Warcraft gods are indeed related to the gods. It is another backup method when necessary, but it has corresponding trigger conditions, so it is not very stable. What conditions are still lacking for the resurrection of the gods? Asked the magical shadow of the 100-armed giant Oronides. It's very simple. The more power that supports the opening of the door to heaven, the better. Beilong stretched out his hand in response and made a horizontal movement to open the door with one hand. It seems that you didn't get a positive answer from the Titan god before. Cyclops quickly understood. So, there's no rush. Beilong said again. After receiving this answer, the 2 gods were determined. The current white dragon is just here to confirm whether they have reached cooperation with the gods and to have a general understanding of their current attitude. The rest, limited by current conditions, do not force in-depth conversations. After all, this is not the Titan god's Poseidon Palace, and it is not appropriate to use the projection of the god's scepter rashly. Is there nothing else? Cyclops asked just in case. It's really nothing special. If I have to say it, I just hope that 1 year from now you can go to Tarabwan Island to witness the resurrection of God Nilet. Whether it's quietly or directly, it doesn't matter. I believe there is something you can think of. Beilong added additionally. Understood. Then see you later. Without any more words, their magical shadows disappeared one after another. Everything in front of him returned to the original forest clearing condition under the distorted space and sight. Beilong's hair color and eye color also returned to white hair and golden eyes. Turn around and leave, recovering as before. It's like it never happened. Chapter 103. The next day. Aren't you going to see those 2 people? Tiffany asked doubtfully. I've already seen it. Beilong didn't try to hide it. Is it? Tiffany simply responded without any additional reaction. It was obvious that she had guessed something. The demons pay a lot of attention to the gods, so compared to other races, they can better guess what backup plans the gods may prepare. Regarding the two Warcraft gods, the Cyclops and the 100-armed giant, the demons have already made relevant speculations. But just for this reason, the demons can't take the initiative to do anything to them. And now they are still in a state of alliance with many Warcraft gods, but they are a strong local small force. The demons who have not yet established a firm foothold in the Gallia continent are even less likely to come to the Holy Continent to cause trouble. Then what are you going to see next? Tiffany took the initiative to change the topic and was not prepared to continue talking about this. We have a basic understanding of basic education, and there are no general problems with multiracial integration. The rest is medical care, work, housing, and the like. Bei Long said quickly. There is no need to know anything about housing. In order to quickly stabilize a large number of refugees after the war, Kalian mobilized them to build new homes together. As long as they complete various work indicators during the construction process, they will be allocated a house that can be lived normally. The subsequent housing purchases for young people are not expensive. As long as they are not in a capital city like Beimacheng and they only need to work hard for 3 to 5 years, at least buying a house in their hometown will not be a problem, and many large chambers of commerce will have veteran employees. Apartment allocation. There will never be a situation like that in the Arsha Empire where people may work until they die and not even have enough money for a house in the city. Tiffany Lee first helped Bei Long lose one. Then let's take a brief look at the housing. Bei Long nodded and took out the map. What? Tiffany wondered. Throw a branch, and you will know which city to look at for housing, and then go north to the Orc area. After Bei Long finished speaking, he picked a small branch casually. Throw it lightly and the branches fall randomly. The sharp end points to a city in the center. The city where the Oran's Empire, once the strongest human empire, was located was also the most prosperous area in the southern part of Kilian. Because it is a large plain area with an extremely developed agricultural and industrial base that only needs to be renovated and optimized. And because the road and railway networks can be better laid, the subsequent development speed is also extremely fast, so that the entire south of Kilian is the only area comparable to the coastal areas. Absolutely bustling area. Do you want to wander around in this mountain range? Bei Long also asked first. We've finished all the places we wanted to visit. Tiffany said. Then let's go. Bei Long. Then they went on their way by ordinary means of transportation, but this time because they were on the Bora Peninsula, they chose to change to a boat midway. By the way, let's experience how comfortable Kilian's latest passenger cruise ship can be. After experiencing it, it is indeed much better than the merchant ships heading to the Arsha Empire in the Suxia region. At least it won't be in the same situation as a wooden ship. The overall defensive performance can probably withstand attacks from 7th and 8th order ocean monsters without any problem. Even if it encounters a tsunami, the powerful magic protection can keep the entire cruise ship intact. The most advanced satellite navigation and weather detection can also allow cruise ships to better navigate safe routes and avoid severe weather in a timely manner, ensuring navigation safety to a greater extent. The only pity is, this kind of satellite system can only be used normally in the waters near Kilian and the Elf Islands. After relanding, they switched to railroads approaching their target city. As for why it is close rather than direct, it is not because there is no relevant magic train operation, but for the last stretch of the journey, you can choose the special new magic train railway, which is a super high-speed railway built not long ago by Kalian K. At present, the entire Kilian only has an operating mileage of about kilometers. As a prosperous area with mainly plain terrain, it is natural for such ultra-high-speed railways to be laid. And it was named high-speed rail by Kalian. Is the speed of the new railway really 3 times that of the current railway? Bei Long was a little curious. At this moment, they were already on a magic car with a speed of 120 km per hour, which was already a relatively fast operating speed. This has only been in operation for a few years, and it is still in the speed limit stage for insurance purposes, which is probably maintained in the range of 350 to ... We will make corresponding speed adjustments based on the conditions in the region. For example, because the area we are about to go to is a plain, the elemental conditions are stable, and it is not easy for magic disasters to break out and monsters to breed. Therefore, the speed can be stabilized at 350 to km per hour, which is basically 3 times the speed of our current magic car. Tiffany gave a general introduction. After the restrictions are lifted, it will almost reach right. Bei Long roughly estimated. No, at least 600. Tiffany shook her head. So scary. Bei Long was slightly surprised. When you really need to go fast, you will use the overload mode, and the preset Earth anti-gravity magic and wind anti-wind resistance magic will be activated. While greatly reducing the load, the loss of wind resistance will be reduced, and additional magic will be used for explosive operation. Tiffany explained in detail. It's interesting. According to this idea, is it possible to build a magic car with anti-gravity suspension? Bei Long quickly thought. Indeed, there is, but it is currently only in operation in Beimu City, and the whole is still in the experimental stage. Mainly considering the cost of construction, operation, and maintenance, as well as practicality and safety, so it has not started expansion like the high-speed rail. Tiffany Lee he nodded in response. Kailin, are we really in the same world as other races and countries? Bei Long asked with a sigh. Since the invention of the magic computer and its iteration, Kailin has completely left the magic technology of other races and countries far behind. Even the Arsha Empire, which could barely keep up in the past, is already beyond its reach. Fan Li knows this very well. When she was still in the Demon Clan, she heard her father and uncle, the Demon King, often lament that the gap in magic technology had appeared. In addition, the overall industrial foundation and intellectual foundation are extremely poor, making it impossible to catch up in a short period of time. Magic computer. Bei Long repeated this. The formation magic of procedural magic has been confirmed to be developed, and the intellectual sequence magic is expected to be developed soon. Tiffany said proactively, which she actually knew about the progress. In other words, when the computing power of portable computing terminals such as mobile phones is increased to a certain level, and there is a micro-magic core with a certain amount of magic power stored, it will be possible for everyone to become a magician, right? Bei Long asked very much. Quickly asked. Kailien's military side has begun relevant training. Tiffany Lee. The more I talk about this, the more I really want to see the development of Kailien's magic technology. Bei Long. Aren't you watching? 2. Chapter 104. Kailien. Ultra high-speed railway operating routes. Road section in Manrak area. This speed is close to meters per second. It is really a super high-speed railway. Bei Long and Tiffany Lee were now in the first-class compartment of a high-speed train, comfortably feeling the super speed of this magical train. Bei Long has also ridden on the magic train in the Arsha Empire, but because most of them were built decades ago, the speed of most road sections does not exceed per hour. Even the speed of Kailien's ordinary magic train cannot be compared. It's even more impossible to compare to this magical train. The speed is 350 km per hour. Bei Long has never heard of such speed in the Arsha Empire before. Your current appearance is similar to that of many foreigners who have just arrived in Kailin. Tiffany said with a faint smile. It's hard to imagine that he would be amazed by Kailien's magical technology. Although he is not the real head of state Kailin, this contrast is still a bit funny. It can only be said that other countries have more serious information blockades against Kailin. I have been in the Arsha Empire for a year, and I have never heard of a magic car with such speed. I am afraid there are many things that benefit the people. It has not spread. Bei Long also figured it out quickly. Because Kailin used newspapers to trigger a large number of red changes, public opinion propaganda has also been wary of those countries. Especially the Arsha Empire has begun to learn to counter use in this regard to better control the people of the empire. Tiffany explained. They don't think that by controlling the newspaper's propaganda channels, they can really kill everything, right? Bei Long asked back. At least it has a certain effect. Tiffany. I hope so. Bei Long smiled. He had just left the Sea Clan, so he knew this kind of thing very well. There is no so-called newspaper office among the Sea people, because the special paper produced under the ocean is very expensive and it is impossible to use it to publish newspapers in batches. The overall media information is extremely backward, but even this can quickly breed a large number of members of the high communist society. This kind of thing cannot be cured by controlling the newspaper office. Are we almost at the station? Bei Long looked at the fluorescent screen in front of him. Where to go? Tiffany said. Of course it's a real estate center. Bei Long. Get off, exit the station, take a taxi. The largest real estate center in Yaniko City, the largest city in the Manrak region, has arrived. Are you two planning to settle down in Kilian, or are you preparing for a wedding room at the same time? If you have a direction, I can recommend it to you. The person in charge of reception asked quickly. Seeing that Beilong and Tiffany looked like humans, the reception members sent over were also from the human race. If you want to live for a long time, how much will a house of about square meters in the city center cost? Beilong asked directly. Do I need to use the gold price to convert? The receptionist asked with a smile. Many foreigners want to buy Kalian's real estate, but they usually cannot get a clear idea at the first time due to currency exchange issues. Especially for countries where Kyuan is not circulated, it is even more difficult to intuitively feel it. Converting it to gold price is much more intuitive. Let's convert it. Beilong replied as an ordinary foreigner. At the current world gold price exchange rate, the best residential building we currently buy in the city center sells for about 9 grams of gold per square meter. A square meter of about square meters requires about grams of gold. If you have a stable job in this city and provide proof of relevant work and proof of tax payment for more than 3 years, you can get a % discount on the transaction price, and there are further preferential policies for some special occupations. The receptionist explained quickly, but even though he spoke a little faster, his words were very clear. Beilong took the introduction brochure and took a rough look at the layout of the house, as well as the surrounding environment. It is a 20-story residential building, which is also the current upper limit of Kalian's residential buildings in this area. The height cannot be increased without special circumstances. It is equipped with an exclusive magic array protection that can withstand unexpected attacks of non-god level, and is equipped with an external mechanical skeleton for security protection. All entrances and exits need to be certified by magic props. The overall security is very satisfactory for ordinary people. If I buy it, I can't sell it at will, and I can only own a maximum of 2 properties in Kilian, right? Beilong asked. Yes. And once you purchase it, you need to undergo blood collection authentication. We do not recognize the identity of some foreign regions and only lock individual bloodline information, and it is mandatory not to sell it twice within 10 years. And if it is sold, even if the house price in the area changes, it must not exceed or fall below the 50% maximum value. The receptionist quickly continued. This is Kalian's way of using the law to forcefully control housing prices, strictly prohibiting random transactions and arbitrary rises and falls. For outsiders, bloodline information is forcibly bound and then entered into Kalian's latest online database. Completely eliminate the possibility of outsiders holding a large amount of Kalian's real estate by virtue of their financial resources. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are matters of Kalian's people's livelihood and must not be acted upon. But it's not that there's no luxury type at all. What type of house are they looking at? Beilong asked, pointing to the other side. It is not a residential housing, but a commercial housing. The price will rise to varying degrees depending on the location, infrastructure, basic services, and other factors. As a result, a commercial housing may be 10 times more expensive than a residential housing. However, we also stipulate that the number of commercial housing in a city shall not exceed 10% of the civilian housing. In short, it is used to satisfy the needs of the wealthy. While the receptionist was making the introduction, he also took out a beautiful brochure about commercial housing from the side. Beilong took a quick look and knew that this was used to satisfy the vanity of wealthy people. Various configurations are aimed at luxury, and only people with real financial strength can afford them. Ordinary people only need to buy ordinary civilian housing. If the one in the city center is a little more expensive, you can buy the one on the edge. Beilong has also used his mental power to infiltrate other brochures. The price of residential housing in the fringes of this prosperous city can still drop by less than half of the price in the city center. It belongs to the type of people who have good jobs and can buy it in full within 1 or 2 years. It can be said to be very exaggerated, especially compared to the situation in the Bisha Empire. The housing here is really for living. Tiffany commented simply. You can live in the Ersha Empire. You just need to borrow a little from their Jinswang and work hard all your life. Beilong said with a smile. Then where do you want to buy it? Tiffany asked. It's hard to say. After all, it's not a discussion in the Ersha Empire. Beilong spread his hands and said with a helpless look. Chapter 105. Beilong, who no longer knew much about the housing price issue, quickly left the city. Go directly to a small town in this area, and choose a relatively remote town. What he wanted to know next was medical issues. Are you prepared to understand all the people's livelihood issues personally? Tiffany asked with some confirmation. Absolutely. If it were not a matter of time, I might find an ordinary job and settle in a certain area for a period of time like I did in the Ayrshire Empire. Only by living well among the people can I better understand everything they have experienced. If Kilian cannot properly meet the needs of the people, what is the difference between it and those empires? Food, clothing, housing, transportation, education, and medical care, the most basic things cannot be lost. Bai Long knows this very well, and also understands that Kalian's greatest reliance is the power of the people of Kalian. Only by uniting everything can we truly fight against the gods. The moment you lose the support of the people, you lose the qualification to compete with the gods. Speaking of medical issues, when you visited the primary school before, did you have the opportunity to learn about them locally? Tiffany Lee was a little curious. I don't think Kalian has such a rapid popularization of medical treatment. There is a big gap between the popularization of basic education. So just by simply sensing their condition with mental strength, you can already judge that the local medical level of magic medicine is not high. Different from teacher training in education, the learning and mastering time of various basic subjects is shorter, and new teachers are trained faster. Traditional priests, potion masters, etc. either require magic talent or more systematic learning of potion knowledge. The time consumed is much greater than the training of ordinary basic teachers, and it also depends on whether there is any talent. Bai Long knows these very well, not just from what he learned from the High Clan, but from what he knows in his common sense memory. It is more difficult to popularize medical care than to popularize education. Then how popular do you think Kalian's medical treatment is now? Tiffany asked. At most minor illnesses are easy to treat, but serious illnesses all depend on luck. Bai Long made a direct judgment. Then go take a look. Tiffany. When she said this, it proved that she didn't know as much about Kalian as she did before. The reason is simple. The concept of routine illness is very unfamiliar to Tiffany, who is a member of the demon royal family. As a long-lived species, and a relatively top one, their basic physical fitness is far better than that of most races. Therefore, most of the time, this aspect is subconsciously ignored, resulting in an incomplete understanding. Studying is a must, and she herself also studied in the former Alpha Empire as an exchange student. Eating is a must, so she also knows a lot about Kalian's agriculture-related matters. She has been away from the demon clan for many years and has traveled around. She is also very aware of the gap between the living conditions in various regions and Kalian. In terms of medical treatment, it is indeed different. Maybe when she stays in certain places, she can notice how sick people in those areas seek treatment, but with a profession like a priest, most minor illnesses can still be treated directly with healing magic and potions. Then there is another key point. Treating diseases with medicines was not that important in this world. Because there is magic. People who master magic and have access to it rarely worry about common ailments. For example, those wealthy and powerful people in the past could basically hire very good priests quickly. What should common people and untouchables do if they get sick? If the local church pastor can cure it, he will cure it. If he cannot cure it, he will find a way to get some small potions and pick or buy the medicinal materials to cure the disease. Potions as a whole basically focuses on the research of medicines, and most of those who have access to it have more or less magic-related abilities. Therefore, many research directions are still biased towards magic and fighting spirit, and mainly serve practitioners. Anyway, civilian medical care can basically be handled by local church pastors of various religions. If they can't handle it, there aren't many powerful people who will care about the lives of civilians. This directly leads to, with a time span of tens of thousands of years, the lower class people of all ethnic groups have very little research on potions for treating diseases. However, if we really want to improve the health of the basic people, we must conduct research on curative potions. It is impossible to cure all diseases of all people by relying solely on curative magic. Perhaps the healing magic released by the 9th level low-level gods can cure the diseases of most ordinary people. But how many magicians are there at that level? Can the medical treatment needs of all people be guaranteed? As well as, does it apply to all races? Such as, it is recognized that the elven healing magic has the highest therapeutic effect and is the most suitable treatment target for the elves themselves. When used on other races, appropriate optimization and modifications are still required, and the original 100% effect cannot be achieved. Kalian. In the Central Plain area, a small town has not yet caught up with development. Hiss, don't move, don't move. Why are you so careless? I'm going to call a doctor for you. Just wait. A man who was busy doing farm work in the field accidentally fell and hit a sharp stone. A bloody hole appeared in the knee area, and the bleeding seemed unstoppable. The companions were anxious to call the town doctor. Won't you help? Tiffany asked. They happened to find him not far away, but Bei Long made no intention of taking the initiative to treat him. Ordinary trauma, not fatal, just take a look. Bei Long. What do you mainly look at? Healing ability. Tiffany was a little curious. As far as healing magic is concerned, ordinary skin, flesh and bone injuries are the simplest type. But if ordinary magic potions are used to treat them, the recovery speed will be greatly reduced. Our healing magic is a powerful force that can heal in a matter of seconds at the fastest. Potion treatment may take several days. Judging from the size of this town, even if there are newly trained low-level magicians, their ability the healing magic you master is probably only enough to stop bleeding. For the people, it is one thing to be able to treat diseases, but it is another thing to be able to treat diseases with peace of mind. Bei Long said simply. That's money, right? Tiffany quickly understood. Let's see how much it costs. Bei Long nodded. Can it be cured? This kind of trauma is definitely possible and is not difficult. The question is whether the disease can be treated with peace of mind. If an injury from a fall would cost several days of work, it would be better to chew a handful of grass and spread it over yourself. At least my body hurts, not my heart. Chapter 106. After a while, the doctor riding over quickly arrived at the field. Don't move. I'll give you some numbing potion first, and then clean the wound to stop the bleeding. The doctor was very young and looked no more than 30 years old. But he skillfully took out the paralyzing magic potion from the medical kit. It is often used in current magic medicine to numb the local area and feel the pain. And it is a type that has a very short-term effect and will lose its effect after about 1 minute. Potions that can cause long-term paralysis are only available in regular potion shops, hospitals. It might still hurt a little, please bear with it. After the doctor finished speaking, he used magic power to condense water in his hand. Magical creations will return to a free elemental state after losing their magic power, so the water condensed by magic power is very good for cleaning wounds. Not only is it guaranteed to be clean, but even if there is some residue, it will soon be completely dissipated due to the loss of magic power. Hiss. The farmer uncle looked a little bit in pain. After cleaning the wound, the doctor quickly began to use liquid medicine for secondary cleaning. Then he used weak ice magic to stop the bleeding, and skillfully began to wrap the medicine with cotton cloth. The whole set of actions only took about 1 minute. At this time, the numbing medicine also lost its effect, and the pain began to gradually return. It was at this time that the doctor began to chant magic. Great water elemental spirit, please listen. As soon as the doctor opened his mouth, he knew that this was elf magic, which was transformed from the magic of the elves. Its magic power fluctuation is the most basic first-level magic. This kind of magic requires complete chanting, and the speed at which the water and ice magic power was condensed before can be judged as the doctor's strength is only at the first level. He belongs to the lowest level of magicians, the kind that even in the past era, even the Magic Academy looked down upon. Even if you find a job in a church, there is a high probability that you will not even become a pastor. Okay, with these potions and the water healing magic, we should be able to heal almost completely by tomorrow. But I suggest you don't do farm work these 2 days, otherwise if the wound cracks, the secondary treatment will be more troublesome. The doctor also warned. Get up at the same time. He looked very busy, obviously in a hurry to go back. Thank you Dr. Arnold, how much does it cost? The farmer uncle also asked after thanking him. What's the money? Just some trauma medicine, which is distributed free of charge by the state. The only thing I need to spend money on is the fuel for my motorcycle. Do I still charge you for this? The doctor couldn't help but ask with a smile. Hey, okay, I'll bring you some vegetables another day. Forget it, there are always people giving it to me, I really can't finish it. Haha, then choose something fresh to eat. The two chatted briefly, and then the doctor got on his motorcycle and was ready to go back. Bei Long and the others watched the entire process, and their mental power fully covered the entire town. They also used space magic to go to his small clinic in advance. And he personally took action to help the two patients waiting for him to be cured with more advanced magic. "Excuse me, are you?" As soon as the doctor came back, he saw his patient thanking Beilong and Tiffany, saying hello to him and leaving. Feeling the remaining magical energy, you can roughly understand that they should have cured it. To be able to directly use magic to heal his patient just now, it must be at least level 5 healing magic, which is not something ordinary people can cast casually. Foreign travelers who are curious about Kailian would like to ask some questions about Kailian's basic medical care. "Please forgive me for intruding," Bai Long said with a faint smile. "I understand, please sit over here." The doctor didn't look very surprised. He poured 2 glasses of water for Bai Long and the others, and sat down in his original position. "The patients have been cured by you. Even if you want to thank them, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. They usually call me Dr. Arnold. If you need, you can call me that." The doctor also smiled. "Okay, Dr. Arnold, how did you learn potions and basic magic?" Bai Long asked. "It's very simple. When I was in elementary school, I was interested in the subject of potions. I was also tested and found to have some magical talent. After 2 rounds of training, I confirmed the direction of learning potions. However, my overall academic talent is still poor, and my magic talent is even worse, so I was assigned to this small town in my hometown after graduation. This clinic is also built by the state. As long as we graduate potions students like me, they will be assigned here after 1 or 2 years of internship." Dr. Arnold explained simply. "The time is a bit short." Bai Long. "There is no way. Potion masters are scarce everywhere. Even those trained by specialized education like me are very few. Especially there are too many things to learn. After all, the objects we want to treat are not just human beings. Sir, you should also know that the body structure of the orcs, goblins, and dwarves is different from ours. Even if the same healing magic is used on them, the effect will be different. This is especially true for ordinary potions. Just being able to prescribe the right medicine is enough to make most of our potion master students lose their hair." Dr. Arnold smiled slightly at himself in the end. "This is indeed a difficult skill to master." Bai Long nodded slightly. "I had already learned during my visit to the elementary school that when individual talents or strong interests are discovered, they may be cultivated by specialized education, which can also greatly reduce the time to cultivate talents. This is also very necessary for Kailian, who urgently needs to popularize medical care. No matter whether such potion masters are good enough, at least the problem of whether there are potion masters in most areas should be solved first. We were actually watching your treatment process just now. Now Kailian, can most minor injuries and diseases be treated for free or at low cost? Or is it that only drugs that are easy to mass produce can be like this for corresponding injuries?" Bai Long asked again. "Some minor illnesses are indeed free, such as the minor injuries you see. The raw materials for that kind of medicine can be grown in batches. Production and processing can also be done in batches. The biggest cost is the transportation cost, which belongs to Kailian. It can be dispensed with, so it's free. But if it's a disease like fever in different races caused by different conditions, you need to look at the situation. Especially for children, if the condition is more serious, the medication may be more expensive. But it can basically be exempted, because we, Kailian, have basic medical insurance, which can deduct the money for minor injuries and illnesses such as ordinary trauma, colds, and fevers. You only need to pay a few loaves of bread every month." Dr. Arnold simply explained that these are all very understandable. In other words, there is still no way to protect the more serious diseases. Bai Long asked quickly. "There is no way. We only have so many potion masters at this stage, and even fewer excellent ones. Most of them are like me, who are interested but have poor talent." Dr. Arnold said helplessly. "Many things cannot be achieved just by wanting them. Medical aspect. Just being a potion master takes time to develop slowly." Chapter 107. If it's a serious illness, how is it usually treated? For example, the residents here. Bai Long asked curiously. It depends on the situation. For example, stomach problems are relatively common. Especially people who fled during the previous world wars basically ate a lot of bark and other things, and their stomach problems were more or less difficult to cure. As you know healing magic, you should know that conventional healing magic is basically simple to heal trauma. Magic that exceeds the 7th level, which is called holy level or god level, can easily reconnect even severed limbs, and even stronger ones can even regenerate directly. When it comes to internal organs, mental power needs to be used to penetrate complex human organs, and it is no longer as simple as treating muscles, tendons, and bones. The more complex organ structures are already difficult to achieve with conventional healing magic. Not to mention a complete cure, even a short-term repair must be at least level 7. Dr. Arnold roughly described the common gastric problems among small-town residents. For many pathological problems, as long as the internal organs are involved, the effect of healing magic will be greatly reduced. If it's an acute pathology, it's fine. It's basically like a trauma and can be easily cured directly through healing magic. But if it is a pathology that accumulates slowly, it will already damage the body's organs, even if it can be cured briefly with magic. Without follow-up long-term conditioning, the body would be an ordinary body and would not have the ability to maintain and repair itself. In the end, I still used healing magic repeatedly to temporarily cure it, but could not completely cure it. At this time, the combination of blessing magic is more effective for ordinary people. Blessing magic can temporarily optimize the bodies of ordinary people. Clear. Take the stomach disease you mentioned as an example. Everything is composed of elements, and food itself is also a polymer of various highly complex elements. Stomach disease caused by various foods caused by long-term dietary problems will cause highly complex diseases that are not part of the body. Elemental polymer accumulation. When accumulated to the point of causing pathology, those elemental polymers have been integrated with the corresponding body organs and have become body tissues, flesh, blood, bones, etc. Healing magic can only suppress the pathology temporarily, but cannot completely remove it. If you want to completely treat the pathologies accumulated over time in the organs, you must at least have God-level healing techniques, and you must also be familiar with the physiology and disease conditions of the body's corresponding race. Bei Long also nodded and added, which could be regarded as indicating to Dr. Arnold that he also knew these things. A simple explanation is enough for understanding, and the results can be discussed directly. Yes, so it is very difficult to train top potion masters who understand various races, have strong magical abilities, and are proficient in various types of healing magic. Even in big cities, medical resources are still seriously insufficient. So once you encounter a serious illness, what we doctors can do is to prescribe some palliative drugs. Or find a specialized institution to simply use basic healing magic and blessing magic for recuperation. If you want to do better, you need to use various magic potions developed by the witch clan, elves, and the corresponding various magic potion chambers. This will require a lot of money. Dr. Arnold was a little helpless at the end. It may sound a bit complicated, but in simple terms, it's just 2 words. Ask for money. The more severe the pathology, the more money it will cost. Because the training of potion masters in Kailien is currently seriously insufficient, there are not enough people who can become doctors on their own, and there are even fewer top ones. In addition, Kailien's current focus is still on the military, so he can only strive to ensure basic medical care for the people, right? Bei Long said quickly, not shying away from the topic. We all understand this very well. After all, you can tell by looking at me that our town has a doctor like me, and he basically exempted me from all kinds of tuition fees to train me. What can you ask for further? Especially for the older generation, they have all experienced the era of empires and kingdoms before the World War. They know very well that those powerful people who only treat us as untouchables will not care about our life and death at all, even minor injuries and illnesses. The treatment fee makes us want to sell ourselves for treatment. Now what? At least minor injuries and illnesses can be basically eliminated by paying a few bread dollars every month. Dr. Arnold said with a slight smile and did not complain about it. Bei Long was actually a little surprised at this point. Because Dr. Arnold is undoubtedly from the younger generation, in his early 20s, and may have experienced the World War period as a child, but his memory is definitely vague, and his understanding and comparison of the past are not particularly comprehensive. But it is relatively rare for him to have such an awareness. But considering that he is well educated, it is not particularly surprising. We almost know about acquired serious illnesses, but what if it's congenital? Bei Long asked curiously again. Our small places cannot take care of that situation, but I know that in wealthier or larger urban areas, a medical policy has begun to be implemented that addresses various congenital diseases, Dr. Arnold said. Oh. Bei Long. It's very simple. With normal medical insurance, there are 2 treatment methods. One is to pay the remaining high costs out of pocket to treat children with congenital diseases when medical insurance waives part of the cost. This is also the most common way, and it will be even more expensive if the child does not pay medical insurance in advance. The second is a slightly controversial approach. When Dr. Arnold said this, he paused for a moment, as if he was sorting out his words. Beilong did not rush, but waited patiently. You should understand that bloodline does exist, right? Dr. Arnold asked first. Naturally, otherwise there would be no distinction between long-lived species and long-lived species, non-Chinese, with different pronunciations, and the children of the two magicians are indeed very likely to have magical talents. Beilong spread his hands and said. While he was communicating seriously with Dr. Arnold, he didn't notice the magician next to him, and his expression moved slightly. The second is based on this: we provide treatment options that can significantly reduce the cost or even be free. But an agreement must be signed. Since it is a congenital defect, it will automatically be judged as an inferior bloodline. Kalian will not give up the right of all intelligent beings to live, but he must also ensure that his descendants can have a healthy future. So these children who have been treated for free can get married in the future, but they are not allowed to have offspring. If you really want a child, you can choose to adopt. Otherwise, inferior blood will continue among all the people of Kilian in the future. And because of this, it became a controversial approach. Dr. Arnold roughly talked about this approach regarding the treatment of congenital diseases. Chapter 108. Leave town. Next, prepare to go all the way north to the most prosperous area of Kilian. It was originally the most barren northern region of the Holy Continent. The Orc region. Sure enough, the development of basic medical care is much slower than that of basic education. Even the accumulation of industry is faster than that of medical care. Beilong also sighed a little. It's normal. Things like night mechas have accumulated 400 years of basic mechanical technology. And the goblins have researched a variety of machines a long time ago. These technologies have been collected by the witches and can be used directly. In addition, Kalian's development direction has been extremely correct before and has not taken any detours, so the overall development is faster. Of course, the most important thing is that many parts of industrial accumulation only require workers to learn the corresponding part of the technology, and then cooperate with each other to complete the operation of the entire industry. Not every worker needs to understand the entire industrial system. Technology. Real top doctors are completely different. You must have a comprehensive study of related potion subjects to become a doctor. It's impossible for this doctor to learn a little bit, and that doctor to learn a little bit, and then let all the doctors in the hospital take turns to treat a patient. It's even more impossible for a magician to cast top-level healing magic. Just like attack magic, it's a simple and crude accumulation of magic power. Tiffany may not have paid much attention to the medical problems of ordinary people, but she still understands these basic differences. Industry can be partially top-notch and lead a large group of ordinary people to develop. Medical care can only be partially top-notch, and slowly teach new top-notch scholars to further innovate and optimize. A half-assed machinist can assemble and manufacture basic parts. A half-baked potion master is probably only qualified to help with a potion. At least the overall situation is pretty good. Minor injuries and ailments can be cured, and a lot of problems can be reduced. There are also development directions, and it should get better and better, so there is nothing to worry about. In comparison, the people's livelihood problems in other empires are really worrying. Even in the Ayrshire Empire, I have never seen universal medical care. The main reason is that large potion offices, hospitals, are basically owned by honorary nobles. There are still huge problems in public medical care. Compared with Kalian, there's a huge gap. Beilong has nothing to force on this, and it is not something that can be changed in a short time. The next step is work-related issues, right? But why go to the relatively prosperous north? Tiffany was also curious about this. For things like education, medical care, and housing, he chose relatively ordinary areas. The most prosperous area was just housing. He went to big cities specifically for comparison. In fact, he could learn a lot along the way. Many people were allocated houses from the beginning because they were private properties planned for post-disaster reconstruction after the end of the World War. Because at this stage, work is what Kalian really needs. Beilong said. Tiffany was a little confused about this and couldn't fully understand it. The problems of food, clothing, housing, transportation, education, and medical care can be gradually improved. They are Kalien's own problems, so there is no need to worry too much for the time being. But what you face at work can be said to be God. Basic industry represents the endless vitality of the country, and cutting-edge magic technology represents the immediate combat power to face the gods. It doesn't make much sense to just look at the work in areas with relatively flat development, because they are not the main force against the gods in the future. Bei Long explained roughly. I understand. Tiffany nodded. The work Bei Long talks about actually refers to more than just people's work. It is about everything related to the overall magic technology industry, military technology industry, and the supporting industrial systems that maintain these foundations. These are all things that are about to face the power of God in the future, and it is already imminent. In the next year, the god Nila of Tarabuan Island will be revived. While you were in the Sea Clan, Kalien had already begun to warm up the overall war industrial system, and now it is in the stage of returning workers and retired soldiers. Tiffany Lee also followed up, and she also knew this. But at present, we can't see the tense atmosphere of war in the areas we are passing through. Bei Long is actually a little worried about this. Because it's just a warm-up, even if it's a war against gods, only active troops are needed in the initial stage. According to the general plan I learned from Sister Nalin, Grand Marshal Kalien, the actual purpose is to maintain overall stability, ensures steady development while fighting to a certain extent. At least in the early stages of the war with the gods, it is not necessary for the whole people to fight as soldiers. This is also judged based on the situation of each revived god. Tiffany explained in detail. Is this an arrangement? It should be arranged by Yashai, Chief Kalien. Bei Long thought quickly. She proposed it, and then the Central Committee gathered and collaborated with the military department to discuss it and finally decided it. It's just that there were many people who opposed it. Especially the military department headed by Sister Nalin, especially those marshals who have fought with the head of state Kalien. Tiffany. It's understandable. Even if you know more about modern history, you can easily guess it. If Kalien was still led by the head of state, he would have already entered a state of warm-up for a national war, and there would never be such a gentle preparation. Bei Long nod. Yes, but the military still agreed to this decision. Tiffany. As the generals who fought with the head of state in all directions and slowly created Kalien from the small orc kingdom, they more or less had the same behavior style as the former head of state, and usually did not respond to war with gentle methods. Mainly because there is no clear direction for the time being, they chose to believe Yashai. Bei Long finally sighed. At least since his death, she has indeed done a good job as the guide for Kalien's subsequent development. Tiffany also acknowledged it, and at the same time took another look at Bei Long. Bei Long knows. The reason why Kalien dared to start the war machine like a madman was because they had a very clear war plan. Know when to develop what, know when to develop which series of weapons, and know when to use which combat system. But after losing the head of state, they could only follow the legacy plan and develop without a clearer vision. Many extended issues that were not covered in legacy planning can only be tried tentatively. So there is nothing wrong with being conservative sometimes. Chapter 109. Kalien. Fox Tribe, Boer Area. The main city of the region is Shokwe. On the outskirts of the city, there is an alchemical industrial plant, chemical industry. Restaurant Street. I heard that you have been sitting here all day. Do you have anything to ask? A fox magician came over. He had 7th level strength and was one of the people in charge of this alchemy industrial factory. I heard that 2 foreign saint level powerhouses came to visit, and they came in person after applying for the accompaniment of a secret powerhouse. Since Bei Long and Tiffany were both disguised by magic, they could not verify the accurate information without the detection of stronger identification magic. I'm just curious about what Kalien's working mode is now. The reason why I sat here for a day is to seriously see if the 8-hour working system is really implemented. Fortunately, from the time I went to work in the morning to now when I go home and go back to my dormitory after get off work, the actual working hours are it is indeed within 8 hours. Bei Long said truthfully. Soon it won't be 8 hours. Because we have alchemy materials needed for military industry here, some employees need to work overtime. The magician of the Fox tribe also sat generously across from Bei Long and the others. Work card. Mr. Trigma, right? Can you briefly explain to us the details of overtime? And the gentlemen and ladies who are dining here, I will pay for your consumption this time. I can clear out all the food in this small shop. Just treat it as a reward for chatting with us. Bei Long also said with a smile, but the expected picture did not appear. A small number of employees simply said thank you, finished their food and left. Before leaving, they paid for their own consumption. The remaining employees were grateful, but not as warmly as expected. They think we are nobles from a certain country, right? Bei Long said with a smile, but he didn't mind. It's normal. People who can work here need a certain knowledge base of alchemy. A large number of them are old employees who have experienced the World War period, so they still have strong feelings of rejection towards traditional powerful people. Fox clan Mr. Trigma also explained. This surname was the surname of a certain royal family of the Fox clan more than 2,000 years ago, and is now relatively common among the Fox clan. What you want to know about overtime is also very simple. Even regular overtime with double pay cannot exceed a maximum of 3 hours. If there is more than 3 hours of mandatory overtime, the hourly wage will change from double overtime pay to triple overtime pay. The same goes for overtime on regular holidays, and is calculated in this way, that is, if overtime on holidays exceeds 8 hours, that's 3 times. By the way, the time limit for voluntary overtime is half an hour. After half an hour is exceeded, and if the actual regular output is clear, the Chamber of Commerce must pay overtime pay according to the 1-hour standard. Mr. Trigma of the Fox tribe said in more detail, which is similar to what Bei Long understands. So we all like to work for more than half an hour, but unless it is a large refining device that cannot be stopped when it is started, the power is usually cut off within half an hour after the work ends. So even if we want to get some overtime pay, it's not easy. The Chamber of Commerce is really stingy. Large-scale flowing water refining equipment, if you don't get off work, how can others get to work? You're overthinking it, haha. An uncle said with a smile at the table next to him, and his companions followed suit and laughed. It is not difficult to understand from their words. When working in a regular Chamber of Commerce like Kalien's, it's no longer a matter of whether you are forced to work overtime, but whether you want to work overtime is prohibited. I have been to the Ayrshire Empire before, and there is actually an 8-hour work system and a regular vacation system there. But it's strange. They advertise that they are proud of working overtime. Many employees will work overtime voluntarily. Even though few people have never received the so-called double overtime pay, they just want to show that they love their work. Instead, those who leave work on time are reprimanded and even interviewed by their managers. Bei Long smiled lightly and expressed his doubts. The Honorable Noble Chamber of Commerce, not surprising. Regardless of whether they do it voluntarily or not, the so-called struggle alone is even more ridiculous. For one's own talents, it is called struggle, for others, that is called sacrifice. Of course the honorary nobles want more employees to sacrifice for them. When they see people who are unwilling to sacrifice, it seems like they are blocking their way to make money. If my guess is correct, in the first interview, they should pretend to be concerned and ask if there is something going on at home. Then they will say that the Chamber of Commerce is not operating well during this period. I hope they work harder and their treatment will be better when the Chamber of Commerce gets better. Will you get better? Although the Fox tribe Trigma was also smiling, he had obvious disdain. But if those chambers of commerce serve the Ayrshire Empire, then what if the corresponding employees also sacrificed for the Ayrshire Empire? Bei Long asked further. In war years, this kind of sacrifice for the country is understandable. But if this is a peaceful time, then we should carefully consider whether the order of priority is reversed. The people are the masters of the country, just as the real master of Kalien will always be our people of Kalien. Even the former head of state claimed that he was only our leader after the formal establishment of Kalien's fusion of human race. I don't believe there is a better leader in the world than the Führer. Then who can we sacrifice for in peacetime? At the end of the sentence, Fox Trigma's tone became fierce. Then he continued. We will always remember the admonitions given by the head of state. If it is the Chamber of Commerce and our superiors who made the mistake, they are the ones who made the mistake, and they are the ones who should realize the mistake. Then it should be us who discover the problem and point it out. Trigma, the Fox tribe, said and pointed at every employee present. Invisibly. The familiar feeling of memory emerging also emerged in Bei Long's heart. Answer me. They are the ones who are wrong, and they are the ones who should realize their mistakes. But you should have discovered this mistake, why not you? Answer. Why? It's not you. The current Bei Long knows. Those were the words from the time when Kalien was the head of state and the king Kami, and the corresponding memory became much clearer. A faint sense of relief also spread in my heart. Nowadays, these people of Kalian finally no longer need that leader to help them awaken their inner dignity. They have understood that they are no longer the slaves of any powerful people, and there is no need to bow their heads and bow to any existence that attempts to enslave them. Chapter 110. Then what if it's just discovered and pointed out, with no follow-up? Bei Long suddenly asked at this time. Xiao permanently reserves the right of our people to resist, including but not limited to overthrowing Xiao itself. And it is mandatory that if one day in the future, the Central Committee of the KO Union and the military propose to amend this basic right, it should be the moment when the people of the KO Union take up arms to resist, and have the right to destroy what they have created. Everything of. In this way, we can reconstruct the original Kalian. Trigma of the Fox tribe said with a solemn expression, without any sense of joking. Including the long-lived species and gods who are resident in the last 3 seats among the 13 seats. Bei Long asked immediately. We don't need a future of being enslaved, and we don't need future generations to be enslaved by the so-called gods and powerful people from the day they are born. Whether it's physical or spiritual. So, I will resist until death. I think they won't have many exceptions. Fox Tribe Trigma said, scanning the other employees present. Why are you so decisive? Leaving aside the older ones among you, I'm afraid you guys haven't experienced a world war yet, right? Bei Long asked. He turned his head and looked at several young orc boys at the other table, who looked like they had just grown up. It seems that, sir, you haven't visited a university or vocational college yet, have you? Fox Clan Trigma said quickly. Oh. Bei Long was slightly confused. But Tiffany Lee next to her looked as normal. She knew this, but she didn't tell him in advance. All the younger generation of graduates, no matter who they are, need to go through a year of hardship before they can work. Even the descendants of those marshals and the non-longevity descendants of the 13 seats need to be forced to experience it. Even those who are born blind, deaf, aphasic, or have congenital or acquired physical disabilities must be forced to experience something. 1 year. 16 months, 480 days, 16 hours a day of slave misery work all year round. The value created by the work content will be used in the entire country's education, medical care, and pension systems, without any compensation being given to anyone who has experienced it. This is the period of suffering that every young generation of Kilian people must go through. A period of suffering that must never be forgotten. The Fox Clan Trigma spoke in a calm tone, but Bei Long was surprised. Kalian, there is such a system? Force every young person to be a slave for a year? Even if the disability is congenital or acquired, do we have to go through it? How cruel! It seems like you really don't know, but you don't seem to be very shocked, which surprises me. Fox Clan Trigma was a little surprised. I'm surprised, but it's not incomprehensible. At the same time, I think it's a bit excessive to have to experience congenital disabilities. Bei Long expressed truthfully. There are only slaves who can be fucked to death, and there are no slaves who can't be fucked. If there are, it must be because the whip is not painful enough. Trigma of the Fox Clan. And a whip. Bei Long was even more surprised. Of course it's not a real whip, it's just a magic whip. It will only cause actual mental pain. At least it is guaranteed that no substantial injury or death will occur during the experience. All slave work has a dedicated live TV channel to ensure that the process can be supervised by the people across the country. At the same time, free visits are also allowed, especially for students in primary and secondary schools, so that they can have a deeper understanding of what is happening. It's a slave. To remember this, why we should always be vigilant and maintain the idea of never being a slave. Trigma, the Fox tribe, explained further. Bei Long was a little silent. To be honest, he never thought that Kalian would go to such extent to maintain his belief that he would never be a slave. But inexplicably, I also felt a lot more relieved. In theory, the overall ideological maintenance of Kalian's country is actually based on the people's firm belief in resistance during the World War, and the true triggering of the never-slave mentality. But it can be said that the new young people are living in the new and beautiful environment of Kilian. If they cannot experience it, they cannot deeply understand it. Especially for the belief of never be a slave, even the most basic slave is not intuitively understood. Because slaves have long ceased to exist in Kilian. They could never imagine. Slaves need to eat rough food, rotten food every day, and even when they are not necessarily full, they need to complete the tasks designated by their masters with high intensity every day. Especially in high-intensity work areas such as mines, the number of slaves who die of exhaustion, starvation, or illness every day may be greater than the number of slaves sent every day. It is a miracle that young male slaves in the mines survive more than 5 years from the moment they become slaves. Slave owners. It doesn't even matter if you are blind, deaf, or aphasic. It doesn't matter if you have broken hands, broken legs, or are weak. They just want to wave the whip and let those lowly slaves earn the expected wealth for them. This simulation experience is already considered light. After all, there is no pure brute force mine in Kalyan today. And women will not lie in bed all day long and be ravaged by various types of men just because they are good looking. Tiffany added at this time. So in the last week of this suffering period, all kinds of old slaves are watching movies. The Witch Clan provides images of slaves encountering magic in various eras. At the same time, I heard that some preserved historical magic images were purchased from the elves. I believe that the new generation of young people will have a better experience. Fox Clan Trigma said. Hey! My son is about to graduate. It's time for him to experience the life I had when I was a slave. Ha ha ha, I believe that after those brats are done, they will be able to deeply appreciate our feelings of being liberated. What does that sentence mean? Broken bones are the best way to remember something. But you are a broken horn. Roll. The other employees around him all laughed, not paying much attention to each other's jokes. Only through unforgettable experiences can we understand what it means to truly never be a slave and maintain our firm belief in resisting the oppressors. Trigma of the Fox tribe also said. Don't you think it's too extreme? Beilong still asked. Of course, many people were once slaves, and they don't want their children to experience the dark slave life again. But this is a mandatory provision of the law. It is the slave owner status that Kalyan forcibly retains. This is to ensure that if one day Kalyan becomes a slave owner and is no longer the country we love, we will still have the basis of faith to resist. If you give up, if you forget. So. It's time to truly be re-enslaved. Mr. Trigma of the Fox tribe said clearly. He is not a member of the public who opposes this legal provision, but he also understands those who do. At the same time, we firmly believe that this must be maintained. Chapter 111. Forcibly remembering the past. Bai Long couldn't help but shook his head slightly. He had never thought before that Kalyan's way of solving the problem of the younger generation forgetting history was so simple and crude, letting them remember everything with their bodies, and then take a good look at everything that really happened. Only then can they know what slavery is. Only then can we deeply understand why they resisted the gods they were about to face with their belief of never being a slave. Yes, we should always remember that. Those who oppress, exploit, and enslave us originate from the powerful and powerful leaders of each of our races. They are not racial identities such as humans enslaving the orcs, orcs enslaving the dwarves, dwarves enslaving the goblins, and goblins enslaving the humans. Even the long-lived rich and powerful like us can enslave us for generations and make us live humbly. Men are their laborers and women are their toys. If the gods enslave us, it will be a catastrophe for us from generation to generation, and we will never recover. The words of Mr. Trigma of the Fox tribe also clearly indicate their current attitude. They also know very well that their alchemy industrial factory will be working overtime for production next, and what they are preparing for. War. The war against the gods. They will never accept the enslavement of longevity gods that is more cruel than the longevity elites. Tiffany Lee also adjusted her position at this time and took the initiative to speak. The oldest known gods, the 12 titans of the Sea tribe, are all over -years old. The Sea people are undoubtedly lucky. They have gods who will protect them and will not interfere too much in their lives. But even gods who can reach the level of Titan God are very few in the era of divine rule. Gods control everything for mortals, and they cannot disobey everything. Tiffany's words seemed to be addressed to Mr. Trigma and the others of the Fox tribe, but they also seemed to be addressed to Bai Long. So we must develop the power to compete with the gods, and make sure that there are long-lived species like the Witch Clan, Ghost Clan, and Goblin Clan who are willing to integrate and help us to maintain the overall order for a long time. Trigma of the Fox Clan gentleman. Then have you ever thought about whether it will lead to new problems? Bai Long asked immediately. Please tell me. Mr. Trigma. When the longevity species has enough strength and has a comfortable and stable life, it will long to enjoy the current life for a long time. Therefore, it will ask the longevity species for marriage, blood fusion, and other means to obtain the ability to live a long life. For example, what has clearly happened before is the longevity species who took the initiative to become a blood dependent and a demon servant. When you have power, status, money, and a beautiful woman, one of the things you desire most is probably lifespan. Will such a contradiction be possible in Kalyan in the future? There is a gap between intelligent beings. Seeing that Mr. Trigma was so talkative, Beilong also took the initiative to ask new questions. The Central Assembly has considered this issue and has clearly solicited suggestions from all regions of the KLA. And after final brainstorming, several effective solutions were selected. Among them are plans to directly extend life. Mr. Trigma said quickly. Beilong looked at Tiffany aside, and he knew from her expression that she knew it too. About Beilong. It's very simple. The Witch clan has actually studied various races for a long time. Even during the troubled times of the ancient tribe, they sought the consent of each dying race and conducted various life experiments in an attempt to extend their lives. This is what they have publicly stated. They have a direct result, which can increase the lifespan of ordinary long-lived species to the level of holy level, which means a lifespan of about 50 years. You can also go one step further and increase the lifespan of ordinary people to the strength of a low-level god, which will further extend the lifespan of about 100 years. Mr. Trigma said faster. Obviously this was something he had paid attention to. With his strength as a 7th-level magician and at a young age, he has a chance to reach the holy level, and his life expectancy can be extended by about 50 years. But the divine level is not something that everyone can easily reach. What price is required? Beilong asked. It's very simple. Donate enough money to Kalien's education, medical care, and pension system, and pay for all potions, magic, and alchemy-related expenses related to life extension, and you will have the opportunity to obtain valuable life extension opportunities. But it is also stipulated that once you choose to extend your life, you are not allowed to have any more children. That is, giving back to society and preventing the family system from growing. It's just that these are still in the process of being drafted and have not yet been implemented. There are too many things to consider, but it is also one of the relevant options that is most likely to be implemented. Mr. Trigma said in more detail, and you can probably feel that he is already prepared for this. Is this a benchmark against military politics? I remember Kalyan has relevant regulations. Beilong quickly thought of it. Yes, in Arkelion, no descendants of any political or military administrators are allowed to continue to engage in military administration. No more than 5 people from the same family can participate in military administration at the same time. This is to avoid the emergence of military and political groups with family as the core interest. This is something that the head of state determined before he fell. Mr. Trigma said quickly. What if that happens? Beilong asked curiously. Normal protests will come first. If there is no response from the top management of Kilian, we will then apply to Chengshaozhong and use the privileges of the last 3 seats to eliminate military and political officials who have crossed the line. If we still cannot get a clear result, we have the right to violently resist. For example, direct violent obliteration. Mr. Trigma said clearly. Isn't it illegal? Beilong. First of all, this is the power of our people themselves, and we have the right to deal with anyone in power who is out of touch with the people. Secondly, since they themselves do not abide by the law and cross the line, why should we wait like cowards for them to grow? Is it possible that they will wait until they continue to cross the line, form new family military and political groups, and become a new generation of honorary nobles like the Ersha Empire? Then they will enslave and exploit us in another way and make us slaves in the new era. Can't you resist? Mr. Trigma's final tone also became indignant, as if he was recalling something. Beilong looked at Mr. Trigma and the surrounding employees and store owners who expressed approval of his words. If there really was a person in power here who tried to do that, he would be horrified. Because these sparks of resistance have always existed. Chapter 112. Understood. So back to the original problem, there are other solutions to solve the lifespan conflict, right? Can you still tell me? Beilong quickly changed the topic and continued to ask. Did you see our work batch? This is what we are already trying to implement. Mr. Trigma gestured to his work badge. It was also from the work badge on his chest that Beilong knew his name for the first time and addressed him directly by his surname. For example, Mr. Trigma's work badge has simple information, name, department, position, etc. Among them, there are also unique annotations. Named, 7th level citizen. This is actually what Bei Long was planning to ask, but it was brought up first. Level classification. Bai Long asked with confusion. You know, Kailian is the most equal country in the entire world, except for the elves. Although absolute equality cannot be achieved, in terms of basic equality, it is second only to the peaceful elves, and it is also the largest national force closest to them in the entire long history. Isn't it a hierarchical classification? That's roughly what it means, but we are currently in the trial stage. We call it the value level. Mr. Trigma nodded. Value level. This is the first word Bei Long has heard. When the High Clan was Mr. of Isu, he was also the member who had the most contact with Kailian. But now he discovered that there were still many things he didn't understand about Kailian today. This value level is even more so, and I never even thought that there would be such a thing. I don't know if you know about our medical system. There are also policies in the experimental stage regarding the treatment of congenital diseases. To put it simply, it is to treat bloodlines that should have been naturally eliminated by moralism for free, but to ensure that they cannot continue their bloodlines. Therefore, when free love and marriage are allowed, the only requirement is that they themselves must not. If you have offspring, you can only adopt them. It's in the trial stage because of the controversial nature of it. This value level is the same. And this can also be related to the lifespan issue. Mr. Trigma gestured to his badge and pointed at the 7th level citizen. The rest of the employees also showed their work badges, which ranged from 3rd to 5th level citizens. Surprisingly, there were no 1st or 2nd level citizens. Judging from the clothes of 2 of them, they should be the most ordinary top-level employees. On what basis is this divided? Why is it divided like this? And why can we try to implement it? Bei Long asked 3 questions in a row this time. You need to answer slowly. Mr. Trigma also smiled. The first is compartmentalization. Every citizen is basically a 3rd level citizen. On the basis of normal study and work, you can obtain the 3rd level. If you are unwilling to take the initiative to work and will only choose to receive relief funds to survive, you will be reduced to a 2nd level citizen. If there are further criminal actions, you will be further reduced to a 1st level citizen, which is the lowest level of existence. If you want to rise, it's very simple, just prove your worth. For example, for me, many assessment indicators such as 7th level magician, alchemist, and management level maintain my 7th level citizen status. And once I am no longer suitable for management and am fired by the Chamber of Commerce, I will be re-evaluated. Even if you have the status of a 7th level magician or alchemist, you may be reduced to a 6th level citizen. Mr. Trigma first talked about the general division and clarified the overall division rules. Those like me are employees who have a little magical talent and can help refine and control the operation of machinery. With the corresponding alchemist assessment level, they have 4th level citizenship. Even though they are just a 1st level magician, they are not considered ordinary orcs. Then people like me who are similar to him, but can hold management positions and have other talents, will have 5th level citizenship. I am an ordinary person with no ability and just studied alchemy in college. I have the most basic 3rd level citizenship. The other employees also showed their work badges and helped explain. They all seemed to be open-minded and did not seem dissatisfied because of their low status. In other words, this is a very clear division of capabilities and values. Even ordinary people who have no talent for cultivation can become a 7th level citizen like you from the most basic 3rd level citizen, or even higher, if they can use their excellent learning ability and the excellent leadership ability they show in the future. A citizen of high rank. Looking at practitioners, if they only have force and no other value, their value level may be even lower. So much so that even ordinary people are inferior. Divide based on ability and value only. Bei Long quickly understood and tried to confirm. Yes, this is the division of value levels. Kailian gives everyone the right to receive education, and is also fighting for everyone's right to basic medical care, ensuring as much as possible that different people in each region have the most basic equality. On this basis, we also give this clear the upward channels guarantee the possibility of advancement. It's just like practicing. It just replaces the advancement of the realm of magical power and fighting spirit with the advancement of the knowledge and abilities of ordinary people. This is also our attempt to ensure equality as much as possible based on differences in race and talent. Mr. Trigma nodded. Whether it is the former head of state Kailian, former gods, former royal aristocrats, they all know one thing very well, that is, equality is extremely ridiculous in this world. Not to mention racial differences, even if they are of the same race, their individual cultivation talents will be extremely different. For example, some humans have no talent for cultivation, while others can become low-level gods in just 30 to years. In this case, how can we talk about equality? Therefore, only the feudal imperial system can last in this world for thousands of years, and only those royal nobles can maintain their so-called noble bloodlines and rule a large number of people with uneven talents. It was not until the arrival of Kalian that it was gradually broken. And now, since it is not possible for everyone to have the same talent, and it is impossible to erase the huge gap between them, then simply put it out in the open. And it gives people who don't have the most intuitive cultivation talent the ability to show their own value. Have musical talent? If you are good at composing and playing music, you will be of high value. Have a talent for teaching? Excellent teaching ability and excellent training of students will be of high value. Have a medical talent? If you are excellent in potions and have strong healing abilities, you will be of high value. Leadership, language skills, athletic ability, etc., etc. As long as you can create value, you have the ability to obtain a higher value level. This is the value level. Chapter 113. There should be the most intuitive question about value level, right? Beilong asked quickly, that could be a fatal question. You mean class discrimination, right? It does exist. Trigma smiled lightly, appearing very indifferent to this. What's the solution? Beilong asked. It's similar to blocking, but it's better to clear it out, but it will provide positive guidance, that is, laws will be drafted simultaneously to cooperate. For example, if this 5th level friend verbally insults this 3rd level friend, he is just a low-grade, stinky 3rd level. If it is done in public, or in private, multiple audio or video recordings are made to prove it, he will be sentenced the crime of class discrimination. It's not very serious. It means a downgrade, plus a monetary penalty corresponding to the value level. If it happens twice, we will continue to downgrade. 3 times, after being downgraded, you will no longer have the opportunity to upgrade. Trigma briefly described the punishment standard for one of the situations, and how to stack the punishment after multiple times. Compared to racial discrimination, it is indeed much more lenient. There is no jail sentence at all. Beilong also roughly understood. Because there are people with high value levels, their value is an established fact, and it is indeed better than people with low value levels. A doctor who can treat hundreds of people must be recognized for his great value. Looking at racial issues, there are various advantages and disadvantages, and it is impossible to make a unified standard to judge. And it involves the most basic equality issue of the people. This is a red line of discrimination that must not be touched, and the punishment will naturally be more severe. Trigma also continued to explain. It is not difficult to judge from the words of his explanation that the value level is currently only being tried in some areas, and there is already a relatively complete implementation system. However, whether it is appropriate or not requires a longer period of observation and judgment. Will it happen that the leader of the Chamber of Commerce will become a high-value position? And do high-value positions enjoy certain privileges? For example, during disaster relief, they are given priority in rescuing them, while giving up rescuing ordinary people. There should be many more problems in this area, right? Beilong still did not give up, trying to find obvious loopholes and asked. This is inevitable. The leader of a large chamber of commerce who can excellently lead thousands of employees, who can maintain the normal profits of the Chamber of Commerce and contribute to the overall operation of the country, is naturally a person of high value. Then it seems that you have some misunderstandings about the leaders of our country's Chamber of Commerce. The people in power in the Chamber of Commerce are indeed rich, but they are not like the Arsha Empire's honorary noble Chamber of Commerce, where 20% of the top executives control 80% of the wealth. Because the top holder of the Chamber of Commerce has a maximum salary limit of only 20% of the net profit. Percent. Trigma quickly answered one of them. Only 20%. Beilong was surprised by this. It may not be easy to understand that it is complicated, assuming there are no preferential policies. When a Chamber of Commerce makes a profit of 100 million yuan, it needs 25% chamber income tax and 20% personal tax, that is. Chamber of Commerce income tax, 100 million * 25% 25. Dividend income tax, 100 to 25, * 20% 15. The total is 40, the tax rate is 40%, and the Chamber of Commerce leaders have a remaining 60. But out of the 60, only 20 of the total profit can be taken away at most. This is the value of management, investment, relationship network, etc. that he deserves. The remaining 40 is the labor value jointly created by all employees and must not be misappropriated. Interests. Trygma gave a rough example. It was unclear whether he made up this data casually for convenience or whether it was Kalian's current tax rate. This situation made Beilong think deeply. After a while. In other words, even if the leader of the Chamber of Commerce monopolizes power, he can only own up to 20% of the actual profit. But if the investment in the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce is the leader of the Chamber of Commerce himself, this involves the issue of shares, how to calculate. It shouldn't be 20%, right? Beilong asked. That's unlikely. Hypothesis, remember it's a hypothesis. You invest 100 million KUan to establish a Chamber of Commerce, recruit employees and operate normally for 1 quarter, making a profit of 100 million. Of which 40 is tax, you get 20, and the employees get the remaining 40 from profit. The 100 million value of the Chamber of Commerce itself is still yours. It is your own personal asset. The employees create value with you based on the foundation you established, rather than annexing your original value. And if the Chamber of Commerce grows to a value of 1,000 million, then the 1,000 million value of this Chamber of Commerce will also be yours. Of course, the premise is that you hold 100% of the shares at that time. Trygma also gave a rough explanation about the Chamber of Commerce issue. I probably understand. Beilong nodded lightly. To be honest, based on his previous understanding of the Ersha Empire, the situation on Kalian's side felt unreal. Those in power in the Chamber of Commerce own the Chamber of Commerce itself. The value created by the Chamber of Commerce is shared by the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce and its employees, and the leaders can only obtain up to 20%. If you still don't understand something, just remember one sentence. A Chamber of Commerce without workers is nothing. Workers are the foundation for a Chamber of Commerce to operate. The head of state needs the people to create the Kilian. No matter how powerful the leader of the Chamber of Commerce is, he can still separate himself from the workers and think that it is all his own credit. Trygma also added the last sentence. In this regard, Beilong actually still has some doubts, that is, can the profit-seeking president of the Chamber of Commerce really tolerate only 20% of the total profit? If the Chamber of Commerce wants to continue to expand, how will it obtain the liquidity needed for expansion? Should we rely on Jin Zhuang's appraisal and then borrow money? Also, if part of the 100 yuan after tax from the 60 million yuan goes to the employees, will another round of tax be collected? And if the total profits are divided according to equity, how should multiple power holders divide it, etc.? There are still so many questions that it will give you a headache if you think about it carefully. However, Trygma makes it simple to understand, so it can be roughly understood as this. Overall, Kalian is ensuring that basic workers can obtain the benefits they deserve, and there will definitely be corresponding costs. If you want to know more about it, you may have to create a Chamber of Commerce yourself. Then there's your question that follows. If we really encounter a magic disaster, when 2 people are of the same age, the one with the higher value will be given priority by default. But if the person in the lower rank is a child, priority will be given to saving the child, regardless of the value rank. Of course. If you insist on who should be saved first, President Kalian or ordinary children, then my answer is definitely to save the children first. Trygma continued, finally laughing himself, and the others also laughed. Just when Beilong hadn't reacted immediately. Ha ha ha, if that were the case, the child would have been saved by the head of state long ago. If there is really a big disparity in rank, then there is a high probability that the high-ranking person will be able to rescue the child. There is no need to wait for rescue. Top-level technical talents who do not have the ability to practice are all specially protected. Others quickly laughed. A high-value rank has a high probability of having high cultivation strength or corresponding protective abilities. Chapter 114. From your tone, it seems that you accept this value level very much. Beilong also looked curiously at the people who were still laughing. They didn't seem to care at all about their lower value level. What if I don't? Do I have Mr. Trygma's magician strength, or do I have his alchemy skills and management abilities? It's not like I haven't learned alchemy skills before. I'm really not talented enough, and I don't work hard enough. If I can't compare, I can't compare. Is it possible that I can pull Mr. Trigma down and be on the same level as us? I've tried management, but I can't even organize an event well, and it's not even once or twice, so it's obvious that I'm not the right person. They also quickly said that they were quite convinced. There will always be people who are not convinced, right? Bai Long asked quickly. If you're not convinced, go improve your abilities yourself. You can also learn alchemy, potions, machinery, and adult education all over again. There are also reasonably priced training institutions for the corresponding professional skills and techniques. The most common language learning, there are a lot of professional training chambers, all of which are available, one that enhances value assessment. If you feel that you should not be of this value, then improve yourself. We, Kalian, have never blocked the promotion channels. If you want to improve your value level, you need to prove what value you can create. Anyway, in our alchemy factory, if someone is judged to be of low value and is forced to do so all day long without thinking of ways to improve himself, then even if a high-level person doesn't want to care about him, people at the same level may not necessarily get used to it. Their attitudes are very clear, whether towards themselves or others. Value is the reflection of your own efforts. It is an established fact that employees who can only provide basic labor cannot compare with technical employees. The main reason is that value level is not the same as nobility. If I, a 7th level Fox clan member, are caught drunk driving, I will receive the same criminal punishment as 3rd level human clans, dwarves, etc. Even if the impact is too great due to high level status, the punishment I may receive will be more severe. Trigma also added that this was one of the reasons for its acceptance. It can basically be understood that in normal times, value level is just equivalent to a dispensable honor. Only in some cases will there be actual value. That's what you mean, right? Bai Long finally nodded with complete understanding. Yes. Trigma nodded in response. Does it also reflect the lifespan issue discussed before? Bai Long asked immediately. Trigma still nodded. Value level is one of the solutions to solve the lifespan contradiction. Which is? When the rank reaches the 8th level, which is the corresponding holy level, even ordinary people with no cultivation ability. As long as the value created such as technical ability reaches the 8th level, they will obtain the lifespan of the holy level. That's about a 50-year life extension opportunity. If you can reach the 9th level, you will have a chance to extend your life for an additional 100 years. This is one of the biggest benefits of value tiers. Trigma finally brought the topic back to normal and explained it. Then I can understand it as those who have money can give back to society through donations and ensure that they will not have extra children at the expense of gaining the opportunity to extend their lives. Those who are valuable should reflect their own value and aim at continuous improvement and strengthening to gain opportunities for life extension. At the same time, if my guess is correct, ordinary people, no matter how rich or powerful they are, their highest value level is only level 7, right? Bai Long quickly understood and asked follow-up questions. That's right, because this is divided according to the cultivation strength. Anyone who exceeds the 7th level can be called a saint. If you want to reach the 8th level evaluation, not everyone can do it easily. You must reach it in the corresponding field. It's only possible if it's extreme. For example, the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, even a large Chamber of Commerce that has created jobs, can only reach level 7 at most. In terms of cultivation strength, those who correspond to the 7th level are already kings. This is also the limit that ordinary people can achieve. It can be understood that if you want to be promoted to the 8th level, not even 1 person out of 10 people can do it. It's considered training against benchmark strength. Trigma also nodded in affirmation. It is not difficult for Bai Long to understand this. Because during the World War, a 7th level king was even qualified to lead some people to establish a country. Therefore, this level of strength is called king level, which is the basis for becoming a king. No matter how powerful the president of a regular chamber of commerce is, how much can he compare to the king? Therefore, the highest level is only 7 levels. Coupled with Kalian's management system for the Chamber of Commerce, which ensures that the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce will not have ill-gotten gains from oppression and exploitation, then even if their business value assessment cannot reach the 8th level, as long as they are willing to give back with the business value they create society and ensure that it does not breed chables, we can gain the opportunity to extend our lives. Bai Long also understood it more deeply. If not, as long as it is legal and compliant, not oppressive or exploitative, and the wealth earned by one's own abilities is used to give back to society and benefit more people, why can't we have the opportunity to extend our lives? On the other hand, this is actually a policy used to feed back society, using longevity as a temptation to bring wealth back. Trigma finally expressed his understanding. In fact, Kalian did have such a plan when he tried this. After obtaining the qualification to extend life, you are not allowed to breed additional offspring. How many children can you have at most before? Bai Long suddenly thought of this again. The maximum number of children is 7, and the maximum number of remarriages is 2. If there are none originally, you can normally have up to 3 children after obtaining the qualifications. Trigma said quickly. That's okay. At least the excellent bloodline must be continued normally. Bai Long nodded. Of course, this is just a restriction, not an absolute rule. Trigma also smiled. Then if there are more illegitimate children for no reason? Bai Long Gang wanted to ask. It is not legal and does not enjoy any inheritance rights. Violators will have it confiscated. When I didn't ask. After this series of inquiries, it has basically been determined. At least on many issues, Kalian is already trying to solve and optimize. Although many of them are still in the experimental stage. Medical issues such as congenital defects. For example, the lifespan conflict issue. For example, the issue of value hierarchy. Although these are only tentative implementations in some areas of Kalian, decisions are not made just by patting one's head on the head. The corresponding detailed regulations, overall planning, etc. have all been carefully considered. These attempts. As long as it can pass various tests and long-term verification, it will be officially implemented in Kalian in the near future. Chapter 115. Later, Bai Long chatted with Trigma and the others about some topics. Generally known. Special medical system, including treatment of congenital diseases. Solutions to lifespan contradictions. Implementation of value hierarchy. At present, these things are only being tried in the more developed areas in the northern part of Kalian. It is not yet possible to popularize them on a large scale. It is also impossible to rashly popularize these systems without sufficient data collection and feedback. There are so many things involved. Take the medical system as an example, which requires an extremely large number of medical staff, and the training of these relevant scholars takes a long time. Integrating it into the planning of the medical system also requires continuous improvement and does not happen overnight. In terms of lifespan, this is a very sensitive matter and requires more care. The most difficult one is the value level. You should see it, right? In the open-air restaurant on the top floor of the hotel at night, Tiffany looked towards the direction of the alchemy industrial factory and asked. There are many problems, and some are quite big. Bai Long nodded. For example? Tiffany. Take the tribulation period as an example. At the beginning, it was possible to send all children to go through it before graduation, and the children of the first generation of generals and politicians could take the lead in joining it, and they could also be influenced by the whole state supervision. But as time goes on, the children of the new generation of generals and politicians may not be able to openly join as long as they use excuses such as personal security and privacy. Whether there are privileges, whether there is a more comfortable period of suffering, so that you can find new excuses to avoid it directly, etc. These cannot be absolutely controlled, because every intelligent creature has its own complex emotions, and egoism exists in the instinct of every individual. Once the inequality gap in the suffering period opens, the entire plan will face various challenges in the future. It is very difficult to say whether the suffering period will really be effective by then. Bai Long shook his head, he could quickly think of some questions now. Because the executors of these processes are ultimately people with selfish motives. Some people just dote on their children, but they don't want their children to go through the so-called suffering period to remember them. They think that as long as they remember it, it will be fine. Whether or not the entire country maintains its beliefs has nothing to do with him. As long as you live well, as long as your children live well, nothing else matters. They make a sound, a very harsh sound, and gradually influence and shake other people. At this moment, as long as selfish politicians notice and guide them, and for reasons such as personal safety and privacy, they begin to gradually weaken the various high-intensity work arrangements during the suffering period, so that all those who experience it can no longer feel the true suffering and will slowly forget about it. Let go of everything that our ancestors have experienced. When suffering is forgotten, suffering will eventually come. I won't talk too much about medical treatment, such as congenital diseases. The big deal is to be tougher. If you want free treatment, treat it. If you don't get free treatment, you will have to pay a high price. Just highlight the attitude that you love to treat, but not to cure. As for the lifespan, the magic potion and magic technology that can extend life are in the hands of the witch tribe. As long as they indicate that the corresponding potion research and development materials are extremely expensive, they should still be able to contain it. But I'm sure there will be another issue soon. Bei Long also looked solemn when he said this. Greed cannot be satisfied. Tiffany said quickly. That's right, as long as it is confirmed that there is a way for ordinary longevity species to extend their lives, then when more longevity species have the right to speak, they will continue to put pressure on the witch tribe and ask them to hand over the secret of life extension, and they broke up amid the constant intensification of conflicts. Bei Long nodded. This was the first thing he thought of, but he just didn't reveal it in front of Trigma and the others. Lifespan is a very sensitive issue, and the fear of death can prompt many intelligent beings to behave irrationally. But now, the witch clan has been clearly released, and there is a way to extend life. But there's nothing we can do about it. As a demon, I know it very well. Tiffany said, condensing a ball of magic power in her hand. Demons can transform longevity species into demon servants. Become their servant and you will have a long life similar to theirs. Vampires can turn long-lived species into dependents. If you become a servant, you can still get a long life similar to theirs. Just ask. When the long-lived people in power appear in the light of the vampires and demons, and their gods have been revived, and they have enough influence in the future world, will there be those in power who are willing to give up everything in order to survive? Who appears? So Kalian must have a corresponding strategy, which is to extend his life. There are so many related issues. The only good thing is that these policies currently implemented by Kalian are only implemented in local areas. Once a problem is encountered, there is still a lot of room for operation, and the corresponding measures will have more time to improve. What I'm most worried about is the value level. When Bei Long said this, his expression was surprisingly solemn. You're worried that it will evolve into a new honorary nobility system, right? Tiffany has also considered these. Let's not talk about whether the future of evolution will become the source of decay. Just maintaining this system will require various problems. Take the initial value level review as an example. The review standards that need to be formulated involve many issues such as all walks of life, all races, various real-time situations, etc. Whether it can be fully compliant with the regulations requires a very huge amount of time. Workload. Take the medical aspect just mentioned as an example. What position does a doctor have, how many years of service do he need to have, and how many patients do he need to treat before he can complete the value assessment? If it is a doctor in the same position, more time on the job and a greater amount of treatment can be used as additional evaluation criteria. Organ pathology is serious, and the amount of treatment and life-saving efforts must be large enough. Compared with dermatology and trauma doctors in the same position, should the evaluation standards they receive be lower, leading to people who are willing to do these professions? Less. Finally, will it evolve into a situation where everyone is crazy about chasing everything related to high-level status in order to obtain a high-level status? Will the most basic positions that are difficult to improve, such as farmers, become a general trend and be abandoned by a large number of people? Bei Long's continuous questions have shown how many difficult problems are hidden in this system full of ideals. 1. Inattentive. Then it is not simply a problem that will evolve into a new honorary noble system, but the system itself may lead to the collapse of Kalian's foundation. Chapter 116. Actually, there is an insurance policy regarding value levels. Tiffany said at this time. You mean the return of the head of state and the supremacy of gods, right? Bei Long said quickly. Yet. Tiffany nodded slightly. Since they are divided according to the corresponding cultivation strength, you can probably guess it. The basics are 3, eating well and being lazy are 2, and breaking the law and committing crimes is 1. The limit that ordinary people can achieve is 7, which is the 7th level of strength that represents the king of mortals in the traditional cultivation system. To reach the top in a certain field is to transcend the ordinary and become a saint, which is the 8th level of strength corresponding to the saint level. If you go one step further, you will become a god, that is, the 9th level. Even if Bei Long didn't ask about the follow-up, he probably knew that this value was the so-called insurance later. Yes. Corresponding to the mid-level god is the 10th level, the high-level god is the 11th level, and the super-level god is the 12th level. The leader of Kalien, who can lead the people of Kalien, coordinate longevity species, and correspond to many gods, is a being that transcends everything and is the only highest level of value level, the 13th level. Tiffany nodded and said, this is the subsequent level corresponding to the value level. The leaders of the large chamber of commerce who have created hundreds of thousands of jobs cannot be rated as the 8th level of holy. The leaders of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance in the entire region cannot be rated as the 9th level of God. Just based on the simplest evaluation standard, that is, based on the number of people in Fuse. Which is 100,000 is the 7th level foundation, King. 1 million is the 8th level foundation, Holy. 10 million, for the 9th level foundation, low-level gods. 100 million is the 10th level foundation, intermediate level god. 1 billion is the basis for the 11th level, high-level god. The pinnacle that transcends all is the 12th level, super-level god. And head Kalien, who can lead everything and can also coordinate the longevity species and the gods, is the only 13th level with the highest rank. I understand the intended meaning. Whether it is the nobles of the traditional feudal monarchy or the honorary nobles of the current Ersha Empire who have improved the system of mutual advancement, they are actually a concrete class system. The so-called traditional dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, barons, and knights or lord, that is the most intuitive distinction. According to the feudal monarchy that has existed for thousands of years, it is limited by the forbidden god curse, and its strongest strength is only a 9th level low-level god. Basically, civilians are transformed into the most basic level 3, and then the highest level is 9 levels. On the surface, the value level is a new system that has evolved based on Kalien's current situation after the gods have recovered. Beilong quickly said accordingly, which is also the easiest to understand intuitively. It can be understood that way, but the essence is different. Tiffany nodded. It is true that the essential gap is very large. Just by not inheriting it, it is enough to completely distinguish the value class from the aristocratic system. You can become a top doctor, but your child may not only have no medical talent, but may also be very mediocre in other aspects. Even with the resources provided by being the director of a large potion laboratory, hospital, the child's achievements may only be 4 or 5 level. If you are not capable, you are not good enough. Children who are not dukes or earls are born with a hereditary title that is superior to others and cannot be surpassed. Beilong still understands this point and will not directly equate the two. This is a compromise based on basic equality and many factors such as each person's racial factors, natural abilities, elders' conditions, etc. After all, demanding absolute fairness is itself unfair. Children who are born with the ability to easily master magic are destined to be fundamentally different from ordinary children. Forcibly strangling the other's talents to make them mediocre cannot even be described as unfair, but a kind of ignorance. I can only say that the value level is also a helpless attempt. At the end of Beilong's words, he sighed helplessly. He understands that there are many problems with the value class, even if the benefits brought by the class itself are far less powerful than the power brought by the aristocratic system. After all, there is a huge difference between the power of title and the interests of value rank. But even if it can be optimized as much as possible, there will definitely be class discrimination in itself. There are laws to provide positive guidance, but who can guarantee that a high-ranking person in power can continue to maintain his position? In the end, we can only rely on the head of state Kalien and the supremacy of gods. So in the end, isn't it still somewhat similar to divine rule? At least compared to various traditional systems, lower-class people have the ability to resist and space for upward competition. Take the current top-seats of the Central Assembly of Kilian as an example. All 7 of the current seats were civilians during the World War, and one of them was once a slave. Moreover, his own cultivation talent has only reached the 7th level. That's all, this is still forced to help lift it up. There may be issues of class discrimination, but as long as the upper class remains the same, everything can still be maintained. And since you didn't ask, Mr. Trigma didn't say anything either. If his 7th level person discriminates against the ordinary people of the 3rd level, then what has he done to the 3rd level people? Any people above the 7th level can do the same thing to him without any punishment, and the upper limit is for 3 times. Tiffany roughly described the differences, and added something that Beilong didn't ask about, which was about discrimination. Mainly because Trigma and the others were very indifferent about caste discrimination at that time, so Beilong didn't ask too much. In fact, there were restrictions in the temporary laws that were currently being tried to run. This ensures that high-level people cannot unscrupulously discriminate against low-level people, otherwise there will always be someone higher than him. And can be repeated 3 times free of charge. For example, if he slaps an ordinary employee in a discriminatory manner, any 8th-level citizen will have the opportunity to slap him without punishment, and the upper limit is still 3 times. Beilong asked confirmingly. Because the highest ones are always high-level gods, super-level gods, and heads of state. If they use their value level to discriminate or put pressure on others, the highest level will have the most direct means of punishment, which in total is equivalent to doubling the reward. But at the same time, the low-level positions themselves, because of the huge base and the overall improvement brought by magic technology, also have the ability to resist the highest level. Members of the assembly can be removed if they do not act. If the Central Assembly members are incompetent, they can choose to replace them. Even the head of state Ko Lien himself has promised in public that he can be replaced as long as there is a better leader than him. Tiffany also further said that this is the final insurance of the value level system. I hope that the trial of this system can continue to optimize and solve many problems that I am thinking of now and that I have not thought of yet. Beilong sighed, also sincerely wishing. But at least there is a direction that can be tried. After all, you also said, demanding absolute fairness is itself unfair. Tiffany still maintained a relatively optimistic attitude. Yet. Beilong nodded slightly. Value level. This country is based on the 9th prophecy, the king and the head of Kalien who represents the destiny of change. The new system tried by the sages who pioneered and guided is represented by the king of the 6th prophecy. I hope that the two can be well compatible and implemented well. This world with all kinds of differences in race, talent, ultimate strength, etc. really needs a system that can guarantee the differences while maintaining the foundation. Trying is a must. Chapter 117. Just when Beilong had almost visited Kalien all over. The rest of the forces have been keeping their eyes on the High Clan, trying to find the most authentic Mr. Avisu from the High Clan, which is gradually gaining the upper hand. The answer is definitely no. During the 2 months since Beilong left, the king-level and saint-level experts who had infiltrated into the Sea Clan had not found any trace of Mr. Avisu at all. Even if they cooperate with the Atlanta Western region, they still can't find the slightest clue from their hostile force, the Sea Communist Society. It's not that Mr. Avisu disappeared, but no matter how they searched, there would only be one result. There are Mr. Avisu everywhere, and every thought may be Mr. Avisu. Now, based on the Tongli Special Territory, the High Communist Society has begun to launch a counterattack against the Imperial Territory. A large number of people who have been oppressed by the Imperial Territory have joined it. Even the Imperial Territory Army and local private armies that were originally affiliated with the Imperial Territory have also. There were a large number of people who defected and joined the Navy and Communist Army. The current Navy and Communist forces have not only occupied the Tongli Special Area, but also the Dekasi area has been liberated on a large scale. In other areas, large and scattered small groups of naval and communist troops also continued to appear rapidly. Even if the imperial domain dispatches low-level gods, saint-level, and king-level experts, it will be difficult to effectively curb their fierce resistance. Even if a low-level god uses a powerful magic to kill the navy and communist army in a large area, other marines will soon follow. Communist troops emerged one after another from other places. They may have existed for a long time, or they may be relatives and friends of the group of naval and communist troops that were wiped out. The spread of the High Gong Society has far exceeded the imagination of the imperial domain. Atlanta West. Territory capital, Unitasai. Undersea Imperial Palace. Have you not found Mr. Avisu yet? Empress Tiz was in an extremely irritable mood at the moment, and a deep sense of powerlessness spread to every part of her body and mind. Reporting to your majesty. Nowadays, many members of the Haitong Society directly refer to themselves as Mr. Avisu, which makes it impossible for our intelligence network to distinguish. Unless one of the 12 high-level people is directly captured, we will not be able to obtain any useful information. A message of value. The relevant minister said bravely. Then according to what you mean, do you need to gather all the god-level and saint-level powerhouses to forcibly besiege Tongli Tiahuznai city? Empress Tiz asked in return. Maybe you can try. How much investment is needed? Just like the Oran's Empire and the Ego Empire did, almost all the saint-level and king-level experts were thrown into the front line, and then the Maritime Communist Party only needed to use a small amount of power like the original Kalian. Those who desperately tried to hold it back, and finally let the Navy and Communist Army completely tear apart the defense lines throughout the entire imperial territory. This. Neither ministers nor generals can provide the most appropriate figures. Even they don't know how many free strong men have been influenced by the Navy and Communist Army to actively join it, and how many strong men who originally belonged to the imperial domain have been secretly instigated to rebel. As long as there is a large-scale mobilization of strong men, including a small number of spies belonging to the Navy and the Communist Army, once the melee of strong men begins, even the basic distinction between friends and foes will be a problem, and there is absolutely no choice. Forced to try. Otherwise, in the event of a big melee between the strong, their only advantage will be lost due to the fatal backstabbing of the Navy and Communist spies among them. The best way now is to disperse their larger number of strong men among the various imperial armies, and use the advantages of the strong to make up for the gaps in the army's morale, cohesion, tactics, and even weapons and equipment. Only then can the army be as stable as possible. Ability. Your Majesty the Empress, can we ask for more assistance from the Ayrshire Empire and the West Sea Empire? I think they should be able to understand that if our imperial territory is overthrown by the High Clan Society and establishes a new High Clan force similar to Kalian, then their respective strategic issues will be fatally affected. The Farsi capability will be completely abolished. A minister suggested at this time. The only thing they can think of now is to further request foreign aid. With the current situation, even though the God's Domain army is more numerous and powerful, they no longer have the confidence to win the war. In just 1 or 2 years, they have been unable to determine how many spies from the Maritime Communist Society have infiltrated their military system and political elites, and which army will defect to the Maritime Communist Army and win. They are all in self-danger and suspicion, constantly eroding their belief in victory. Let's not talk about whether Lord Poseidon will allow too many external forces to intervene in our war. Just the quality and production capacity of weapons and equipment, let alone the Ayrshire Empire and the West Sea Empire. Even if the West Yoli Empire and the Mokener Empire are added to the Aegean Empire, and the 5 major imperial forces, none of them may be as good as Kalian. Now we must find a way to stabilize the morale of the military and make every effort to find the most critical one, Mr. Ivisu. Even if we use despicable assassinations, poisoning, torture and interrogation, etc., we need to find clues about that guy, and at least one of the 12 high-level officials must be eliminated. The anger in Empress Tiz's voice could no longer be suppressed, and there was a faint hint of hysteria. In 2 years ago, the western region of Atlanta is still the most glorious event in the history of the Sea Clan. It ended the World War of the Sea Clan with an extremely powerful gesture, completed the feat of unifying the entire Sea Clan, and ushered in the resurrection of their Lord Poseidon. But now, this imperial domain is riddled with holes. They were infiltrated by the High Communist Society, which initially only dared to hold demonstrations in small places and did not actually have much combat capability, and eventually set off a frontal war that they were unable to withstand. The interim meeting is over. Empress Tiz returned to her office area. In the dim underwater palace, there are only a few fluorescent items that provide light for the office area. Is Her Majesty the Empress frustrated? A unique soft voice came, with a gloomy feeling, a standard vampire voice. This is the 9th prophecy king that you and the witch clan created? You can't control it, but it has implicated our imperial domain. Empress Tiz snorted. Ever since the projection of super god power from the Protoss appeared, she had probably guessed that Mr. Avisu might be related to the 9th prophecy king head of Kalian. Oh, if the gods hadn't revived, he would hardly have had any accidents and would have become the king of troubled times who unified the entire world. You, the Sea Clan, would have become the last longevity race to integrate into Kalian because of the depth of the ocean. That's all. The secret vampire also said the same thing, showing no mercy. Is it true that there is nothing you can do about it? Empress Tiz asked irritably. Not at all. The transformative destiny he brought has already swallowed up the imperial supremacy of the first prophetic king. During the World War, he could win the final victory even in the face of the encirclement of 3 major empires, but he fell. The remaining power is enough to make all land race empires vigilant. As he said, he has become a ghost. It's just that we never thought that his ghost would appear in your Sea Clan first. The vampires in the dark are also helpless about this, and they have nothing to do. Empress Tiz. At this time, I probably realized the feelings of those prophecy kings who faced head of state Kalien during the World War. This is the time of World War, the real winner. Unrivaled Lord of Change. Chapter 118. Elf Islands. Forest of Fire Spirits. The capital of ancient elves, Fail. The High Clan's High Gong society is so powerful. Even with the divine white dragon gone, it can still carry out a steady counterattack. Fire Elf Nilo looked at the latest report and was also amazed. Her sister Neve, as a member of the younger generation of the Fire Elf clan's political circles, could also let her know a lot of information about other races in the world. The Sea Tribe, a race that had been resented by the Elf tribe, also attracted a lot of attention. It is similar to the Leviga party of the Oron's Empire during the World War, except that compared to the Leviga party, all aspects have been significantly optimized and improved. Especially in terms of subsequent weapons and equipment, compared with that year the Leviga party has a huge advantage. Neve explained simply. Is it possible that the Sea Clan will have a brand new country in the future, similar to Kalien? So that we can communicate with them better? Niluo asked curiously. It's still difficult. The Sea Tribe's belief in the Titan God is absolute, second only to the low-level Demon Tribe's allegiance to the Royal Demon Tribe. So as long as we and the Titan God originally intended to expand, the grudges that caused us to suffer heavy casualties will not be resolved. It is difficult to ensure friendly communication. The main thing is to see the Titan God's attitude. The attitude of those super-level gods is hard to say, and sometimes they do seem very rigid. Neve is not optimistic about this. God is a very key factor. Oh, I know this. It was emphasized in the lecture on the age of theocracy. Among the gods who will serve as leaders of the race, the older the gods are, the easier it is for them to find their most firm beliefs or goals over the long years, thereby more stably maintaining their long-term rule over the common people. Generally, only gods who are not leaders may have weird and unique personalities. Niluo also showed off the knowledge points she had memorized in class. As a long-lived species, the elves have relatively complete and rich historical records, potion knowledge, and alchemy knowledge. The elves in their childhood usually learn a lot of things, and the learning time can range from 12 to 72 years old, the elves in the adult standards. Therefore, as long as the elves have received the orthodox education of the elves themselves and have not slacked off in their normal studies, they are basically relatively erudite scholars in the general sense. Of course, the strongest ones in this regard are the witches who have a very high thirst for all kinds of knowledge. There is no clear age standard for them to reach adulthood. Broadly speaking, as long as they look almost adult, they can be considered adults. However, there is only one standard that truly symbolizes their adulthood, to complete the basic knowledge. So whether there can be any change depends on what kind of cooperation head Kalien, the Protoss, and the Titans can achieve. If the Titan gods still maintain the strategy of the era of divine rule or the early days of the ancient clan's chaotic era, and choose to forcibly keep the Sea Clan out of the world to survive what may be a new era of chaos, then our attitude towards them will remain unchanged. If they choose to cooperate, our clan may undergo different changes depending on the situation. Neve also roughly said that such things that do not involve the core content can be told directly to her sister Niluo. In other words, it still depends on whether the current Kalien can withstand the pressure of the gods. Niluo also roughly understood. Almost, it should start in the near future. Neve looked to the north with some worry. Recently, Nile didn't understand. The flower season, spring, is the time when the natural elements of the entire world are the most stable. If there are old gods who revive themselves without the help of descendants or other forces, they will begin to gather power in the consciousness of the faint first resurrection in winter. When we wait until the flowering season, the process will be accelerated more steadily. Those that move quickly will recover at the end of the flowering season, which is normal during the rainy season, summer, and those that move slower may only recover during the fruit season, autumn. Neve roughly explained the time period when those gods might be resurrected. That is to say, in today's vast land of Kalien, there are many gods who have fallen and have no follow-up help. They can only slowly continue to recover in their established positions. Even if they did not recover last year or the year before, it is almost time for this year. And it's almost time. Nile quickly understood what Neve was worried about. Neve nodded slightly in response. Perhaps the Nile god who receives the most attention is basically certain to recover next year. But starting from this year, after the curse of the forbidden gods is broken, more and more gods will slowly revive. Previously, Kalian himself had dealt with a small number of gods that were beginning to revive, as well as the intermediate god-level Warcraft god Mountain Roar that had controlled the recovery of the Ersha Empire, but the overall number was still only a small part of what it once was. And because they are gods that have fallen in many eras, they will have the idea of resurrecting them as early as possible in order to occupy and stabilize the territory earlier. Therefore, once they feel that the forbidden god curse has been broken, they will quickly wake up and gather strength to fully recover in their faintly revived consciousness. In this regard, the gods who have fallen in the long-lived species will revive earlier because of the help of their descendants. For example, the current 5 major tribes, namely the Dragon Tribe, Demon Tribe, Blood Tribe, Witch Tribe, and Elf Tribe, as well as the subsequently resurrected Ghost Tribe, Fairy Tribe, Behemoth Tribe, Demon Tribe, and Ayuan Tribe, are faster at reviving the gods. Nowadays, it's time for those gods who can only revive on their own without extra help, and who have fallen from various eras, to start to revive one after another. The god Nila of Tarabvan Island may be the more special one in the past year, but he is definitely not the fastest one. Then sister, are you going to Kilian? Niluo also understood quickly. Well, I will be one of my clan's witnesses to Kalian, and I will go to Kalian as a representative to stay for a period of time. Neve nodded. Is there any danger? Niluo was a little worried. Even though she is usually a bit naughty, she is still very sensible in this regard. I can't, but Kalian will. Neve shook her head and looked to the north again worriedly. Across the distant sea is the holy continent where Kalian is located. There, a group of gods will soon revive, and they will no longer be ordinary gods that appear one after another. But it is really equivalent to a batch, and they are all stronger gods that need to accumulate some power and have some strength. There will be many low-level gods, many mid-level gods, and there may also be high-level gods. Kalian, Kami United Kingdom. This new era of magical, technological, and civilized country is about to have a real collision with the gods of the old era. Chapter 119. It was May 3291th, of the walled calendar. It has been almost 3 months since Bai Long left the High Clan and went to Kalian. During this period, he and Tiffany visited many places in Kalian, and gained a clearer understanding of Kalian's current situation, as well as the crisis he would face at this moment. The witches prophesy, or predict. The time for the first wave of gods to officially revive in Kalian is coming soon. The only good news is that the weaker the god, the faster it will recover, because the elemental power required for recovery takes time. The more powerful the god, the more time-consuming the recovery will be. Central Kilian, Plain Forest area. Will there be a resurgence of middle-level monsters and gods here? Why can't I feel the fluctuations of blood and elements? Bai Long was slightly confused. With his vampire ability, if there is a powerful life form resurrected, he will definitely be able to feel it more clearly than other races. Even if it is somewhat special, the gathering of elements required for recovery will cause signs of magic disaster in this area. At least for now, everything is relatively stable. The god of Warcraft, Aranok. The snake-shaped god of Warcraft with earth attributes, fell during the troubled times of the ancient tribe, and was killed by the gods of the Earth Abyss tribe. Tiffany introduced briefly. Serpentine means, the natural monster is advanced. Bai Long. Yet. Tiffany nodded. The difference between natural monsters and reproductive monsters is that natural monsters can be bred naturally. As long as the natural elements gather to a certain extent, it is possible to breed natural monsters in them. That is why a large number of monsters breed during the magic disaster. It is all caused by the accumulation of massive natural elements. Simply understood as, elemental energy body. However, if the natural monster survives long enough and continues to become stronger, it will gradually acquire a powerful body. And the magic crystal, which represents the source of natural monsters' power, will slowly transform into a more stable magic core that is equivalent to the reproduction of monsters. If this mid-level god named Aranok is a natural monster, he will naturally not feel any obvious blood. Even if it survives longer and becomes stronger, its naturally transformed body will not have strong blood will. The reason why you can't feel the gathering of elements is underground? Let me see. Bai Long thought quickly and used his spiritual power to explore the ground. Hiss! Such a huge gathering of elemental power, and it's so well hidden that I can't even notice it when I'm walking around in this area. Bai Long was also surprised. Kalian's army should also be coming, but this time they won't use the air and space aircraft carrier's military establishment. Tiffany looked to the north. Isn't it difficult for the army to deal with monsters that can burrow into the ground? And with this level of elemental power gathering, there will definitely be earthquake magic disasters of at least the 9th level, and there will definitely be a lot of accompanying natural monsters. There is really no need to empty the space. Sky Carrier Battle Group. Bai Long was worried about this. Currently, Kailian only has 3 aerospace aircraft carrier fleets with actual combat capabilities. The other 2 are still in the training stage, and the remaining 3 are still in the construction process. Therefore, Kailian will not use them easily until necessary. Fan Li explained. But when I woke up in the Suxia region of the West Sea Empire, the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group was dispatched. It was a low-level ice elemental dragon hunted by their Firebird divine machine. Bai Long asked doubtfully. That was a routine training mission, and it was also an arrangement to provide a deterrent effect. Then it's because the main magic cores used by Kailian for the main ship aerospace aircraft carrier and secondary aerospace aircraft carriers all used the Dragon Clan gods that they had killed. The Dragon Clan has sent representatives to Kailian many times to protest, and some leaving threatening words. In the end, Sister Nalin didn't get used to it. She happened to know that in the West Sea Empire, an Earth Dragon following the Dragon Clan had resurrected. Then she sent the 3rd Aerospace Aircraft Carrier Battle Group to hunt and kill it. She also obtained new magic cores and a large number of Earth Dragons. Dragon monster material. Tiffany gave a rough explanation. There is no follow-up response from the Dragon Clan. Bai Long. I don't know much about this aspect, and it hasn't been explained to me in detail, but I guess it has a tentative meaning. Hunting an Earth Dragon God, let's see the subsequent attitude of the Dragon Clan. Tiffany also said the same guessed. Okay. Bai Long stopped asking this question. Feel the huge gathering of elements under the forest again, and then the spiritual power covers this plain forest area. Although the adventurers and ordinary people who came for exploration and hunting have been informed to leave, there are still a large number of monsters living here, and it is impossible for them to leave the territory where they live at will. Once recovery begins, at least a 9th level earthquake magic disaster will cause serious damage to this forest area. The gods revive. If we are not prepared to help provide sufficient elemental power for recovery, the recovery of every god will be accompanied by serious magic disasters. Especially these Warcraft gods, all of them are simply dangerous time bombs. There is no need for subsequent territorial and grudge battles. The recovery process alone is enough to cause large-scale damage. Bai Long also sighed. In order to gain what they think is the upper hand after the Forbidden God Curse, these gods will basically focus on reviving after sensing that the Forbidden God Curse is broken. Whether they are those who fell at the end of the era of divine rule or those who fell during the troubled times of ancient tribes, they will all gather in this era. The resurrection of every god means the sweep of a magical disaster. They can cause earthquakes. They can cause floods. They can cause typhoons. But they don't care at all whether their recovery will cause serious destruction and casualties in the area. There is no need to be too pessimistic. Because of their disorderly resurgence, it is impossible to synchronize without communicating with each other. At least it is difficult for multiple gods to resurrect at once, making the army exhausted. Tiffany Lee he said comfortingly. What will happen to those near urban areas? Bai Long asked. The witches have basically recorded the places where most of the Warcraft gods fell. In addition, with their own prophecy ability, they have avoided it in advance in the post-war recovery planning after the end of the World War. There are no dangerous Warcraft near the rebuilt city. The place where the gods resurrected. Tiffany said quickly. That's okay, so that's why, although the geographical conditions of this plain and forest area are very good, there isn't even a small town around it, right? That's it. Chapter 120. Kailian Jun. Number 16, Army Groups. Rear Headquarters. Now that it was clear that the god was about to resurrect, and that there was a high probability that it would be a Warcraft god who could not communicate with him, Kailian was already ready to fight him. The commander in charge of this battle was Unrija William Zane, commander of the Kailian No. 19 Army Group. Is it too much to dispatch 4 army groups and approximately 60 troops? It's better to be cautious. Although according to predictions and current actual element detection, the resurrected intermediate god will only have the strength of the early intermediate level at most when he has just recovered. But after all, he is a natural monster type and can cause earthquake magic. Disasters still have a huge impact. The main reason is that it can also burrow into the ground. If it escapes, it will be difficult to deal with. The top brass of the military looked at the deployment of military forces, and it was considered a relatively relaxed atmosphere. The main reason is that in the previous Kilian territory, some descendants of the theocratic rule of the ancient tribes from the troubled times that were passed down from generation to generation tried to awaken some of the gods that their ancestors served. The complete strength is the peak of a low-level god. Kalian dispatched troops to kill him without much casualties. Later, there were also some weaker gods. Since they did not need to accumulate much power to revive, most of them were controlled by Kalian. Gods who still boast of their arrogance and want to continue to divide their territories will be killed by Kalian's army. The powerful firepower of the army group is fatal to the larger Warcraft gods. Reorganize the combat process again. This time, the ghost gods will have priority to go to negotiate, so we will give priority to stationing at a farther distance and wait for orders. If the other party is a god who is willing to cooperate with the arrangement, there is no need to take any action. If the other party is not willing to cooperate, the first thing we have to do is to cover the long-range artillery, and then let the armored cluster go up and continue to suppress the long-range firepower. Infantry units equipped with external mechanical skeletons and armor need to maintain mobility immediately and continue to magical firearms at the ready. The most important thing is that your respective mecha masters, 7th level and above mechas, need to be ready to fight. Especially when the opponent may escape through the ground, you must stop them. The commander of the number 19 group army, Engliku, once again roughly sorted out the combat process. The other army commanders and division-level generals nodded in response. They all know very well that there will not be any long-lived god-level experts to help in this battle. Gods from the Witch Clan, Ghost Clan, and Fairy Clan will only appear during the initial negotiations at most, and when they appear again later, it was when they suffered too many casualties. Kalian had hunted a mid-level Warcraft god once before. But they were killed only after there were strong men of the longevity species and the powerful firepower of the aerospace aircraft carrier fleet was dispatched to suppress them. The air and space aircraft carriers are okay. As long as there are strong longevity species to help, in the eyes of other forces, they are not just ordinary people's forces, so now they also need to prove to Kalian, just like other forces who are paying attention to them. Intermediate gods can be easily killed by ordinary people themselves. In this era, there is no need for any gods trying to enslave them to appear, and any so-called gods will never be allowed to override them. It is May 3291th, of the walled calendar. In the forest area of the central plains of Kilian, the concentration of elements is abnormal, and signs of magical disasters appear. The first sign was that a large number of monsters in the plain forest area rioted, and many monsters began to flee to the outskirts of the forest. Especially ordinary beasts or magical beasts such as rats basically start large-scale migration at the first time. They can all keenly sense magic disasters coming soon. Woo woo. Sharp air defense sirens sounded in various cities and towns around the plains and forests. The magic power provided by the magic pump station began to gradually cut off civilian and commercial needs, giving priority to the supply of defense magic arrays linked to the respective regional levels, and began to gradually activate and further strengthen. A large number of magic barrier light curtains rose layer by layer, and at the same time began to move towards spreading deep underground. Like spheres, while wrapping the upper half of the sky, it also protects the lower half of the earth. Warning! Warning! People in the Narva region, please be aware. People in the Narva region, please be aware. A 9th level earthquake magic disaster will occur in the Amslo Plain forest area within 6 hours. Please suspend all unnecessary activities, go to open evacuation measures to prepare accordingly, and try to stay away from high-rise building areas. The magic defense system of each regional array is activated, and we will soon be prepared to defend against the impact of magic disasters and the possible impact of gods from the old era. The god who is about to resurrect is the snake-shaped natural monster god, Aranok. Regional warnings were broadcast in various surrounding areas. As the supply of magic power was interrupted one after another and was used to provide comprehensive supply to the defense system, a large number of people in the area began to gather in designated refuge areas under the command of the security forces. On high-rise buildings in cities and small towns, not only are the defense systems turned on, but the format artillery and magic cannons used for counterattacks are also controlled by the city defense army, turning their direction to aim at the plains and forests. Weapons and equipment that require magic power supply are also obtained. The most abundant supply of magic power. The intercity defense counterattack system has entered full standby mode and is targeting and debugging the Warcraft's specialized artillery. The mecha units of the City Defense Army will go to the designated area and be on standby to prepare for public security maintenance and necessary preventive measures. Launch detection magic in each area to scan for people who may be left behind in each area, or people who may have accidents during the evacuation and transfer process. Various regions have also launched standardized operations one after another, which are various defensive measures they have trained in advance. In the construction process planning of all new building complexes, the basics of defense, counterattack, and evacuation need to be taken into consideration. The defense performance of each area must reach level 9, at least to the extent that it can directly withstand the attack of low-level gods. Following the analogy from before the World War period, even the defense systems of small villages and small towns need to at least reach the level of defense of the former imperial capital. And urban areas, where people mainly gather, need at least 10 levels of defensive performance. After being adjusted, various types of artillery on high-rise buildings began to be loaded or charged. A large number of heavy firearms and weapons are deployed in the middle height and ground floor street areas. Places with magic firearms also receive priority in the supply of magic power. All defenses not only consider the outside world, but also need to consider the inside. At the same time, it also prevents damage to the external protection. When a large number of magical beasts invade due to a magic disaster, street fighting has absolutely sufficient firepower to suppress it. Only with these rear protections in place can the frontline troops launch attacks with greater peace of mind. And this time, the mid-level god, Aranok, has entered the countdown to recovery. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.